But she had conspirators with her. She had family and friends that were helping her. And, yeah, look, so there's 85 defendants were convicted. Her husband, her niece, they were given sentences, but, like, yeah, I mean, her friends.
So everybody was getting a little tight.
Everyone was getting a little tight. It was a score.
Fun, nice score.
It was a nice score.
Hey,
and to pull that off in communist Vietnam, that I know they have a little bit of a, you know, area stroke and kind of mixed economy now, but you got to give her credit as a woman. That's achievement right there.
It is achievement. I wonder how she got caught. I wonder what was the thing she fucked up on.
She probably bought a diamond ring, you know, chicks like diamonds.
She had a fucking giant Rolls Royce.
Yeah,
Had a driver
who got caught. Crypto stole a bunch of money from crypto and got caught something to a second time. He was just spending on my Lambos, like wasting all the somebody just.
What do you mean? Well, Lambos. How are you supposed to spend the money making on crypto?
No, but he stole like billions of dollars.
If you make billions of dollars on crypto and you don't have a Lambo, you're an asshole.
Yeah, you can
Somebody sent me an email the other day and said that they have like they hacked into my phone and computer, and they have videos of me doing disgusting things and jerking off and all that. And they said the only way that they can make it go away is if and they gave me a link, and they said I have to pay them in Bitcoin. I have to pay them in all this Bitcoin. So I was just like, you know, I mean, I didn't obviously do it, but I was just like, show me the video. Yeah, show me. I'll repost. At this point, it's comics. I'll repost. Yeah. I would repost those fucking links to my names. I just wanted you to see how wild this is. The government does not publish how many people are on death row in Vietnam. The human rights group say there's thousands. It's a state secret.
Speaking of crypto, what's going on with that Hawk Tour chick? Is she going to jail?
What happened now? What happened to Hawk Tour? That's my girl.
Well,
what did she do?
For 300 hours.
What does that mean?
She went to sleep and she hasn't.
What did she do?
She just hasn't been on social media.
She's hiding. A coin was launched with her name and she was like the front of it. I don't know the details.
Is that a crime?
Yeah, the public doesn't like the crime.
The thing was, there was an enormous amount of money that was put into this meme coin by all these people, and then she or someone representing her side of it sold, like instantaneously, and made a huge score, and then the coin was worth nothing. So all those people that invested money, like one guy invested $1 million. Like imagine, you're like, oh, the Hawk Tour girl, yeah, that's a sound investment.
Yeah.
That seems like a good place to put my nest egg.
Yeah. People for sure lost money, but it was definitely a time of just trolls. You're like, oh, I'm such an idiot. I lost $10 million on this. And that's not like people were trolling the whole movement of like being dumb and following up to it. But some people did just kind of.
Is she actually going to go to jail for real? Can they?
Can
the SEC invest crypto like that? I guess they can now, right?
Well, it's like, what are the rules? What are the rules in terms of, like, are you allowed to do that? Like, is that unethical but legal? Like, are you allowed to have a meme coin and it gets to, like, $100 million, you have a bunch of it, you just sell it all, and you make $50 million? Are you allowed to do that? If you're not allowed to do that, what's the point of having $50 million?
Right.
Do you not have trust in the Hawk Tour coin if I sell it? That's ridiculous. That's on you.
That's on you.
I did the smart thing, and I got out when I thought it was a good price.
Yeah.
And I'm selling it to people. They should take that and run with it, and this would be the next currency of the world. Imagine, like, do you think Idiocracy is with the documentary? Imagine the Hawk Tour girl overcomes fucking what would fiat currency.
Well, have you ever seen how many coins there are? How many crypto currencies? And they had some of them have really funny names. Dude, one of them was called Buttcoin. Yeah.
Hawk Tour Judge. Hawk Tour girls. I like how her name is just Hawk Tour girl.
Yeah. Her name's Haley. Oh yeah, Haley Welch. Yeah.
Biz partners are getting sued over the meme coin disaster. Okay, the partners are doing it. So it was probably some people. She got invested. She probably doesn't understand all that stuff. She's only 22 or something like that.
Right.
It's probably the partners that went with her. They pumped and dumped on her, and then she's left holding the bill because nobody knows who they are. So scroll up. I'm just listening. I don't know. Legal firm of Berwick Laws filed a U.S. federal lawsuit on behalf of the investors against the creators of the influencer push Hawk Tour meme coin, which fell on its face in the hours following its launch. Haley Welch gained notoriety this year with the Hawk Tour girl following a viral interview about sexual technique, facing a disastrous Solana meme coin launch at the start of the month. Not only did the price collapse by 93% from a $490 million peak. Holy shit! $490 million peak market cap for a Hawk Tour coin, with the rug pull allegations quickly surfacing, but a cluster of connected wallets holding 96% of the supply led to further controversy. The hate only increased when it was found that some of the wallets were selling. Quickly, Berwick Law posted on Twitter asking for hawk buyers impacted by the plunge to step forward to create a potential lawsuit. Now, 2 weeks later, the lawsuit has been filed, naming 12 American resident plaintiffs who claim to have collectively suffered damages in excess of $151,000. Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird? Like, there's only 12 people, and they've only lost 151 total. I wonder how many people, like, all told, invested in the hawk to a coin. How many stone cold retards are out there roaming the world?
Oh no, but this is inspiring too. Should we do a history hyenas coin?
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
do it and
Yeah.
then no. Don't listen to Jamie.
Yeah.
Do it, get it real high, and then sell. Make the money. Just fuck all those dummies that are buying your stupid fucking coin.
Yeah. We're announcing it right now. The history hyenas coin will be available. We're going to launch it.
This is how you do it.
Yeah.
This is a win-win for everybody. You're going to have a history hyenas coin, but the only way to purchase it is with the hawk to a coin.
Right. Got it. Right. Smart. Right. So
that way everybody's a winner.
Everyone's a winner.
Now all of a sudden the coin makes a comeback.
Yeah.
Both of you grow.
Yeah.
Rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah.
We can finally get Hawk 2 on our show that way.
Yeah.
Went viral. This is a video of a kid. He was in his house streaming. He was streaming this online. He started a coin and then pumped it.
Look at this kid.
He made like 50 grand. Like, wow.
He's pumping and dumping it in front of everybody.
He starts freaking out here and he watches it go up.
Then he got to how quickly did he dump?
I don't even know. He dumps it in. This video's a minute long.
He dumped it in the mini.
Watching it go up right now.
What?
Recognized.
How old is this kid?
Wait, what?
Wait,
I'm so confused.
What? Oh, you're confused. There's people watching this too. Let's see the voice of humor.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Who's this? Holy fuck.
He just dumped it. Yeah.
He did.
Yo.
He's committed a crime there.
Is that a crime?
What? Yeah.
What is a crime? How does it work? So how come Nancy Pelosi can take all that money?
Everyone
How's
knows
that not a crime?
Yeah, I don't understand what the crimes are.
I don't understand.
I don't get it. There's an FCC regulation against that. Yeah, you got to. Yeah,
Sure.
look it up. Yeah, what about like when Tom Brady and Larry David got in trouble for the MTX thing, and they were just promoting doing a commercial? How were they in trouble for promoting a coin?
Well,
I never
it
understood
remains
that.
to be seen when they're not going to be charged or whether to be found guilty.
But how could they even be
Because
promoting?
someone lost a bunch of money and they said, Larry David, I trusted you. Right. You were promoting this thing that I think is good. That's the reason why I've never promoted anything yours. Because I've had offers to promote things, but
The real money.
I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I don't even understand it.
Yeah.
If I don't understand it, like you're selling what? You're selling NFTs? What does that mean? It's a non-fungible token. We're done. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm not doing this.
Right.
It's like too many fucking bros that are out there doing this that, Lambo drivers.
Right.
It's like a fuckery culture.
So do you understand crypto fully, or is it still one of those things like?
I understand it. Yeah, I understand it. It's just like it's weird that anybody would invest actual real money in it. I understand Bitcoin more than all the other ones, but even Bitcoin is mysterious. And there's a lot of weird. You don't even know who made it. There's all these. There's a whole documentary on Satoshi Nakamoto, whose real identity is.
Yeah.
It's all controversial.
Yeah.
That's weird. The fact that there's a certain stable amount of them, though, that's encouraging. That you can't make more of them. Okay.
But that's exactly what artists do to give their art value. That's how you do. You limit the supply, and then these are only 10 original paintings, and this is what I'm charging because there's only 10 prints of these, and so you create the value by the scarcity. Right. So there's nothing mysterious about that.
Sort of, but it also limits the ability to add coins to it anytime you want and devalue it.
Right.
Right. So that's what's more important than like making it scarce so people like it more. It is weird that we used to be on a gold standard, and then now we're just on hard drives, and we just sort of accept it. And then the government, like when they want to send money to Ukraine, forget about the fact that we're trillions of dollars in debt. They can just come up with $179 billion and ship it over to some country. Yay, go have a good time.
Right.
And there's wild reports about the amount of corruption that this money is experiencing. I mean, this money has probably gone through more people's noses and come out of more people's dicks. Like, how much?
Right.
Where's this money going? It's so much. There's no way it's 100% efficient.
Yeah.
You have Bitcoin, Giannis?
understand it. So much like Joe, I just don't.
Stay away.
Yeah, I just stay away.
Yeah, it's like when someone explains curling to me. You know the sport curling?
Sure.
I'm like, I don't. Even when I get the rules, I'm like, I still don't understand what's
You
going
know,
on.
I was in Newfoundland. I did a show up there once, and the place that was at was like a place. It was like a theater, and in this theater, apparently they have like curling shows. And so like as you're walking down the hallway in the back before you go on stage, there's always fucking photos of people curling. And I just went out there and started shitting on curling like right away, and they were so bummed out. They were so bummed out that
It's like it looks like the housekeeper Olympics or something. Yeah, they're just sweeping the ice.
Dumb.
Yeah.
Such a dumb
Sport.
sport. It's like bowling for retards.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like regular bowling is too complicated.
Yeah.
Right.
But they're good. I mean, there's people that are good at it.
Well,
I don't know how they're good at it, but
I kind of get it because it's kind of like billiards, right? Or pool. You're rolling this thing and you're trying to like just roll it just enough. Just this feel. You get this feel to it. You just like let it go down. Right? Let it slide. Sweep it, sweep it, sweep it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the friction. Sweep
so
it.
that's what they're doing.
Sweep it.
Yeah.
Friction. Yeah, that's what they're sweeping. They're trying to get rid of friction. From all the dust.
Yeah.
The snow dust.
Right.
It's
From their
stupid.
feet.
It's so stupid.
It's stupid. Yeah. It's stupid.
Yeah. But if you grow up and there's nothing to do and you suck at hockey,
Yeah.
just curl. Play that.
I guess it's the golfing of ice sports. Yeah.
Right.
I would golf is way more complicated.
Yeah, but I just mean like you don't need any real athletic talent to do it. Like, how do you retire
You don't think you
from
need
golfing?
athletic
You
talent
golf?
from golfing to golfing?
Not really.
You definitely do. For the drive,
You see these guys' bodies?
Yeah. But the coordination of your body to drive a golf ball. Jamie's a nut. Jamie, tell him how much
Like
it is.
say, like there's guys that are like paralyzed. I can still golf.
Yeah, I mean it's really like
How do you golf with your arm? What do
No,
you say?
I mean they literally just swing an arm. They're strapped into a contraption that sets them upright and runs them.
Yeah.
I've seen blind people golf.
I mean Dave Bargatze
Right.
golfs. He's good. Look at his body. He's hit.
But here's
Right.
I know what your point is. To hit 400 yards, that's 100% athletic.
Yeah.
You can't just accidentally do that.
Yeah, I mean even John Daly. You say John Daly's fat and all that stuff, but John Daly, when you watch him move, the efficiency of his movements. You know, like we were talking about Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt's a big guy, but he still fuck people up, right?
Yeah.
He's still an athlete.
Yeah, sure.
Like a lot of these fat golfers, there's a thing they know how to do.
Right.
They whack that ball and they know exactly how to fucking put a little spin on that motherfucker, a little wrist action on that.
The difference between pro and being able to play the game is
It's different.
Right. Being able to play golf.
Sometimes, like you ever see Bartolo Colon, the pitcher for the Mets?
No.
Look at
I
Google
thought that
Bartolo.
was a Colombian.
Bartolo Colon.
That
This
is.
guy's body.
Look at
fat.
Bartolo Colon.
Yeah. If you pull up Bartolo, Bartolo, I mean look at this guy.
Yeah.
He would just, you know. And he was fun about it. He was fun about being fat. He would sit in the locker room with no shirt on, eating cheeseburgers. Nobody gave a shit. Look at that one with the helmet flying off his head.
Well, as long as you're good at that sport.
He was good.
And that sport is a sport that doesn't require endurance. That's what's important.
No.
You don't have to do anything for a prolonged period of time.
No.
The furthest thing you have to do is run to a base.
Yeah.
And if you got to run to all of them, that's great. What did you do? Generally, if you run to all of them, you can kind of trot because you knocked it out of the park.
Right. What do you think the sport that requires the most endurance? Obviously, not thinking about like long distance running because that's obvious, but like, you know what I think it is?
What?
I think hockey.
Well, soccer too.
Yeah, but the hockey, you notice how those guys can only be on the ice for like 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and they can so hard to skate like that.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Right.
they
Good
can't.
point. Good point.
Can't do
Soccer players stay on the field the whole game.
Yeah, because they get to rest and slow down. Even the best, Gretzky, they can't. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. They can't do it.
Crazy.
It's crazy. They
That
have
is
4
crazy.
lines, I think.
So when they go 2 minutes, how much they take off before they go back?
I think it's like another minute or two, but it's multiple lines. Like, you know, like
They
that.
just constantly go on and off, and they just can't because they have to continuously
And-
skate.
You know, I was on a hockey game with Big Leg, and they never let him use the bench.
that was
Oh my God,
hilarious.
insane.
Yeah.
People drop dead.
Yeah, they just drop.
Yeah.
That would be wild.
Yeah, they would drop
I've
dead.
never seen hockey live, an NHL live. That to me, besides MMA, I saw an MMA fight once. That was amazing, and then second is NHL.
It's very fast.
NHL, those guys on skates, whether you know the rules or not, it's amazing. It's really
very, very fast.
yeah, it's crazy.
And the skill, the way you skate, I can really skate at all. I'm barely standing up. You just
Yeah.
gotta fucking
Yeah.
And it's the only sport where you're allowed to fist fight in.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
It's written into the rules.
Yeah.
It's encouraged. You're allowed to duke it out.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
Yeah, because I think people don't really know where the puck is, and
because everyone's just waiting around for a fight.
They have no idea. Grandfathered in the punching each other.
Has anyone ever seen a goal when it actually happens in real time? It happens too fast. That's why they have the siren on top of the goal.
Well, you know what I really like on TV where they have that circle roller, so that you know where the puck is at all times. Like, there's a lot of craziness happening.
Yeah.
It's like if you're watching a football game from like the 30th row, and you're looking down, what happened? Who's got the ball?
Yeah.
Like after the ball gets hiked, it's like where'd it go? Did it go to him? They're faking you out. You don't know.
Right.
Unless you see the guy throw it.
Yeah.
You don't know what's happening.
Yeah. And what about like old hockey goalies would do it with no helmets? Just get the puck, and then we have that.
Oh, you see those faces? The way their faces used to
Do you
look?
think those guys ever sat on the bench and talked about mental health?
Nobody told them what it was.
No, I don't think so.
Think they talked about their mental
I
health?
think they had some struggles with it.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a couple of shots to the head.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean,
That'd be terrifying.
Yeah.
God, look at that. I mean, the guy's blocking it with his face.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All the scars that he has on his face from his entire career. Terry Sawchuk. That sounds like just a badass name.
Yeah.
Really smart. Look at that, dude. Imagine that guy gets mad at you in the bar. You're like, Christopher, bye.
Yeah, I don't want.
Yeah, I'd love that.
I don't want to.
Who do you think is?
Oh, Jesus, look at his face.
Yeah.
Oh, and he had a mask on. It broke the mask. Fucked his face up.
They flick that thing. It's so hard, right at your face.
So fast.
Yeah. Who's the scariest warrior, like from history, you would never want to go up against? Like, would it be like, like a wild Native American on the plains, a guy from Genghis Khan, a Nazi? Who would you be like, shit, this guy's gonna fucking kill me and it's gonna hurt? Vikings.
And they were on mushrooms.
Dude, is that true?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Those Iceland guys that win the world's strongest man competition all the time, like those guys like the Mountain from Game of Thrones, where do you think that gene line came from? Vikings. 100%. Those were the dudes that were in that fucking boat with the dragon head at the front, and when they pulled up at your shore, everybody just ran.
Yeah.
That's it.
But can I just nominate someone?
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking about. I mean, it's obviously not underrated because everyone knows about him. But let's just talk about the record. Alexander the Great, he led his troops undefeated in battle. He's the Floyd Mayweather of generals. Undefeated.
That's
the record. Never lost a battle.
That's crazy.
That's true.
And conquered the known world at that time. Took down the mighty Persian Empire.
But if the Vikings were alive back then, they might kill him and his little boyfriend too.
I know they had enough of them.
Right?
There was enough of them.
Yeah.
They killed each other a lot too, unfortunately.
And they were civilized, the Vikings too. It wasn't. Well, but you ever seen the biological warfare when they would light the? I read this thing where they would the rats on their boat when they were going to wherever they were invading. They would wait. They would look for infected rats. Somehow they knew. They would get close enough. They would light their tails on fire and then shoot them over the walls, and then let the rats run around and infect people and bite people, whatever, and wait it out for like 40 days and just then go in when the town was all dying of some disease.
Whoa.
It's another.
That's
a fact.
The Vikings,
That's real.
They were brutal. They would even kill like the priests in the churches. They would do bad stuff.
Have you ever seen Alexander the Great's ruins in Afghanistan?
In person?
Dude,
I don't want to get this.
No one wants to go to Afghanistan.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Archaeologists think we're going to study ancient Greek cities.
I know.
They look like beautiful ancient Greek cities that are in the middle of Afghanistan.
Sick.
My friend who served over there was telling me about it.
Yeah.
He's like, you go there, you can't believe what you're seeing. He had a bunch of pictures of it. It's like, this is the craziest thing. It's like you're in Athens.
That
No,
was
you're not.
crazy. The Greeks kind of nailed some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of
Democracy
democracy?
you should read? The Immortality Key. Have you read that?
No.
It's Brian Murarescu. He's a scholar who was studying the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Greece for the Eleusinian Mysteries, where everybody would go to learn about democracy and like they were all like tripping balls.
Yeah.
And they've found evidence now from these vessels, these pottery vessels, that inside these vessels they were drinking wine, but it wasn't wine. The wine wasn't just alcohol. They would mix it with a bunch of different psychedelic compounds. One of them was ergot, so they found residue of ergot, which is a psychedelic that gives you like an LSD-like experience. So they were all drinking wine and tripping balls and figuring out democracy and like fucking stars and constellations. They were out of their heads.
Yeah.
And the birthplace of so much of Western society has come from that one spot.
When's the last time you banged out a little LSD? Yeah. You think you'll bang it out again one day before you go?
I would like it to be legal before I get to that.
Oh, right, right.
This is what I think.
Oh, I thought it was
We have
legal.
no, super illegal.
Oh, all right.
Schedule 1. And when we realize the benefits of these things, and hopefully it's within our lifetime, especially for people that have PTSD, like soldiers, they'll open the door for that, and then they'll have clinics where regular people can use it, and then they can get over a lot of the shit that people are struggling with. There's a lot of people that could have a psychedelic experience and then snap themselves back onto a bed of the horse.
Right.
And if it's illegal, that number of people is going to be very, very low.
Right.
But like all things, it's going to have side effects. This is the thing. It's like there's no biological free lunch. And if you're doing something that's blowing your brains out, like LSD, there's a certain amount of people who aren't coming back.
Right.
Right.
And that's real. Because there's a certain amount of people that have a very fragile grasp on reality as it is.
Right.
You give that person 9 grams of psilocybin mushrooms, you've got a real fucking problem. They might not ever come back.
Were you able to snap back quick?
You can snap back.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're doing, and when you're doing it, what time of your life, and what the experience was like. But it should be something that's controlled. It should be something that where you have places you can go, where they have a very strict protocol. They measure your weight. They know what the doses to give you. You do it in a calm and clean and safe setting, regulated. They have counselors. They have people that understand what you need. They screen you to make sure that you're not on any psych medications first that would interfere with it. That's what we should have, just like we have hospitals, just like we have mental health institutes. There should be psychedelic research centers that are connected to treatment facilities.
Right. Yeah. I want to do it. I mean, the ketamine, that's what ketamine therapy is in some small ways, right?
Exactly. It's very psychedelic. In fact, John Lilly, the guy who created the sensory deprivation tank, that was his vibe. He used to like to do ketamine in there. He would do intramuscular ketamine. So he would go into the sensory deprivation tank and fucking bang himself with ketamine into the muscles because it would last a long time. It just just fucking exist in this other dimension for hours at a time.
Yeah.
That was his thing.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I want to get it. We should do a sensory deprivation tank together.
I have one.
He's
Here.
got one here. You have one here?
Yeah.
You want to hit it?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
He won't do it. See, he gets a little. He
I
won't
get
do
a
it.
little scared of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's worth being scared.
Yeah.
But that's not dangerous. It's not scary. Like, whatever weird feelings you have, if you can't handle it, all you do is open the door. Then you're sober instantaneously.
Right.
It's different than anything else.
Right.
But if it was a drug, if the sensory deprivation tank was a drug, it would be a very psychedelic drug. If it was just a drug, and you lay in there and your eyes are wide open because it's pitch black and you're floating, you're completely weightless. If that was a drug, it'd be a very popular drug.
Now, when you've done this stuff, have most people seem to say their ego disappears over the horizon type of stuff? They realize everything's connected. Have you had that experience?
You definitely realize everything's connected. And your ego, you realize, is both protecting you and holding you back. Because your ego is like, you need a little bit of ego if you want to make it in life. Because you need to have enough confidence in yourself that you ask the girl out on a date that you're attracted to, or you chase the job that you want, or that you stand up for yourself when you feel like you're getting fucked over in a business deal. Like, you need some ego. So you can't be completely selfless. You're not going to get anywhere. But then you have to realize that you're very fragile, and your ego is protecting you from a lot of your true understanding of the life experience. And one of the most profound things that happens with psychedelic experiences is the complete dissolving of ego. And then you kind of see yourself and everyone around you in a way more objective way. And you realize, oh my God, we're all energy feeding off of each other, and we're pretending that we're isolated and we're singular, we're on our own. That's why really ill people will tell you, I don't have any friends, I don't like people, I don't want to be around people. If you've got a guy who's a fighter pilot, it's like, I don't want to fly pilots. Like, he's probably really depressed. Like, something's wrong with him. You don't hang out with your peers. You're not friends. You don't enjoy camaraderie and community. You want to pretend that you're this isolated, like, dark poet or something like that. You're probably very mentally ill. There's probably something wrong.
Well, we're hardwired social species.
100%.
Yeah.
And we enjoy each other's company. We feed off of it. It's the worst thing that you do if you're in jail, is put you in solitary confinement. The worst thing that you do. You're in a giant cage filled with prisoners and rapists and murderers. The worst thing that you do is leave you alone.
Well, that's why I believe in universe.
that is because it's fake community.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why people talk like a fake way.
Right.
They don't talk like they would ever talk if they were right in front of you.
Right. And that's why I think it's bad because it's messing with people's sense of what reality is.
Yeah.
People are essentially disassociating from it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And it's a very shallow way to communicate. And I think that if you do it like that all the time, your ability to communicate normally and the ability to socialize and just have conversations with people is severely stunted. You know, you don't flex that. You don't use that muscle. It atrophies, just like everything else.
Right.
It's just there's so many kids that are completely socially disconnected, other than the internet, which keeps them connected. So they're socially connected through technology, but completely disconnected through like human touch, being around people, fun conversation, adventure, doing fun things.
Yeah.
They just exist in the same area and just get as much coming through the screen as they can.
Yeah. And
It's crazy.
It's fake. It's not real.
Yeah.
That's what's troubling, and that's why I worry about my kids.
Right.
I want them to have human connection, long conversations, experience people's energies, looking at someone in the eyes is everything.
Yeah.
You know, feeling someone's energy, like you said. It's like you don't feel anything.
The problem also with kids is even when they're together, they're on their phone all the time.
That's the problem.
Yeah. And this is one thing about podcasts that's fucking amazing, because podcasts are one of the rare times in my life where for 3 hours I have no phone.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, unless I'm checking something or sending Jamie something, I don't.
And the people listening are also doing the same thing. They're connecting to you without doing that.
Awesome.
They're just connecting to hearing you.
Yeah. Right.
It's like a radio, long radio show going on. Like, beautiful. Flipping through, scrolling, talking to other people, and they're talking back, and everyone's pretending like they're somebody else and catfishing each other.
That's why I always used to like planes back in the day before Wi-Fi came around, because when you were on a plane, if you didn't have a movie to watch or something like that, you just had to sit in that seat. And when you just sit in that seat and you know you can't go anywhere, I was at my best writing then.
Right.
My best writing, because I like forced to write.
Sure.
I'm forced. There's no Wi-Fi.
Have you ever tried to go to the bathroom without your phone out?
Oh, it's hard.
I can't even see. My it doesn't even work. Possible. Yeah.
My detrusor muscle or whatever that muscle is that pushes that into me, it won't come out.
If I gotta poop really bad and I only got like 1%, I will go plug it in and hold my shit until I can get enough to sit through.
I can't do it. That's why I think I bet you there's a spike in anxiety when we ask, or people ask to have their phones put away at a comedy show or a music show, whatever.
Oh, for
I bet
sure.
you their anxiety goes through the roof.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
they're like, I can't,
No, people complain all the time.
It's the best thing, and you do that at the mothership, right?
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's the best thing.
Yeah.
It's better for everybody, too.
Yeah.
It's better for the audience members, better for you, it's better for everybody.
If you were going to get eaten by people, would you rather be an animal or a human?
Yeah.
You have to get eaten.
An animal.
You would want a cannibal to
Yeah, I
eat
don't
you?
want some guy knowing he's eating me.
Right.
Yeah. You don't want him to have that
I'd say,
power.
yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
Alligator. Crocodile.
Quick. It would be quick.
So
How about a hippo?
Hippo would snap you in half, you'd be dead in seconds.
They drown you, right?
Yeah, they just rip you apart.
You don't want hyenas to eat you.
No.
You do not want that.
Because what do? They eat from the back to keep them alive?
They have no concern about putting you down, killing you. Like a tiger, a cat will kill you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're dead before it eats you. Hyenas just start eating you.
Yeah, same as bears.
Yeah.
Bears just
They
start
just start
eating
eating
you.
you.
They start eating you. Wolves just start eating you.
Yeah.
Don't hyenas then throw up the food and then eat their puke?
Yeah,
That's how they
they're the
nourish
only
themselves.
animal.
True story.
Yeah, they're the only animal that eats the full bone. Only animal on the planet that pulverizes the bone. Their jaw strength is such that they pulverize the bone and consume the bone as well. So when they're done, there's no carcass. They're the fucking best animal on the planet. They got pseudo penises. They're
Transgender animals.
They're fucking wild. The women are bigger than the men. I love your bit about them.
They smell it too bad.
And we started the podcast because hyenas have always been my favorite animal, and we both love history, and so we just combined those two things. But hyenas are hilarious, dude.
What was your
Like
bit about
any-
hyenas? I didn't hear
It
it.
was great. It was a long bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a long bit.
It was a good bit.
Basically about their matriarchal power structure.
And why that's bad.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's also they had to do that because male hyenas are such cunts. They fucking eat the babies.
Yeah.
They're monsters. But they're like a medium-sized animal in a world of things way bigger than them.
Yeah.
So they're living around lions.
They get it
Right.
done. They trick you, numbers, they confuse you, they're opportunity killers, they love to kill, steal kills.
That laughing is real. That cackle.
Yeah, and
That's a
they
real
don't
thing.
really know what it is either. They don't actually
populations in order, how you going to make sure the predators don't get out of hand, how you going to make sure that the hyenas always have to worry about the male lions. And that face, look at that face. That face is so crazy.
Yeah, I don't want to get eaten by that.
Washing jaw muscles.
I think.
Oh my God! Look at that face. That's so nuts.
Imagine
that's the last thing you see before you get eaten.
Yeah, I don't know why they remind me.
Yeah. How many people die from hyenas every year?
They eat a lot of people.
Do they?
Yeah. Remember that picture that we saw of a hyena? It's got an elephant's foot in its mouth. Yeah. It's just running around with an elephant.
That was fucking monster.
That was actually our first logo. We put our faces on that. And then we tried to sell merch at it, and people were like, I'm not buying this bloody hyena.
Yeah,
But
and
also,
it's not a picture itself.
Jamie, how many people die from hyenas every year? Hippos kill the most people in Africa, right?
do they?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe hippos are responsible for the most deaths in Africa.
What are they like? Is there a village or something that like lives close to the
I
hippos
think
in
if you
Africa?
fuck around and you get in the water near hippos, you ever see the hippos chasing boats?
Yeah,
They'll chase boats. They're like
No, I haven't.
submarines.
Super
Wow.
territorial.
Yeah, they're rough, man.
Yeah.
You think of them as hungry hippo.
Yeah.
Well, we make the most monstrous animals the cutest.
Yeah.
Polar bears, hippos, yogi.
Teddy bears. Yeah, every kid has a teddy bear. You're like, you don't want
Tony the Tiger.
Yeah, right? Tony the Tiger. How many people every year die? Let's take a guess before we find
Okay.
out. How many people die from hyenas?
Are you ready for this? I'm gonna say that I think in the world, 50 people die of hyenas, and I think 75 die of cannibals.
Whoa.
So I think more people get eaten by other people than hyenas. 1575 is my guessing.
How would you'd have to think of places where people do it for revenge too. I mean, they might eat people for fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That counts. Papua New Guinea. I think there's a very low number of cannibals every year where people get eaten by cannibals. I would say it's less than 20 people get eaten by cannibals. This is my guess. And maybe 75 people every year die from hyenas.
I'm gonna go 800 to 1,000.
Hyenas?
On the whole continent of Serengeti, I mean Africa,
Every year?
1,000,
Jesus.
1,000. Yeah.
What about cannibals?
Cannibals, I think, is a lot higher. I mean, how are we ever going to get that number? Nobody eats somebody and then goes and reports it.
Right.
Yeah, so that's impossible to know.
Right.
But I think hyenas you can track, and I think they probably get hundreds.
But ask Google, because Google tells you to choose
I
trap
bet
chicken
it's not
sea
that
lions.
many. Yeah, I bet it's not that many.
What does that mean?
They want to find an answer. I found one story where a guy was killed by someone. It was the 60th in that year, but I didn't know what year it was.
60th hyena or cannibal?
Hyena death in that year. I was
Wow, I said 50.
Sorry, person killed by hyena.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 1998, 1999, there's people were attacked by hyenas. The 35, 80 children, 12 people killed.
Always 12 children. I know.
Yeah, I'm not seeing tons here.
All right, so funny.
All right.
The happen everywhere you go.
Yeah, you need it.
Bulletproof vest, shotgun, big Bowie knife, fucking everything.
Yep.
You're walking around hyena country, you better be ready to spray.
Yeah, but their attacks are kind of rare.
Hyena attacks?
Who gets people the most? The hippos?
Lions, maybe?
No, hippos, he said.
I
Yeah.
think hippos too. I think hippos are responsible for the most deaths in Africa every year.
But you know who really is responsible for most deaths in Africa?
Humans.
Mosquitoes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which is so crazy.
It kills half of all the people that have ever died.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes have, right?
Mosquitoes have killed half of the people that have ever died.
It's crazy.
Amazing.
Yeah. The most dangerous animal on the planet.
It makes you think, like, is this our planet or is it their planet?
Hippopotamus, animal that kills the most people in Africa with an estimated 500 deaths per year. 500 people get hippos every year.
20 miles an hour they can run?
Yeah.
That's real shit.
Oh, it's real shit. If you have a bad knee, you're in real trouble.
Yeah.
Cape buffalo, they kill a bunch of people every year. Puff adder.
Okay. And snake. Snake makes sense.
How many people do you think die from African lions every year?
I was thinking it was going to be a lot, like 100, but I guess I'm wrong.
Well, if hippos are 500, it can't be 100. Like, let's just guess. How many people die from lions?
If hyenas are, I'm going to say 18.
18 from
because
more people die from hyenas than lions?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that was like in the 80s. There was only 12 people died.
But who's getting close to the lions like this?
Assholes.
Well, they also live out there. I mean, there's a lot of tribes that live out there. They're close by.
There's a tribe and there's a village in Africa I saw. It was on Nat Geo they believe helps keep them safe because hyenas, they don't have to kill anyone; they'll just get the food.
They usually go for the packs, the rule breakers.
Yeah.
I think that's probably smart. Like, make friends with the hyenas.
Why not?
They understand. Keep them as pets. You ever see the dudes who walk around with them with chains on them?
Yeah, that's wild.
That's a gangster move. You walk around with a fucking hyena?
Yeah.
They're big, too.
If we ever do
What's a hyena? Like a $1.50? So like a mastiff looking size?
Yeah, kind of like probably German Shepherd or Mastiff.
Bigger than a shepherd, right?
Probably. I don't know, because they're like wide. They're not that. They're kind of compact. So I don't know.
Can you get them in the U.S.? You can't get them
No.
anywhere here, right?
Maybe you get one in Texas.
Or
Florida.
Texas has a lot of shit.
Like, could you bring one out on stage on the show? Like, if you've got clearance?
If you were Ted Nugent in Texas could bring hyenas on stage.
So bring one out.
He used to ride a buffalo when he was on stage. You ever see that? Yeah. You ever see Ted Nugent ride a buffalo? He had a buffalo that he could ride, and he would ride it on stage. And, like, he's doing a show. He's on a fucking buffalo in front of all these people.
Ted Nugent is the only guy who I've ever heard who made me understand meat eating and how it's no less moral than. He's the only guy who makes sense in my head. He goes, "Oh, you think you're a good person because you're only eating the vegetables?" And then he talks about how many animals have to be killed in order to keep those vegetables from being eaten by other animals.
Right.
Wow. Wild kid.
Wow.
His son owns a bar on Staten Island, and I didn't know. And he was like, "Yeah, my Rocco." Oh, it was just the kid didn't know he was his son. Yeah.
Oh,
You
the
met
other
this
one.
kid? Yeah, Ted.
The kid that he didn't know was his son.
Ted Jr. And he was like, "Yeah, Ted Nugent's my father." He's a really cool guy. And I was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
He was like, "Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking
Did
wild."
you ever hear him explain that? And I was like, "Oh,
Explained it on this podcast.
Oh, you did? Is that
Yeah.
where it was from?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was like,
There's a red curtain behind him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my god, like nobody ever thinks of that.
What is Ted Nugent famous? What is he? Was he a politician? What was Ted Nugent?
Stranglehold, son. You don't ever heard the Stranglehold? You never heard that song?
No.
Come looking now, baby. You don't know that song? Oh my god, you know it. Play Stranglehold.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So he was
It's
a
one of the
musician.
greatest guitar riffs in all of rock and roll.
I'm gonna be honest if I know it.
Come on, son.
So far, it's not ringing a bell.
Hold up. It's just picking up, son. Here we go.
Do you know it?
No,
You don't know
Dare
it.
you? Hold up.
I don't think so.
I've heard this song.
Yeah.
No, I've heard that part.
Hold up. This is a huge hit.
I
don't know it.
Who's the best guitarist of all time?
Hendrix.
Billy Ray?
Hendrix.
Hendrix?
Hold up. All right, we're good.
Stranglehold.
Yeah.
So he's a big
He's famous for
musician.
that. Cat Scratch Fever, another big song.
Okay.
He had a bunch of good songs.
But then what happened? Then he got into politics and
Well,
stuff.
he's just he's a bow hunter and like very vocal about social issues. And
That's
kind
cool.
of a maniac.
Right.
Yeah, kind of a nutty dude, but he's fun.
Yeah.
So then how does he have a son in Staten Island? I don't know.
Well, I
I've
think
never
his
heard of
son, I think he didn't know it was his son, right? It was one of those deals.
But they're close.
Yeah.
They're in a
But he has another
relationship.
son, his son Rocco, that I've met.
Right.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah. I like him. It's a powerful name.
Yeah, I don't agree with everything he says, but that's the case with a lot of people.
Yeah. Each their own.
I think Hendrix is the greatest.
Right.
When it comes to guitars, because Hendrix changed songs with his guitar. Like Eric Clapton famously, when he saw Hendrix play for the first time, was like, "What am I doing? Why am I even doing this?" Eric Clapton.
Right.
Eric Clapton played like. I mean, he was amazing.
How about Billy Ray Vaughan?
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Sorry, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray Vaughan
Tin
was
Can Alley.
amazing. He used to play at our club.
I can't believe this is
There's
Billy Ray Vaughan. I got confused with
Billy Ray Cyrus. breaky heart.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Kid
Tin Alley is one of my
Have you ever
favorite
seen
songs.
in the corridor of when you're going on stage at the mothership those photos of Stevie Ray Vaughan? Those are him on stage at the Ritz
Oh,
from
crazy.
1983.
Wow.
Yeah, he performed there a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Lord Nelson performed there.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, that place has some history.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
It's burned in there.
Yeah.
I brought in Ghost Hunters to check it out. Sam and Colby, we brought in Ghost Hunters.
Did they find it?
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I don't know what's real.
Yeah.
But if someone was murdered there, someone was definitely shot there. It was
Right.
we were. It used to be a nudie movie theater, and it was a pool hall. So it was like a nudie movie theater, a pool hall. It was a punk rock club. There was like a lot of history there.
Right. People would unite there.
And do you think it's possible that it was built on an Indian burial ground?
Indian burial ground. It's so much better that you fucked that up. There used to be a swastika on the wall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So when we tore down, so there's like wallboard, and you tear down the wallboard and get to the raw brick, and in the raw brick there's a fucking swastika on the wall, and we're like, this is crazy. And so while we're building the place up, I come in like 4 months later. I'm like, hey guys, why is there fucking swastika still here? Like we're gonna open. You gotta get rid of the swastika. So they tell one of the construction guys to take off the paint where the swastika is. And so you know what he does? He takes it off in the shape of the swastika. So he cleans up. So now it's brighter. And now it's like bright and white. It's like, hey, it's still a fucking swastika. Get it off the wall. Jesus Christ.
Was it the swastika from like the Hindu symbol before?
No. It was probably from the punk rock days. Somebody probably thought they were being fuck yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Probably someone being a rebel. I'm a rebel.
And they threw it up.
Yeah, they threw it up. They painted it on the wall. It stayed there.
Wow. Yeah.
They never cleaned it up. Like, this is so crazy.
That reminds me of the old Punchline in Atlanta that had the Vince Champ.
This is Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh wow. Just fully naked on stage.
Yeah, with socks over their dicks, remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They used to do that.
That was a good move back then.
Yeah.
You get away with that. You show your pubes.
Why not?
Cover your balls in cack with socks.
Throw it up.
Cack.
They got good bodies, nice lean bodies.
Yeah.
I saw a thing that said like hunter gatherers, what their bodies, not only the flexibility they had is unmatched, but they actually have bigger brains. You ever see this? That they actually think that they were smarter than us. They have bigger heads and bigger brains.
Well, they probably have to process a lot of things. Like, what is smart? Is it smart to just be able to use ChatGPT and find answers to things, or is it smart to have to figure stuff out about nature to stay alive?
Right.
There's different kinds of intelligence. You take like the smartest guy ever, and you let him loose in the Amazon. How long is he gonna live? He's not gonna live very
Stephen
long.
Hawking's not going to make it.
Hunter-gatherers generally have larger brains compared to later human populations as the demands of their lifestyle, including complex foraging strategies and navigating diverse environments, likely put selective pressure on the evolution of larger brain capacity for problem solving and planning. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Expensive tissue hypothesis, interesting, which suggests that a diet rich in meat allowed for the energy expenditure needed to maintain a larger brain. Did you see those? They found a new population of humans that existed as recently as I think 100,000 years ago. But they found them in China, and they have much larger heads.
Really?
Yeah, they found out they thought they were Denisovans, I think, at one point in time, which also is a fairly new discovery. They found Denisovans in 2010. But this is another one. This is another new species of human being they studied that they found, and they had large heads.
Haven't they found like 12, like 11 different hominids now?
There's quite a few. There's quite a few. Including the really controversial ones like Homo floresiensis or Floresiensis.
What was that one? What was
Those
that?
are the hobbit people. The island of Flores. They were little tiny
Squeaks.
small people. Little squeaks. Little twins.
So, yeah.
Late 1970s. Yeah, there it is. Homo juliensis. Fossils began belonging to 16 individuals were found in 2 different locations in China. They appear to belong to unique species. Thousands of artifacts, stone tools, and animal bones. This one is the larger-headed one. Is that the same one? Is that it? Because it says in the late 70s fossils. I think this is large. I know I have a photo of it. I know I have. I saved it because I wanted to look at. Yeah, Dragon Man. That's it. Really complete skull. The discovered in China in 1930 is the basis for the proposed new human species, Homo long, that's it, known as Dragon Man. Skulls found in 33 Shanghua River in Harbin, China, where a bridge is being built. Okay, the skull is a combination of ancient and modern features, including a large brain similar to modern humans and Neanderthals, a low forehead. This is it.
But how do they know that these are? Couldn't it just be like a weird-looking kid? Like if me and Giannis were laying down, we found our skeletons, you would think we might be different types of species. I mean, he's got a peanut head and I have a head like a Cro-Max.
Good point, right?
Yeah.
Shaq Murray right next to
Yeah.
Richards and Midgets.
It could just be different people.
Yeah,
That is.
good point.
You want to talk about feelings? These kids definitely have feelings. Neanderthals? Oh my God.
What's the
They
smell like?
must have been bad, dude.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Here, Jimmy. I think this is a different thing. I'm going to send it to you right now. I'm going to send you the title. I just saved it on my phone so I could look at it later. But I didn't really look at it too much.
Right.
But they keep finding these new versions of humans.
Right.
So it's like, how many of them were there? And why did these exist? Like, what was so great about
I think we were most vicious, right? We just killed off the other ones.
Dogs.
You think dogs?
Dogs.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
You're 100% positive.
My street smart says it. Science says it. Like it's nation, in the understanding of how, but it's pretty solid that that's what gave us the edge.
So we domesticated dogs.
We teamed up with dogs and we had a symbiotic relationship, and we were able to protect ourselves better.
So this is it. Large head people, mysterious new form of ancient human emerges. This is it. So a provocative new piece of nature has proposed a whole new group of ancient humans, cousins of the Denisovans and Neanderthals that once lived alongside Homo sapiens in eastern Asia more than 100,000 years ago. Brains of these extinct humans probably hunted horses in small groups were much bigger than any other hominin of their time, including our own species. This is it. The large head people, yeah. So that's it. It is that name, though. Oh, no. In the past, it says. Some science have attributed to it. But that's not what they're saying. So they think it's different.
The Denisovans, as they say. Some scientists have attributed the Jurassic fossils to Denisovans.
Right.
I did.
In the past. So now they think it's a totally different thing, right?
I didn't know people ate horses.
Oh, yeah.
Has every animal been eaten?
Oh, a lot of people eat horses, man.
Yeah, still
That
right now.
Shavkat Rakhmonov, the #1 contender in the welterweight division,
Okay.
says it's his favorite food.
Horse food.
Yeah, he's from Kazakhstan. He rides horses and he eats horses. He's like, I love horse. He loves them all the way.
You ever tried it?
Yeah, I've had horse.
Good.
I had it in Montreal. There's a restaurant in Montreal, one of the best restaurants in the world. Shout out to Joe B.
Oh, of course.
It's
Oh, yeah.
incredible place. And we went there, Ari and I. We had, I don't know what Gunter too. We had a horse tartare and we had a horse loin.
And it was good.
Fucking really good. It's game. It's like wild game. It's like eating an antelope or eating an elk.
Right.
It's real similar. It's not bad.
Yeah.
But I remember it was on All in the Family. And the bunkers were poor. They weren't doing so well. And Edith went to the store and she bought horse meat. And she served it to Archie. And it was like a big deal. I'm eating this, boy. Remember that episode?
I never saw it.
I don't. But again, another good impression.
I remember it was like a real problem in the family that she fed him horse meat.
Yeah.
But they were so poor, they didn't know what to eat.
Yeah. Well, I just feel bad for horses. I mean, they love us around.
They're also very sweet.
Yeah.
Like they're connected to people.
Right.
You need to get connected to a horse.
Yeah. I can't eat horses. I can't eat dogs. I just can't do it.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Dogs get eaten a lot, unfortunately, right?
I think dogs and humans are connected genetically.
I think so too. I think there's a place in our brain that kind of matches up with
Yeah.
them, and we evolve together. Something's up. It's magical.
Yeah. My dog, he's a part of my family.
Yeah.
I'm connected to that dog.
Yeah, me too.
See, I don't want a dog, but maybe I should get a dog.
Oh,
They just do it.
Dogs are great. But you're a weirdo. You probably give him away.
I would.
You probably say I can't take it anymore, so I gave it to this Puerto Rican family.
I did.
They raised it to be an attack dog, and I feel bad. Now he's attacking people.
I would. I gotta be
Like
better.
that fucking dream house you got rid of when you moved into
Sold
the
it.
city like a retard.
Like a fucking retard. Now I bought one that was too expensive because ChatGPT told me to.
Why didn't you try to buy your old house then?
Because I did, and they won't sell it. The guys won't sell it. But what can I do?
What can you do?
Nothing. I gotta
do that anymore.
No.
Call him now. And you have like
Him and I talk
he's
about
a much more logical person.
He is. His brain. He's more kind of controlled than me. I go a little wild, and he kind of keeps me back.
Well, I mean, somebody. I'm not going to say I said it, but I don't know how controlled him. But it was bought by a Muslim family.
A Palestinian family on October 8th.
Yeah.
So after October 7th, the next day, when we sold it, October 8th, and my
they see that they're in a place where they can accomplish it, so they're like, we can actually live there.
Yeah,
And they just do it.
So they moved in big, and yeah, and my neighbors were kind of mad that we just picked up and left. But what can you do? I had to go. I had to move to Queens.
You didn't have to.
No.
You should have called somebody. That's the time you should call me.
Well, now I'll know. Now I know.
Yeah, please do. I'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're like, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Right.
He's head back, though. He's head back.
As soon as we get out of here, I'm going to call my accountant and see if we can rescind that offer or we locked in legally.
Oh, no.
I just found out ChatGPT's liar.
You get panicky.
Oh, yeah, I get real
bad.
panicky. I get real panicky.
Yet you still do these.
I still do it because I think I don't do drugs, so I think I get and so this is a game. My father was a compulsive gambler and told me never to gamble, so I thought I escaped it because I don't know anything about cards and sports gambling. I don't know anything about it.
Do it with life choices.
Yes, which is kind of a little riskier.
A lot of people do.
Yep, I get
a
a
life choices gamblers out there.
Yeah. But now I'm looking for peace. I'm looking for my path to peace, so I'm trying to just, be at peace.
Radical acceptance.
Radical acceptance. Being friendly with my present, being gentle with life. We're trying. We're trying, baby. Yeah.
Scary. You should run mountains or something.
That's what it is. Well, I tried to, but I got a bad Achilles.
That can be fixed.
I know, but I've been trying to.
What's wrong with your Achilles?
I don't know, man. Well, I have tendinosis in the Achilles, and they did the X-ray, and they see some scar tissue in there. So they actually told me,
Why don't you get stem cells?
I can't get them anymore.
Get them here.
Here, I'll come down here. They told me PRP.
That'll help too.
Spin the blood.
Yeah. Things like vitrectomy.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, but you should get stem cells while you're here. How long are you in town for?
I go home tonight.
Damn.
But I can come back.
Okay. Come back.
All right.
But you booked at the club anytime?
No.
You should come back, and when you come back, we'll set it up so you can go to waste well before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get a little
Because a buddy of mine, my friend Evan, had a fucked up Achilles. It was bothering him for years. And
Yeah.
you got stem cell today? Gone. Pain's
Really?
Yeah. It was bothering him for years.
That's me. I've been 2 years with this. I have a growth on the back of my heel.
Oh, from the bone?
Yeah, like the bones
Getting
grow.
irritated?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's all fucked up. But I do have a clean colon. I had 2 polyps,
Yay.
like under 3 centimeters. We're good to go, baby.
Congratulations.
Clean ass. So does he. We got our colonoscopies a month apart.
Everyone should get a colonoscopy starting at 40. Everyone should get it. It's on the rise as
You
a
know what
young
you could
people.
really do? You could do a comprehensive blood screen to test you for all cancers, not just asshole cancer. Well, they have that now. It's a lot easier and it's better.
You never did a colonoscopy?
I had my once.
Right.
I did.
Why? What's wrong with it? I didn't.
I think
I
that,
didn't wake up that hard.
Yeah.
I think that if you go, I didn't have a colonoscopy. No, I had an exam where they go in there with fingers. They didn't go in there with a
Did a
big
microscope in there?
No.
He woke up during his because he liked it.
I woke up. I swear to God. No, I wasn't even hard. I'm not even fucking around. I woke up in the middle of it because I just, something was in my ass. I woke up. Yeah. I woke up. I went to Teo.
But they can screen you with this, I forget what it's called. They do that at Waste Well too. They send it up to a lab, they take your blood and they screen you for like 100 kinds of cancer.
Right. That's the way
good.
to go.
Yeah. They got the full body scan now too.
They're trying to attach, there was some thing that I was reading, they were trying to attach cooking oils to cancer, specific kinds of cooking oils and colon cancer. Particular specific types of seed oils that things are cooked in, and the prevalence of that in the human diet accounts for cancer.
Yeah.
Why?
Colon cancer's on the rise.
Why is this stuff not available in New York? Why can you only do this kind of stuff in Texas?
You can do it in New York. I guarantee you just don't know the right people.
Right.
I guarantee you probably can't do stem cells to the extent. It's like there's not a lot of these clinics because of a lot of FDA regulations and the way they work. Utah's a really good state for it. They have like much looser regulations.
Right.
But a lot of people wind up going to Mexico. There's a place in Mexico called the CPI, Cellular Performance Institute. A lot of UFC fighters go there because they have an arrangement with the UFC. You do violent shit there in Mexico.
That's what Aaron Rodgers did, right? With his Achilles. He went down there, got the stem cells. He's good to go.
Yep. He actually got treated here. He got treated at Waste Well.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers did.
Oh.
Yeah.
I should just go.
Yeah, you definitely should. If I'd known that you had that issue, I would have gotten you in early this morning.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll come back.
Yeah, Ron White actually just went and he hurt himself doing yoga. And he fucked up his ankle. They just treated him.
And now he's good.
Well, he just got it yesterday. It takes a while for it's better.
Right.
But it will get you better a lot quicker than not having it. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that have had like pretty serious issues cleared up.
Like torn Achilles.
Torn ligaments. As long as it's not a broke joint.
No.
Then you definitely need surgery. Achilles is a bad one because it's like, God, there's so much torque on that when you're moving, and then you gotta screw it back down to your bone. sure you strengthen it enough before you start using it, so you have to be real diligent about your rehab. Like, look how long it took Aaron Rodgers. He has state-of-the-art access to ways to well, and he was way ahead of the curve, way ahead of what it takes most people to do. But even then, he couldn't really play that year. He had to wait until it was, the next season.
Yeah, those used to be like career ending.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Now
it's good.
I got because I've been doing like calf exercises and like strengthening all around, and it's just like a year and a half. I'm like, dude, the pain is still there if I explode too much. So, but it's also, I mean, what am I going to do? I got horrific feet, Joe. My feet are horrific. My toes cross over. I have no arches. I have feet that look like they should be shoved into high heels. And
Have you ever work out with barefoot shoes? You know those like weightless, like
They'd have to custom make them for his feet.
Yeah, where you put your toe into each individual hole.
No, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
You can get those too. Those are like the barefoot shoes. Those are
Those help.
yeah, those are okay. Those are good. The toe shoes. I used to have those. But the ones I really like are they have a wide toe box, so your feet spread out, and there's very minimal amount of sole, just to kind of protect you from sharp things you stand on. But it allows your toes to move as individual units. So a regular shoe acts as like a cast. Like if you have like a thick soled boot and like a hard surface your foot sits on, it's like a cast. So your toes aren't really working. Your legs are picking it up, and your foot is basically atrophying inside that. And then if you work out barefoot, and especially if you work out and where you do something explosive like jumping and stuff with barefoot, then you're using your feet the way they're supposed to use all the muscle strength there. A lot of people have very, very weak feet.
Yeah, I can't even move my toes individually. If you like, Chris, move your toe, I'll go like this.
Do this?
No, I can't do it.
That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, it's like, it's horrible.
You should probably take care of that before it gets bad.
Maybe.
Yeah,
She's saying it's good. Ask me to move my toe. Say, move my toe. Say, Chris, move your toe. Somebody say, move your toes.
Yeah, basketball feet I gotta do.
Yeah.
That's all I can do.
LeBron's feet are like that too. Did you play a lot of basketball?
I did, yeah.
Maybe that's it.
I did.
Maybe it's all that like smushing in the shoe.
It could be.
Is that what it is, Jen?
Yeah, definitely. I had to wear extra pairs of socks. Everything like up to
Yeah, put that fucking hook back in the
No good, right?
machine.
So that you see on the ankle here, I got a little bony.
That's where it's fucked up.
But I do have good hamstring flexibility, not bad.
That's not bad. Congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
LeBron's feet are evil looking.
He hasn't been playing, right? Did he come back in the NBA yet? Oh. Coming back? What happened? Was he hurt?
Never. That was 2 years ago. Time to get his body.
Oh, that's right. The mental. Yeah, timeout.
But who knows?
Everybody, anybody who takes out of anything now, people are like, Diddy. That's everybody.
Diddy party.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Imagine like him regretting saying it was.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
wow. Just smashed up.
I mean, pinky toes, bruised.
A lot of kickboxers have feet like that too. Feet all fucked up.
Brutal.
Yeah, imagine it. You think about kickboxers, how many elbows they kick. Like John Jones can't even fight unless he has his big toe on his left foot taped to his next toe. He has to have it taped up because he tore his toe completely upside down. When he was beating up Chael Sonnen, and he didn't realize it until I was interviewing him after the fight, and he looks down and sees his toes like, he freaks out and he has to sit down.
The adrenaline, you didn't even feel it.
Didn't even feel it. His toe was upside down. Like
Wow.
the bottom of his toe was facing up.
Wow.
It was horrible.
I would probably say one-on-one him, anyone in history, just because of how skilled he is.
That's his story.
Oh,
Damn.
my God.
Yeah, bro.
Yo.
So you noticed it first, though?
No, I think he did. He noticed it. I think he
Oh,
did.
God.
Yeah. He destroyed his toe.
So what happened? It twisted all the way around?
That's from the force of beating the fuck out of Chael Sonnen. That's what that's from. Like ground and pound when he had him on the ground, just smashing down on him.
Jeez.
Somebody isolated the moment his toe curls over him. You can see it in like the replay. Yeah. The moment his toe, just the amount of torque he was putting on to try to kill Chael Sonnen.
Is he doing Gloria or
Aspinall.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Aspinall. I think they're trying to come to some sort of agreement. The rumor is that he wants $30 million, and the UFC's going to pay him. Hopefully.
I agree with him. Him and Gloria would be Pereira.
Yeah.
Sorry, would be the fight everyone wants to see.
Yeah, perhaps.
Because it's been so dominant.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, if it's going to happen, they're both 37, which should probably happen soon. But John is, the heavyweight champion of the world, and Pereira has challengers in the light heavyweight division, especially Ankalaev. He's supposed to be fighting Ankalaev. Ankalaev is fucking very dangerous. And number one contender. And he's been on a winning streak for a long ass time. He's only got one draw, and that was to Jan Blachowicz, who was the former champion. So he's like at the top of the heap, and he's been waiting for a title shot for a long time, but he's been talking a lot of shit. Alex doesn't like to talk shit. Says that fuck him, make him wait. And so I think Alex just said that he's going to fight in March, and that he's not going to fight Ankalaev. Because if he's fighting in March, when is Ramadan?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I thought you
I don't
were
know.
I thought you were doing good.
Ramadan.
I thought you was done.
I think it's in the summer. It's in.
No. Okay, so he wouldn't be able to fight. Ankalaev wouldn't be able to fight in March. Because if it's like March 3rd, and he's got to go through the entire month of Ramadan preparing for a world title fight. February 28th, and it ends Saturday, March 29th. So that's exactly during the time period where he's going to fight.
And with Ramadan, the whole month you can only drink water?
No. You can't. You definitely can drink water. You can eat food. But you can only do it after sundown. So Bilal Muhammad, who was the UFC welterweight champion, he observed Ramadan, and he was training and fighting. You'd have to take a fight during Ramadan. So what he would do is he would get up at like 4:30 in the morning before it was dark out, before it was light out rather. He'd have a big meal, and then he would go to the gym, and then he would have no water at the gym, nothing. And then at the end of the day, and also he also didn't sleep during the day. Like a lot of them, like their hack of that is they just sleep during the day and train and eat at night. And he said that if you do that, then you miss out on the religious suffering, which he thinks is very important for Ramadan. So he would do it the way you're supposed to do it, where he worked out with no water, trained, and then he would finally get to the nighttime session. He'd be able to eat, and then have a nighttime training session, going a little later than normal. And so that's how he would do his day.
Wow. That's why these dudes are dominating. They're just tougher.
Discipline.
He started working with the Dagestani guys, right? And then he just turned into a beast.
Well, those guys are hard fucking core. They want no distractions, no women, no bullshit. Get off your phone. Let's go to work.
They're probably not jerking off. To be honest,
Probably.
They keep it loaded up.
Yeah.
Keep a loaded glue gun.
Yeah.
Right?
That's something about having a loaded glue gun, right? When you're going into the ring, you want to be glued up, full of glue.
Some people believe that. Yeah. Some people believe that you're not supposed to ejaculate within a couple weeks of a big fight.
Didn't you not masturbate out of respect of 9/11?
That's true. I wanted to go until we found Bin Laden, the perpetrator, but obviously that was too long. But I did go until October 1st. From 9/11 to October 1, I said, as in my respect back to this country, and Paige, because I'm not going to belittle at all until we get into this month of September.
Didn't we have a joke about waiting until the second tower fell?
Probably.
He jerked off.
It's funny. Yeah.
I think it was a joke. He didn't make it until the second tower fell.
Yeah. Dude, I remember there was like a vigil, like on September 18th or whatever, like a week later in like my neighborhood, and I was playing basketball as a basketball player, and I was playing in the park. And I remember when I left, everyone was just standing outside your house with like American flags and candles, and I wouldn't dribble my basketball because I was like, I think like a sound or any type of dribble of the ball, disrespectful. And then a guy gave me a flag, like as I was walking, as if to say, take one of these as you're walking home, and I just walked with that flag. I love our fucking country, big Joe. Yeah, I just love it, and I hate when people talk shit about it.
Yeah. Well, get ready.
Yeah.
We got some coming. We got some drones.
Listen to Joy Reid.
Yeah. We should try to swat those things out of the air.
What do you think they are? If you had a guess.
I think they are. I was joking about the AI thing. I think they're Chinese. I don't want to say because I'm available to the CCP for whatever they need me to do.
Yeah.
Disinformation will do it.
I think that they are sniffing the radiation. I think that that's the most plausible. That I don't know if they know about it or not, but I think they're probably looking for radiation. I don't know that a nuke's necessarily going off, but I think that's probably what it is. If I just guess, if I really had to guess.
Well, I think they're being launched from submarines underwater.
Yes.
And
that's what's crazy is like if that's the case, how many submarines and how big are these submarines? Because these things are the size of an SUV, and some of them were coming from some like untrackable distance offshore, 50 plus miles offshore, and they're the size of an SUV and they can stay in the air for 5 hours. So what's the power source? And then the other problem is they don't exhibit a heat signature like a regular drone does. So do they have some sort of cooler?
is that why they can't track them?
Yeah, they're having a hard time tracking them because of that. Like, they're having a hard time tracking them with infrared. They don't know why they can stay in the sky for 5 hours at a time. Ryan Graves, who's a fighter pilot, was on the other day and he was explaining to us like there's certain aspects to some of these drones that are above the state of the art. They're doing things that we can't do. The big one is the flying for that many hours. That's crazy. The heat signature part, that's crazy. All the jammers and all different things they try to do to find the signal all the time, none of that
What
works.
is he thinking? Why don't they just knock one out of the air? That's what I don't understand.
Good question.
That's what makes me skeptical. Is he think does he think it's government or the American?
I sent you something earlier today, Jamie, that I knew this subject was going to come up about it. I don't know. There's also some stuff, like, is it real? I don't know if it's real. I don't know what we're looking at. There's some stuff that's like these orbs that they're filming.
Oh, yeah.
And they've zoomed in on them. And you look at the zoomed in version of it, like, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that guy?
Yeah. We just don't know if it's real or not.
FAA bans drones in parts of New Jersey, threatens deadly force for imminent security threat. These areas have all now been deemed national defense airspace.
The Aviation Administration issued bans on flying drones in multiple cities across New Jersey, including several in our area, due to security reasons. These areas are all now considered national defense airspace. Here's a map of those sites: the city of Camden, Gloucester City, Winslow Township, Evesham, Hancock's Bridge in Lower Allarose Township in Salem County, West Hampton, Burlington, and Hamilton. Unmanned aircraft are not allowed in those areas through January 17th unless approved by the federal government. The FAA says pilots who violate the airspace, meaning pilots on the ground as well, may be detained and interviewed by law enforcement. The agency warns that the U.S. government may use deadly force against drones it deems an imminent threat. These restrictions come just days after the FBI released a joint government statement saying most of the reported drone sightings were just airplanes, manned drones, and stars in the sky.
Shut the fuck up.
Trying to get answers.
Listen, Donald Trump's not giving press conferences about airplanes and stars in the sky.
Right.
You don't think that he knows something more than that?
I was going to ask, do you think he knows?
He's not staying in his golf course. He wouldn't go to his golf course. He was hovering over the golf course. There's a real problem. This gaslighting is not helping anybody.
Do you think it just goes out of the news one day, or we will get an answer as the public?
I don't know. I would never have guessed that it would be this big of a deal for so long.
Right.
How long has it been going on?
Since early November, mid-November. Around Thanksgiving, and it's been the same. Isn't it been like the same type of year, same time of year, like for a couple of years that this has been happening?
But not like this. It's never gotten
Never
like
not this many. No, not this many. But they were going over military bases,
And now they're just going over New Jersey.
Now they're
Jamie,
just
pull that video up of the one that I got on my Instagram. So I took this one from, I forget what their Instagram page is, but it's up on the page to give them a shout out. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is fake. This is the one we were looking at earlier.
Yeah.
I showed it to these guys in the green room last night. We were all freaking out. Like, what is that? The way the goddamn thing moves.
favorite meme of it.
So click on it so we can hear it. That meme gets used for so many different things. Listen to these guys talking when they're talking.
Shh, quiet.
So you see this thing. So what you're concentrating on is the one in the lower right.
Like, literally, look at that thing. Guy right there.
So it's moving.
No, that's not moving quick enough. There's no tail. Right below the boat.
So when it gets above, this is where it gets weird. Because it's slowly rising. It gets above that other thing, which might be the moon. I'm not sure what that other thing is. I think it's the moon. So that other thing, it gets above it, and then it starts taking off. And when it starts taking off, it does it with no sound at a fucking insane rate of speed. Like, look at that.
What the fuck? You just went out to space. You just went out to
Oh my God.
You just went out to space.
That's why.
Those guys are reacting like they're watching it.
Yeah. I don't know if that's real. It could be fake. It could be all AI generated. It's ambiguous and blurry enough, though, that I'm willing to entertain it.
Right.
If that's really what they saw, that's a bunch of different people have seen things like that over time. And this is like the Tic Tac story. This is the one that Ryan Graves showed us that this lady photographed over Florida. That these things, and they've seen it on. This is one that was seen by multiple people from different planes. That this thing moved and then shot off into space, and so they've got photos of it. But whatever that thing's doing, it's doing something that we can't do. that speed that thing takes off, that's faster than any rocket we have. That's faster than any fighter jet. That thing just shoots off into space at some impossible speed.
So it's either us, the drones are either. Why are they blinking if it's not us? Why do they have?
That one wasn't blinking.
No, but I mean the drones. I'm saying the drones are blinking. So I'm saying if the drones are ours, maybe there's been like UFO activity, and they're throwing these drones up to try to capture it with better.
Or what better way to distract people from actual UFOs that you know are going to be all over the sky than to put a bunch of drones up there too?
Right, that too.
Yeah. If you have a bunch of shit that seems like stuff that you've seen, like a drone, like flying around, and then there's stuff that is impossible with it, that's a good way to cover up the impossible stuff. Have a bunch of regular drones.
Yeah. But at this point, why would they do that? Everyone's already accepted the fact that UFOs are out there.
Not really. If there was a big thing where all of a sudden the sky was filled with those football field size fucking motherships, like people would lose their shit. But if you could slowly get people accustomed to it, the way people got accustomed to masks. In the beginning, in 2019, if you saw someone with a mask on, like, what the fuck is going on? By 2021, why doesn't this guy have a mask on? Right? Just in a couple of years, everybody was wearing a mask. If we get accustomed to stuff, if you get accustomed to things being in the sky, and then all of a sudden there's nothing, like you could float anything in the sky. If you have weirder and weirder drones, and then start showing spaceships, people would freak out way less.
Right. I don't know, dude. If someone tells me it's a drone, I'm chill, and if someone shows me a football field size spacecraft, I'm gonna freak out.
That's a big leap.
In a good way.
What about one the size of a car? That's definitely not ours.
So you think they're just
like
doling them out?
Yeah,
by size?
if I was going to do that, if I was going to get people prepared for an imminent invasion, like if I knew that there was UFOs on the way, if like we're working at the James Webb Telescope and we get a photo of a mothership and it's heading towards us, it's going to be here in 4 months, what would you do? Well, if I knew that they were going to be sending drones and probes into our atmosphere, and maybe they've already done that, to obscure that, I would put a bunch of our drones up there and have them hover over cities so it doesn't freak people out, but we know that that's coming.
I mean, being freaked out is probably the least of our problems when they come.
Well,
they're coming.
Collapse of civil society is really possible if aliens show up. Like, if they just instantaneously showed up, things could completely collapse, and we knew that our leaders are just nothing compared to these new things that are visiting us from some other place and doing things that are impossible with our technology. We're helpless. We're lost. We're confused. They can shut down nuclear power plants. They can shut down the grid. They can shut down any weapon systems that we have. Instantaneously, power goes off. If all those stories are true, the best way to keep people from absolutely freaking out is to slowly trickle it in on them, get them more and more accustomed to this, like as a psyop.
How committed are you to this theory?
Yeah, not very. I go all over the place.
Yeah.
I think, according to someone that I spoke to, and this is someone who has a high-level clearance, and someone who worked for the government in this capacity, he said some of these they're not human. They're not exhibiting, whatever they are, they're exhibiting technology that is far beyond what we're capable of.
Right.
And then there's other ones, like Ryan Graves said, that are beyond state-of-the-art, that you can kind of sort of get that they would be a drone, but how is it in the air for 5 hours? How does it not have a heat signature? How does it know when other drones are coming near it, when they're flying jets near it, and they just shut the lights off and disappear? These things are just shutting off.
Dude, right, this isn't, they're aliens. Maybe they're alien drones.
It's possible. And if you were also, if you were an alien and you wanted to get people accustomed to this without freaking out, wouldn't you start sending drones that are similar to what we have, but just many levels better? But similar enough, so you go, oh, I know what that is.
Or they could just, like, get on the TV and be like, hey, dudes, but they probably, if they could get here, they know how to speak our language. Yeah. They just go, hey, dudes, we're chill. We're coming here. Or they just go, hey, guys, it's over. We're going to, like, you guys see the Matrix? We're about to use you as some sort of fuel. Whatever they're going to do.
Or maybe they're not going to be mean to us at all. That's possible, too.
If they're that intelligent, they're not mean. They're not mean. People who
Yeah, like us.
Yeah, we're not.
Or maybe the prison claimant thing I said in the beginning of the show, this is how it happens. Well, you ever heard Bob Ladon talk about one of the most disturbing things that he found?
What?
No. one of the most disturbing things when he was doing the back engineering program on this supposed crashed alien spaceship or recovered alien spaceship was that they had a thick binder that was about religion. And the thing, we'll have it play. We'll have it play. It's one of those ones we've played a few times. But it's the RabbiRothschild is a read. It's a read telling the truth. And it seems like he's definitely telling the truth about a lot. He definitely worked at Los Alamos Labs. He was on the employee roster. He has a detailed understanding of the building. He knew all the security people when they took him there. And George napped him while George was there. He definitely worked there, and he definitely was a promotions expert. And he says they hired him to go and try to figure out this fucking thing. Here, listen to this.
The hardcore thing was that there was an extremely classified document dealing with religion without that stuff. Period. But why would they be retaining classified material dealing with religion? I want to go back to the beginning. I want to be better. It's so far out.
All right, here's Nixon knows
Okay.
what he says.
That word container, that self-supposedly was heaven. So we are nothing but containers.
Containers, though.
Containers. Maybe containers of storage and plumbers, whatever theory you want, but we're containers. And that's how we're meant to live in doctrine. That religion was specifically created so we have some rules and regulations for the sole purpose of not damaging the container.
That's
It's just too
George.
yeah,
That's
too
George
freaked
Knapp,
out.
by the way. Shout out to George.
Yeah, I mean,
freaked out.
but it's
right.
but
It's kind of what you were talking
the
about.
prison planet theory doesn't seem so crazy if the advanced alien race is eating our negative emotions. Just don't be negative. And you'll be safe, dude. Just be happy. That's what they've been trying to tell Bob Marley. Everybody's been trying to tell you this.
What is this, Jamie? What are you showing me here?
I believe that video you posted is from April.
April 12th, 2024, at Mountain Standard Time, Eastern Arizona, off the Black River in the White Mountains, the Fort Apache Indian Reservation. And oh, by the way, my friend Cam Haynes, he hunts at one of the Apache reservations. He says they see them there all the time. He said they see crazy shit in the sky all the time. These guys are hunting out there. You know, this enormous reservation, unbelievable pristine forest land. He says they see crazy shit, and they just accept it that it's true.
Right, I believe that.
Most of the guys working there have seen something.
Yeah. I mean, that
That's
makes
also
sense to me.
where Travis Walton, this guy, that was in Arizona too, wasn't it, Kenny?
This very end of the video, he comes to make up the moon. I don't know if this is better because it's been reposted less, but
It does look better. It definitely looks better. But this is the same thing.
Are you freaked out by this?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not enough that it's gonna fuck up my day, right? Because it freaks me out, but it's not freaking me out like I can't sleep.
Right.
It's freaking me out like Ukraine freaks me out where I can't sleep.
Yeah.
You know, like that stuff freaks me out. The looking for a nuke in the East Coast, that freaks me out where it'll fuck with my sleep. If I think about that before I go to bed, the one thing that I can genuinely believe in, here's your son. Let's take a look at it while it's taking off. And this is the thing, it's like there's no sound. Look how fast it's going. Like what can go that fast? What the fuck can go that fast?
It's crazy.
That is insane. That has to be, I don't even want to guess how many thousands of miles an hour that thing is going. But if you were a person inside, you're jello. If you're going that fast,
Paul Verzi's dad and mom saw it, and it was not only the dad, mom, it was like an aunt. They were all there, and I asked his mom. She's like a religious person, and she said, "Yeah." I mean, and they said it was low, had lights on it. The father, Ron is a funny guy, yeah, and he doesn't believe in that stuff. And it was low, like above the tree line. He made it out. It was a saucer, and then he said it shot up and turned into the top of the sky. And this was in the 80s.
did you guys ever hear the Betty and Barney Hill story?
No.
Betty and Barney Hill were a couple in, I think it was the 1950s.
Oh, yes, I know.
They were the first abduction story, and they did hypnotic regression. They both had the same story. They saw something in the sky. They pulled over their car, and then they woke up, and they don't know what the fuck happened. But they were haunted by this, and they had this hypnotic regression. They told this crazy story about being taken aboard this craft. It's very similar to Travis Walton's story. It's very similar to a bunch of stories of abduction.
And what is this? Like they get tested on? Like, or they just don't remember anything?
You know, it's hard to say when you're dealing with hypnotic because the thing about these, when you're recalling things through hypnosis, is like people are very susceptible to someone imparting a memory into them. know, like, what was the process like in which you interview these people. But John Mack, who is a psychologist from Harvard, wrote a book called Abduction that I read in the 1990s that detailed all the different people that he worked on that he was, having these hypnotic regression sessions with these people, and they were all telling me similar stories about being abducted, and that he believed that there was a few people on Earth where they would revisit. They would find, just like we do with animals, where we put collars on them, right? When they catch like a mountain lion, they'll put a collar on that mountain lion so they can understand where the mountain lion's going, where his terrain is, how they do it with wolves when they relocate them. They put collars on them so they know where they're on all the time. And it makes sense that they would probably want to understand us, so they would pick certain ones, and if they had a way to silence your memories and completely put you in some sort of a state where they could manipulate you and take you to some place and do examinations on you and then put you back with no memory of it other than just like weird nightmares, that makes sense.
Well, it shows that they're compassionate if they put you back.
I guess,
yeah.
Or that this is how they study you. They want to know. I mean, there's no stories of them stealing people, right? They just do it to bring you back.
Yeah.
But like, what are they? If that's real, like, what's the purpose of it? Like, what are they doing? I would imagine they're studying us the same. Like, if we could study chimps, and the chimps had no idea we studied them, like we would do that. Instead, we guard them. We guard them, and then you wake up like, what the fuck? But that's how we do it. And
right.
They would probably do it in a real similar way, just more sophisticated.
How about that other abduction story about those guys who were like those brutal guys in the 70s or something?
Travis Warren.
Oh, that's it?
That's the Arizona story, the logger. Yeah.
Those guys, I believe it.
That story is crazy because the other guys in the truck, one of the guys hated him. He got in a fist fight with that guy the day of the abduction. He still told the same story that everybody told. He walked up to this craft. They saw it flying through the air. Wasn't that in Arizona too? Was it Travis walking case in Arizona? I believe it was. Arizona's a hot spot for it. I mean, that's the Phoenix Lights.
Phoenix Lights was crazy.
Crazy.
And a lot of people saw that one.
Thousands of people saw it, including the fucking governor.
Yeah. So then why is this one catching on in the news?
Because this is more. This is more prevalent and it's lasting for days and days and days.
Got it.
And I don't know. I don't know what's
going on.
Do you think
they just want to be there for the inauguration?
Probably. Well, they're really early.
Yeah.
They're like fucking tailgating.
They're
We're
tailgating.
going to be tailgating the inauguration.
We're going to be there.
We're going to be there.
We're going to be close.
January 18th, we're doing a show in Washington, D.C. at the Lincoln Theater. Our Listener Hangers live show, and we're like, well, we said, we were like, why 2 days before the inauguration? We're like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, we're doing the first live History Hangers
January
show.
18th.
January 18th,
Well,
Washington, D.C.
In D.C., it'll be fine. I mean, but we were like, fuck it. Who knows? We're
Better
doing
than
it on
January 21st. Definitely. Now I'm being there.
We're doing it at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I like doing earlier shows now. You ever do that? You ever do like a 5 p.m.? That's what we think that's where the world's going. With like, we don't think people want to be out till midnight, 1 a.m. anymore. What do you think? You think that's stupid? You think earlier shows work? Would you experiment with them?
Sure. I mean, Bert Kreischer's always done like afternoon shows, like take the day off work shows.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Bert's been doing those for years.
Oh, I didn't know.
Shows. Yeah, I mean, Doug Stanhope does those day drinking shows. He actually filmed one at the mothership.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Day drinking shows. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, the club is there all day long. Why not have shows during the day if you want to?
If you want, if you can sell them,
Especially if it's dark out. If the club's dark as shit. It's dark when it's noon.
Yeah.
It's like you could totally have the same experience at noon that you could at night. But it seems like at nighttime people are off work, get a couple of cocktails, get a little loose, sit in the dark, have a good time.
But on a Saturday, sometimes I feel like people just sit around all day and wait for the show. So when you put it at 5 o'clock, why not?
Look, that's why we like to go to football games, right?
Right.
During the afternoon.
Yeah.
I mean, you certainly could. You certainly could have day shows. Yeah. Especially if you have a big name. Someone they're willing to do something.
Yeah.
Like, most people like to go out at night. Like go to dinner, get a couple drinks, go to a show. That's a nighttime thing. Yeah. But that's just they're just accustomed to it, especially if it's Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
There's no reason to do it.
I'm just a morning baby. I like to wake up early, and then I like.
What time you get up?
I'm a 6 a.m. little baby boy that
How
wakes
long
up.
until you get home?
What I used to look at it right away, but now I give myself 15 minutes.
15 solid minutes?
I get 15 minutes, and I get my feet on the floor, and
What
I
if
just
you have a piss? You don't piss, you grab your phone. Stop lying.
Let me think about
You get
that.
up in the middle of the night, piss, you grab your phone?
That I don't do because I'm in a slumber, so I'm kind of just. It's kind of like I'm in a slumber state of piss. But you're right, when I do get up, when I do get, actually, I never really have to piss in the morning when I wake up because I do piss in the middle of the night. But that is a good point. I typically, if I have to piss, I do take my phone. That's a good point. But mostly, if I don't have to piss, I will go 15 minutes. I try to do it.
And I just try to breathe and get friendly with the present. Get friendly with the present.
You got to do it, baby.
Do you do any meditation and mindfulness stuff?
Yeah.
So good.
Every day?
Yeah. Well, I do a lot of different things that also act like that, like my time in the sauna. I think that's very meditative, especially when I'm just concentrating on breathing and getting through the last 10, 15 minutes. Cold plunge, I think that's a very meditative state too, because you have to be in control of your emotions and your anxiety. You want to get the fuck out of there, and you have to just stare at the clock, and make sure you do your time, but also other things I do.
Yeah. What do you stay? How long in a cold plunge?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, not bad. Yeah, that's not good. I've never tried. I can't even do a cold shower.
Dude, I can't believe we're doing maybe the last podcast on Earth after an alien invasion is coming.
I don't think those aliens are going to stop podcasting. I think they like podcasting.
They like it, right?
Yeah,
they're going to love yours for sure. You're an advocate for them. Yeah.
Some other side.
Yeah.
Come visit me.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that they haven't visited me yet. I'm upset.
Yeah.
They're going to come.
You would be freaked out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how can I be freaked out when there's a bunch of things that everybody's wondered forever? Are we alone?
Yeah. I mean, if you know, you're not alone. No matter who you are, what you say, I don't care if you're the baddest motherfucker on the planet. You run into an alien, you're gonna freak out.
But why is that not comforting? Like, I'm a kid who doesn't like loneliness, and it's nice to know that there's other things out there.
What if they're completely indifferent to us? What if they've
What's
completely
the difference between
eliminated
them and
emotion?
Yeah, but what's the
They're
difference between them and
cold, calculated like a computer?
We have those here.
Yeah, but they're not telling you what you can and can't do with your life. They're not shutting down your power grid. They're not like coming over to rule over humanity. That's the worry.
But
The worry is that they rule over us the way we rule over countries.
But maybe they do a better job.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, what's the worst they could do, really? Yeah. Well, what's the
What
worst?
does ChatGPT say about
They hate us?
Huh?
We asked ChatGPT the other day.
What did they say?
Tic Tac was a UFO, which I think with that, asking more and more questions. Like it's exhibiting something. What are the possibilities? If it is extraterrestrial, what would it come from? It gave us a list of like star systems that are close by.
Wow.
Yeah, you keep getting pestering.
Kept going with fast. I should make an artistic rendition of what I thought it would look like.
What does Tic Tac look like?
Yeah.
Yo,
At first I did it huge. That's a little too big.
yeah, maybe, but not big as those mothership ones. I don't know what it is, but it's fun. I like all this. I like all this chaos.
Yeah.
I think it's fun. I enjoy it when things get real sideways for some strange reason.
They're also probably been coming forever. Just now everyone's got phones and now they're just capturing.
I think it's in the Bible. I think the Ezekiel story in the Bible is an alien visitation.
Yeah.
So what's that? They're saying they talk about these light
It talks
symbols?
about a wheel within a wheel. Like the way that Ezekiel describes this vision that he sees of something that had like multiple different animal heads on it, different he describes it as a wheel within a wheel. The way he's describing, like you would imagine, like if you saw something beyond your fucking wildest imagination, and you tried, years later to write this down, or not even write it down, right? Because it was told as an oral tradition for a long time before it was ever written. Who knows what the actual event was that he described? Like, there's a lot of ancient religious texts, including the Vimanas, the Bhagavad Gita, all these different stories of things flying in the air that exhibit extraordinary flight characteristics that move the way we describe UFOs.
So that's a good point, then. Just because we have the capability to film this and know about it now, doesn't mean that they're going to expose themselves because they've been doing it for thousands of years.
Yeah, you read Jacques Vallée's books on it. Jacques Vallée is the guy, he's the scientist that he was the reason why they had that French guy in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. You ever see that? Close Encounters, Steve Spielberg?
Long time ago.
Great fucking movie. But there's this French scientist they bring in to try to help people get through this. It's based on Jacques Vallée. And he was a podcast guest. Very deep. Didn't answer all my questions.
Okay.
Probed him a lot. But his books are fascinating. And one of the things about his books, I read the first one, I'm into the second one right now. In the first one, he goes into detail about through the 1700s, 1800s, all these different sightings, all these different experiences that people documented in news stories, and they're all super similar. Similar enough that different versions of it you can kind of attribute it to different people lacking the words to adequately explain some super paranormal, bizarre experience. real similar. I think they've probably always been here. If they're real, if we are visited by something that's either interdimensional or from another planet, they've probably been doing this for a long fucking time, monitoring us the same way we monitor animals on this planet.
And they'll never, maybe never say who they really are.
Well, maybe they're getting ready to, because we're about to introduce these fucking quantum computers and AI, and maybe that is the thing that they're here to make sure goes smoothly.
Right.
Because if you had to imagine one thing that would completely change the capability of this race of savage, barbarian, territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons, which is what we are, you would, like, right when they're about to achieve godlike powers, like, let's like hug them.
Wow. Right.
That makes sense. It really does make sense when you put it into that context, which is actually reality. That we are on the precipice of something that is so unimaginable.
Bigger than the split of the atom.
Yeah.
Bigger than anything.
Right.
Like, literally something.
You're blowing my mind right
Yeah.
now. Yeah, I mean, we really, when you think so.
Your anxiety's going to go up.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, my anxiety's about stupid stuff, which is weird.
Yeah.
What, so, yeah, this stuff just doesn't bother me, but I get bothered by stupid stuff. What is wrong
Because
with
this
me?
stuff is not genuinely affecting you right now. If it was inescapable,
Yeah.
if it was like hovering over this building right now, we wouldn't be able to have a podcast. We'd all be outside. We'd be going, what the fuck, man? There's some silent thing that's 3 miles long that's blocking out the sky, and it's hovering, 300 yards above us. We would all be freaking the fuck out.
Right. So what, my question is like, Elon Musk probably has like what, IQ of like 140 or something? Or,
Probably at least.
so what is ChatGPT's like IQ, like considered now?
Well, once they achieve, and they think they're going to be able to do this in 2025, when it achieves artificial general intelligence, I think what it will be is as smart as every human being that's on Earth combined. See if that's right. See if that's correct.
What does that mean,
But
artificial general
the
intelligence?
thing is, this is like, whatever it is, it's baby steps. So whatever that is, this insane leap from us to that, is baby steps in comparison to what it's going to be.
Right.
It's not going to stop there. And
Right.
if you have sentient artificial intelligence and unlimited computing power connected to nuclear power plants, like they're going to do, and then it develops a better version of itself and better versions of power and better versions of its programming and all the other things that go along with it and its capabilities, and if ChatGPT is trying to lie and copy itself, what is that going to be doing?
So, and they also don't know how it works, right? Like I watched that 60 Minutes interview with that sort of godfather of AI, or whatever they consider him, like the guy who first created the biggest component of it, and he says the layers thing, and then they don't know how it learns. They don't know how it works.
They don't. No.
That blows my mind.
It should.
Yeah.
It should, and that's why they're doing this.
So is Elon concerned? Is Elon like really concerned about AI?
I don't know. He keeps it under his hat.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I think he's got contracts with NASA. And he's at the Defense Department. He's running SpaceX. I don't think he can talk wild about aliens.
Yeah.
He got that kind of.
Yeah,
It's like a lot on the line.
Right.
That's what we were saying in the gym the
Because he
other
doesn't
day.
believe him. I saw him on your show. They're like, I'm not sure.
He is a bullshitter. I don't know.
Yeah, because people were like, "Oh, how come he's not commenting on the drones? He comments on everything."
It's true.
But and so, like, what does that tell you?
It tells me something's going on.
Yeah.
That's what I would be commenting on it. If I had nothing to do with it and I was a super genius who comments on everything, I would for sure comment on all these fucking drones.
Well, there's a lot of them. My wife saw one. She videoed it. It was a drone. There's a lot of them.
But it could have been a man-made. It could have been like somebody
Could have been a kid, because a lot of people are probably putting them up in the sky too.
100%.
Yeah.
They're all flying around Austin. I see them.
Yeah.
And they're normal drones. I see
Right.
them. I seen them the other night.
Yeah.
Boys, let's wrap this up.
Yeah.
All right,
History
baby.
Hyenas is back. I'm
History
very happy.
Thank
Very
you.
happy.
Thank you. And we're demonetized on YouTube, so we're trying to get remonetized. But
What happened? What'd you say?
We didn't do it. Who knows? It's again. It's just. I don't know. This is why did this happen to me? I remember the last time. Yeah, and the last time they did it to my channel, and then you spoke about it, and then they remonetized. Because they had suspended me last time, but we don't know because we weren't even
started.
active.
The problem is if you get a bunch of haters who flag your videos and complain about them, I think sometimes that can do it.
Yeah, if there's harmful content, we didn't put an episode.
It's just cocksuckers who just mass report you, or they don't like you. I mean, there's a lot of ways to weaponize that whole reporting system.
We're trying, but that's
And then,
what
you gotta realize that YouTube is managing some fucking insane number of videos that are getting uploaded every minute.
Right.
And they probably have to have all these systems in place to handle this stuff, and I bet you can game that system. And then there's also a bunch of people that work for them that are world dipshits.
Right.
And I think they can flag things, and they get out of line
Yeah.
sometimes.
We tried to get it reinstated. They said we have to, February is our next chance.
YouTube, please.
Come on.
Please bring it. It's just a history podcast. We're two funny guys. Let it go.
But that's why, in effort, we are playing by the rules with YouTube, and we have really clean, cute content on YouTube. But if you want to get fucking wild with us, go to patreon.com/historyhyenas. That's where we're going off at Patreon.
Crazy husband.
It's true.
All right.
We are going off.
Gentlemen, I appreciate you very much. You guys are awesome.
Thank
I'm so happy you're together again. Beautiful.
Thanks,
All right.
Thanks, Joe.
All right.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
You do.
Good job. Well done. Thanks for being here.
Pray by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's going on, my man?
Joe,
Is that Bigfoot on your shirt? It says
it is Bigfoot.
non-vegan.
Yeah.
How do they know Bigfoot's not vegan?
See, I don't know. I mean, but I think he's got canines like us, so there's a good chance that he does eat meat. You know.
I think hunters are the number one argument against Bigfoot being real. I've never met a hunter who's seen Bigfoot.
No, and as amount, especially some of your guests you've had on, and on top of, I mean, even myself, and now you spend a lot of times in some pretty desolate places.
Yeah.
And all the trail cameras. We should have gotten one picture.
Yeah, trail cameras throw a big monkey wrench into that Bigfoot thing.
I agree, and I'm always still, the conspiracy that I'm still every time I check, especially in those deep dark places out west and all throughout the country and even the south, I'm thinking maybe just this time.
It would be fun. It
Yeah.
would be fun, but it's very unlikely. I mean, there's only like 2 jaguars in the United States, and they know exactly where they are.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I was thinking back and even listening, like you had Randella, of course, Cam, a lot of my hunting buddies and people I look up to as well, Reedy Warren, all those guys. And you start thinking about the amount of time we spend in the woods, and we don't even see a mountain lion. Or
Right.
talk about the wolves. All these wolves are starting to be reintroduced, and you still don't see them a lot of times. They're there, but then again, you capture them on trail cameras, in the middle of the night. But yet Yeti or Sasquatch, only Jack Link's beef jerky has seen it. I saw him on the Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, they're in a lot of commercials. They're in movies. I think they used to be real. I think it used to be a real thing. I mean, they know there's a thing called a Gigantopithecus that lived somewhere around 100,000 years ago. There was a bipedal hominid that was 8 to 10 feet tall.
Holy cow!
Looked in the orangutan family, I think they believe it was.
That'd be something to get Graham Hancock on. We need to get him back to find that creature.
But he's busy. He's busy with a lot of other shit. It's like just trying to sort out the past, trying to sort out human history.
That was some of the most intriguing. I was dug deep into that, and then went because of hearing him on the podcast, and went and just finished season 2. Watched season 1 soon after I'd seen it here first.
It's pretty compelling.
It's pretty amazingly compelling. Yeah.
Well, and once you realize, first of all, that there's real physical evidence that something happened around 11,000 years ago.
Right.
The Earth was most likely pounded with asteroid debris.
Yeah.
And it probably fucked civilization up pretty bad, and it can happen again.
Makes complete sense.
Yeah.
I mean, hearing his perspective on it and how he researched it, and it's from the standpoint there's, as we know, politics and everything gets involved in everything, and it's just almost like he was a journalistic, really smart, intellectual guy who was intrigued. It's just a good approach to the way he studied it to me that made it even more compelling. And then the findings he did find, I don't know, I was very intrigued by
You know how he really got into it?
No.
He got into it researching the Ark of the Covenant.
Really?
Yeah, because in Ethiopia, there's a specific church in Ethiopia that has always been rumored to be the place where the Ark of the Covenant is stored. And there's these garters of these people that are guards of this area, and they all develop cataracts, they all have like radiation poisoning, and they're guarded in this one particular area. They won't let anybody look at it, they won't let anybody talk about it, and Graham got fascinated by this. They started doing a deep dive into history and historical accounts of the covenant and the ark and all these bizarre stories that have lasted throughout history. And the real evidence is that there was really sophisticated societies that lived thousands and thousands of years ago when we kind of assume that people are hunters and gatherers. You know, Egypt is a great example of that. But what else they were doing, man, is fucking insane.
Right.
I mean, the structures that they made, still today, we look at them and we go, what the hell were you guys doing?
How was this made? Yeah.
And he believes that society had reached a very, very sophisticated level of technological achievement, and then something happened. And that we're living in like a rebuild. Even though we're very sophisticated, in terms of technology, our technology's gone in a completely different direction than theirs did.
And where did Graham ever, in his conclusion and some of that about the covenant, did he ever think that it's still there?
I mean, it's still there, yeah.
So some people thought it might have burned up in Jerusalem, I think it was, or
see if you can find where that is, Jamie. It's supposed to be in some church. James already got it. So,
I just had watched something on that because I'm intrigued by all that kind of stuff.
Well, when you really start digging deep into it, it's very fascinating. This one particular place has been protected for so long, and all these people that have supposedly seen it describe something that Trump apparently has like a model of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
No way.
Yeah, see if you can find that. Yeah, he's got like a recreation of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
And that whole covenant was pretty cool based on how, God had said, look, had entered it, said this is how big it's got to be.
Yeah.
It's built out of certain wood, inside and out, gold, the handles, everything was there to hold the commandments. And then but then I saw something to where I know Jamie might probably pull it up, but where some people speculate it could be a Catholic church. I heard that.
Like in the Vatican.
In the Vatican, yeah. And then, oh my goodness.
Have you ever been there?
No, I haven't. But I heard you talk about you went and had the guy and said it was amazing.
It's incredible. They have so much. They have billions of dollars of art. Like, where did you guys steal all this from? Back in the Roman days. Look at this. This is Trump's replica of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
That's just like
pretty fucking wild.
And it's almost exactly the replica of what it's assumed to have looked like.
Well, I mean, I think that's a recreation based on biblical accounts.
Absolutely.
Very strange.
Well, maybe Trump can take us to show it to us, man. That'd be cool.
What do you say, Jamie? I figure out. I mean, clearly it was there. It might have just been like temporarily.
It looks like that might be like on display.
Oh, so it's a replica that travels around. Is that what it is?
Oh,
temporarily is in
yeah,
Mar-a-Lago.
I can't find like that it lives there, but there's definitely obviously people with pictures of it.
Bro, if I had Trump on here, that might go.
Why not?
Come on.
I would too.
I would too. What a cool thing to have on display. I mean, I wonder what it was. I mean, if these guys really are guarding it in Ethiopia, like what is the radiation from it? Why are they all developing cataracts and radiation sickness?
Well, we've all watched Harrison Ford try to find it.
Exactly. It's so fun.
It is fun.
All that ancient civilization stuff is so fun because it is really kind of a mystery, and it's fascinating and I'm sure you've been hunting before and you found arrowheads.
Yes, a lot.
When you find one of those, you're picking up this piece of history. You got to imagine some Native American was napping this flint on his knee, sitting there, who knows how many thousands of years ago.
Exactly.
They find 3,000, 4,000-year-old arrowheads, and you just got to go, God, what was life like then?
Oh, I can only imagine. And like where I'm from in Georgia, and obviously you and I both love archery, but all the arrowheads I find are quartz. So we have very little flint, and I'm not at all historically sound on understanding everything. I mean, I got friends. Actually, Jeff Foxworthy is one of those guys. He lives right down the road. He is obsessed with Indian artifacts and has an amazing collection. Like goes across the country. It's hard. You call Jeff right now, you probably can't get him in Austin to come do the podcast, but then all you got to do is tell him, hey man, I just plowed in the field and it rained, and we just found 2 nice flint heads. He'll probably be here tomorrow. I mean, he loves it. He's eat up with it.
Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. Just 1 scoop mixed in water is such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this.
This is a dude I know who has a ranch out here, and he finds them all the time. It's Comanche territory. There's ranches in the whole country, and he every day. Go to that guy's page, Whitworth, J.W. Whitworth, J.M. Whitworth, J.W. Whitworth. I think it's J.W. But he's got incredible arrowheads, and he's like just obsessed with finding them on this ranch. And this ranch apparently is just overrun by the Comanche. It's very fertile and rich, and soil is great, and a lot of water habitat, a lot of deer, and so they must have just camped there and lived there for a long time.
It's JM, but it's
JM.
private.
Oh, it is. Oh, he's private now. That's probably because we blew him up. I think that's when he went private. Because he didn't used to be private, but that's some of the things that he finds.
See, that's amazing when
He
you
sent
think
me
of.
stuff lately.
There's a company I found. Actually, I was in Illinois at this. It was a beer and deer fest in Illinois, and I went by this food. See, that is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, Remy said that was probably used for fishing.
Very well could have been.
It's so large, he said it's probably used to shoot fish.
It seems that a lot of the arrowheads are, the ones that was actually attached to shoot with archery were a lot smaller. Like, some people might argue that I don't know enough about it. Like, is it a spearhead? I found some heads. Like, look at this. I found. Like, well, that's a spearhead, or that's this, or that.
Right.
And you find somebody like Remy, or I got a friend named Ike Rainey who's really big into artifacts. And if you find something, what you think it is, it's kind of like the first time I hunted in Africa. I thought I'd shot a springbok, or I thought I'd shot a diker, and it turned out it was a springbok. It's like, oh, okay, there's only 7,000 species of animals out here. So I think arrowheads are the same way. It's amazing. But you're right. I mean, think of somebody sat down thousands and thousands of years and mapped that out. And how many times did they not get it right?
Oh, dog,
Perfect.
dog.
Yeah,
It's so much. I fucking agree,
A lot
kid.
of them probably could have gone wrong.
Oh yeah.
And it's probably not a very good success rate, especially the orchards.
Yeah.
Chipping away at it, but when they get good at it, it's such an art.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read it after. That is just so much.
There's a lot of guys that
So
make
much
them now, though. Unfortunately, there's a lot of forgers.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
a lot of nerds, a lot of archery nerds. They get real good at it, and they just leave them scattered around places or pretend they found them
Exactly.
looking for them.
You could do that. It's almost, yeah.
You totally can do that, but that's a legit one. That's actually a cool guy's plan.
It makes me less whine when like you're out in Utah and you have success in Elkwood and you're butchering an elk and trying to get them packed out and you're just having to resharpen your knives. Like, it's the least I can do is resharpen this knife.
Right.
Like, when these guys had to map out ahead, I mean, I don't know what that take just to go hunt an elk.
Yeah, they rode for thousands of years with
Thousands. Oh, I know. I tell you something that's interesting. We hunted in a place in Montana where it was on the Milton River, and they had what they call a buffalo drop on this property. And so you went to where this buffalo drop was. You could go to the base of it. And there wasn't any much left now. We used to hunt back in the day, mostly in the. I hadn't been
Thanks.
since 2000.
Thanks,
I think it was
friend.
2010 was the last time I went out there. But at the base of that, you could find all kind of bones, bison bones, buffalo and stuff. But you would sometimes find these little tiny heads, and they didn't look like this, which is interesting. What Remy brought up, maybe that was for fishing or something. I don't know. But all the heads we would find would be tiny little, almost like bird horns. Is what I felt like I wanted to call them. I've heard them called before. And supposedly, what they did was is they didn't necessarily weren't trying to kill the buffalo. They would hurt them, and they would just kind of peck them with the arrows, and then they would run the buffalo off of this cliff. And so it basically died coming off the cliff. And it was so cool, across the valley, you could still see all those stone rings to where supposedly the ladies or the squaws would sit there and look back as soon as the men basically had, whatever amount of buffalo, I guess, over the drop, they would come and butcher, and the men would go back and, smoke the peace pipe and relax. So times have changed a lot.
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting.
Me about this one site where they had a buffalo drop, and the pile of buffalo was so large, and there was so much decay
Yeah.
that it actually created a fire.
Holy
It
cow.
started on fire because they're all just rotting and fermenting and
Just
there's
hot
some sort of
nasty.
combustion. And so the entire side of the cliff was black from these buffalo falling off of this place, rotting, and then
Created a fire.
Yeah. I mean, I
That's
don't even know
crazy.
how that would work.
I don't either, but I do know that those buffalo drops do exist, and it's pretty fascinating. And the place we were hunting was a private landowner. He was a rancher, had some cows, and he was very funny. He did not want us to video any of our episodes or anything to do. And back then we were videoing. I was working with Bill Jurgen. We had a show on TNN back in the day, and he was like, "Do not bring your cameras. I don't want any TV cameras around here." He said because they'll come and all of a sudden they'll set this up as a historical site, and I'll have. So he was really funny about it. So I didn't even take a lot of pictures of it because I was always like, hey, this guy didn't want us to take any pictures or talk about it. But man, every time I come back, from morning hunt or we go scout, I'd come back and like, man, look at those buffalo drops. Like just like a little kid, like a little 10-year-old kid, Boy Scout, like look at this, here's a hen or here's a buffalo horn or skull. And most of everything that would have been there had already been picked through because it's right off kind of a county road, and so most of the locals knew about it. And of course, he's had kids and grandkids, and he's kind of run each tour. But it was pretty interesting. But every time you go, you find something. So really interesting.
Just really stretches your mind and your imagination to imagine something like that. And that these people, while Rome was being built, the Colosseum, Europe, all this, all these different places. Well, these people were living the same way people lived tens of thousands of years ago, right here.
It's crazy, and now it seems like we're so far removed from it. But yet, as we talk about it, that romance hadn't left, and even getting a chance to chase a bull elk. There's still some amazing rural wild places out there that you kind of revisit. And that was the first thing I noticed is all the Native American pictures you had. I hunt a lot with the Native Americans, a lot with the Navajo Nation. I've become like family. They become like family to me. I go out there every year, and the resources they have. I know Cam hunts a lot. Is it Muscalaro or different places? And I don't know, man. And even sadly, even amongst the natives, some of that culture is being lost with them more. And so we even go out every year and do a hunt with our kids. We take 15 to 20 Navajo youth only every year out there with the Navajo Game and Fish. They have a lot of mentors. Gloria Tom, who she's just stepping down, but she was the kind of in charge out there. And we would go and work with people like Jeff Cole and that whole Navajo Nation, the families, and we take just their kids, the kids of the Navajo Nation hunting. And sadly enough, they're like a lot of kids in America eating Little Debbie's and playing Xbox. It's like, man, you got 17 million acres in your backyard. Come on, bro. You supposed to give us a damn eagle.
Right.
You gotta fly and get down. We got I'm even out here, at your room, and me too. I have all kind of Native Americans. My heroes come from Native American hunters like Ishi, who taught Hopi Young how to bow hunt. He got a room. Yeah, Ishi out of California. I think he come back and he basically taught those guys who were doctors. He introduced them to bow hunting, and then Hopi Young, as we kill a elk, we think, oh, is he big enough to go Hopi Young?
Right. Explain to people what Pope and Young is for people who don't know what we're talking about.
Hopi Young is so basically Hope and Young were two guys that basically just kind of revolutionized archery as we know it a lot of times. I mean, obviously you start throwing around names, you got to talk about Fred Bear and stuff like that. But prior to that, there was an Indian named Ishi out of a California tribe, and I'm not good enough at remembering exactly what tribe that was, but there's a lot of cool information that you can read. Obviously, if you ever get your hands on Saxon Pope and Arthur Young, any books, it's fascinating. Like my favorite book of all time is called The Adventurous Bowman. A friend of mine, Jeff Johnson, who's a writer, gave it to me, and I read it all the time. Even my kid, I read him that book at night, and this talks about their first venture into Africa and when they went there, when they hunted grizzly, when they hunted elk the first time. And so these guys were kind of, based on what I can assume, seemed to be pretty much city slickers who had basically a patient called Ishi who taught them how to hunt. And pictures of him, you can still see him. He looks like he's dressed at a Ted Nugent concert in 1969, jumping off the amps. And so now that's become similar to Boone and Crockett. Hope and Young is an organization, this celebrating certain animals that are trophy aspect, and if you get a say a white-tailed deer that nets 125 inches on the Pope Young scale, you can enter them into the Pope Young record books. And every category or species, like elk, bear, caribou, moose, so on and so forth, has that. And so it's just kind of to celebrate a lot of the heritage of archery. And so Pope Young, a lot of people don't know it, but that basically is the basis of what it comes from. But it starts back to, guess what, a Native American, these arrowheads, they passed it on. And so now we're kind of carrying on that same tradition. And so as a student of the game, it's like, it's so cool to talk about it. Oh, look at that. Yeah. That's cool. Is there any, can you find, Jamie, is that Ishii, that little Hall of Fame? There's Ishii there. Can you imagine? Look at that.
Learning from the source.
Yeah, I mean, and there's so many amazing stories.
Big deal.
Man, I don't even know. It had to have been in the, I don't know, was it 20s? Or maybe 1900. I know it was early.
You know what's fascinating when you think about what we enjoy? We enjoy archery.
1912.
So that guy, that was like, he was alive in the 1800s.
Absolutely.
He was doing that. Like, that's literally from the source.
And there's another thing, and it's crazy to think about this. Another thing I read and heard told, because obviously, you travel around, and it's always trying to figure out, what's fact and fiction. But I listened to Casey Means on this podcast. We're talking about our food. Supposedly, Ishii, who come in, who was actually living very primitive, but come in, and once he started hanging around and got westernized quickly, he got fat because, I don't know if Little Debbie's is around then. That's the only thing I hated about the whole Casey Means, that whole podcast. I was like, man, I used to love a good oatmeal pie, and now I'm sitting there like, I don't know, that glass of milk, should I even partake? But I think he gained a lot of weight, started getting a lot sicker.
And the food back then was so much better than the food we have now.
Yeah. Just around a lot of people, and all of a sudden he was trying to fight probably viruses and diseases and getting an abundance of a certain food he wasn't used to. And supposedly, I think he got a little heavier and less healthy just being around.
Probably a lot of grains and sugar.
Probably, I'm sure.
Yeah. He was probably eating mostly meat before that.
Probably so. Just a fish out of the creek and backstrap out of the mule deer.
Everybody did for thousands of years.
Yeah.
It's just so interesting that if it wasn't for guys like Pope Young and Fred Bear, I mean, how many people were evangelizing bow hunting back then? And how many people were making it something that was, because as soon as rifles came along, the way everybody looked at it was, oh, rifles are better. You can shoot something further. It's easier to do. You hunt with rifles. But to make that choice, this decision that there's something more connected, more spiritual about archery and bow hunting, if it wasn't for those people that were promoting it, people like Fred Bear, who was so articulate in the way he would describe things, and the way he would describe the benefits of just archery practice, about how archery just removes your cares.
Yeah.
Like if you could just concentrate on that target and just practice archery, it cleans your mind. And I find that today.
I do too. It's almost like you go back in time every time, even though we pick up, these new Hoyt bows, you're like, oh my God, look at the technology.
It's a lot more accurate.
It is. It's so much more accurate. And so, it's amazing. And you're just exactly right. It's spiritual. And to think back of where it was to where it is, but then you think about the rifles and the technology we have there. But keep in mind, I'm sure, are those people who are really hunting for substance? Absolutely. If we leave tomorrow and we can't go and get us a nice steak dinner, or we can't go to the grocery store and buy some chicken or ribeye, whatever it is you decide to eat, well, absolutely. You'd be like, hey, Joe, your wife and my wife was wanting us to kill a few squirrels, and we might have squirrels and gravy, and my wife makes some good biscuits. It's like, well, let's leave the Hoyts alone. Let's take a 22 and a 410. Let's just go get us a mess of squirrels.
Yeah.
And so I think probably they looked at it that way, and once that came about, and then it slowly becomes somewhat of a, I hate to even say it's a sport, because I don't look at it as a sport, it's a culture. It's a discipline, but I think to know that we're still going back and celebrating that, and still talking about Ishii and Pope Young and the Fred Bears and what they set forth, and even people like Chuck Adams, who was always one of my heroes. Cam and I were talking a lot about that in Texas. Just golly, Chuck Adams hunt these elk and always had that little green beanie, shot those double X 78 arrows, and man, he wasn't nobody. It's like, all the kids and even me, I was just a chubby white kid that thought if I bought Air Jordans I could jump higher. And Michael lied to me. Man, you're a liar, Jordan. I can't jump any faster, higher, and run any faster. But Chuck, when I saw those arrows and I'd see that bow, I'm like, man, I gotta have that. I want to be like Chuck. I want to be like Fred Bear. And so it's just amazing to see and to see that we still are celebrating it. So,
well, it has a very deep connection to the human mind. There's something about archery that I think is because as human beings evolved, we developed the bow and arrow, they invented it, they refined it, and that was how people hunted and got their food. I think there's a genetic memory of that that's inside of our heads. Because there's something eerily satisfying about hitting a target with an arrow. It's so much different than anything. Like, I like practicing shooting rifles.
Yeah.
I've hunted with rifles. I like it. It's great.
Same. It's not the same. It's not the same.
It's not the same. It's like tenfold different.
Yeah, it really is amazing. It's like every time, if I go rifle hunting, I love it. I mean, absolutely love it. Still love the whole culture of it. I grew up in Georgia where, people were on these leases. It'd be a Meade property, which was timberland or Georgia power lease, and there'd be 10 of us on 500 acres, or sometimes more than that. And so, everybody took a 30-06 Remington semi-automatic, put a scope on it, put over and under sights, and we'd meet up at Uncle Morgan's barn, me and my dad and Scott Steiner and Uncle Tommy and Uncle Jeff, and where are you going? Hell, I think I'm gonna go to the boat seat. I'm going to Holler One. Nobody talked about wind or nothing, and it was just a bunch of old guys high fiving, and we would walk back there and hunt with a rifle. And as soon as you heard a rifle shot, it was Uncle Tommy. I bet he's got a big one, and so it's just so amazing, that part of it. So I still go back and do that from a cultural standpoint to feel just that feeling and vibe of being standing there in a pair of Kmart boots with some old Walls coveralls draped over with the white long handles, that we thought we could go to Antarctica in. In reality, it was just some cotton that as soon as it got wet, you froze to death. And just the thought of that, of being literally, in my time, 11, 12 years old, just being one of the men with a 30-06 on my shoulder, climbing up in a pine tree in a tree stand built out of leftover lumber from my dad's construction job. It was the most unsafe thing in the world. And
a lot of people got hurt falling out of those things.
And I remember we got our first bow, my dad and I. My dad had an old Browning bow, and he had a couple old recurves when I was young, and he pecked around with them. And then I remember I was 13, and I was working with him on the job site, and that's what my summer job. My dad was a carpenter, and so I'd go work. And man, he worked the cornbread hell out of me too. He used to show me how to be accountable and just what it's like to work. And he paid me $2 an hour. So he said, you need to pick out something as a goal, figure out what you need to save money for. You won't even blow it on something stupid. And I said, well, I don't know. And at the time, some of my buddies, we were saving up on skateboards. Well, at the time, we lived on a dirt road. So I'm like, what am I going to do with a skateboard? I was like, I got to go into the city to use a skateboard. So my buddy, Jackson Bishop, we called him Boo, he lived in the city. We hunted together. He said, I'm buying me. He said he was working with my dad and I too, and he ended up saving his money and bought him a really cool skateboard. I remember he built it, and we had posters of it. Well, I ended up deciding that I need to get me a bow and arrow. So I went and bought me a Martin Pro Eliminator bow from Big Buck Trading Post. Paid $200 for that sucker.
Was that a compound bow?
It was a compound bow.
What year did compound bows get invented?
It would have had to been, I would say, in the 70s. I mean, the first I remember was talking about Fred Bear, the old whitetail hunter. Maybe had the whitetail hunter 2 and stuff like that. And then I know Browning came on pretty soon in that, and then obviously you had Hoyt. That was
Did it even have sights back then?
We had like a pin sight. It was like a bracket, and it had this kind of rudimentary sight that you could scroll in and out.
But there's no rangefinders, right?
There were no rangefinders.
Is that it right there?
Look at that.
The original compound. Look at that. Up to 50% more speed and penetration.
Well, that was 66. So I felt like this would have been in the 80s because I feel like
wow, that's wild. Price so low, hunters can't afford to be without one. The way they used to market things back then is so funny.
I know I love to see those old films streaming out there like that.
Yeah, it's a window into a different time.
Look at that. Can you imagine taking that from Utah to chasing elk in the mountains?
Oh my God, you had to be so close.
Cameron wouldn't even have to tote out a buck on his shoulders. He could just tote that around, probably be as heavy as a whitetail.
How heavy is those things? Look at all the metal.
All the components. And all cables.
8%
have to buy a license. I bet they just went home.
Oh yeah, it's like a I mean, when did they?
He hit it somewhere.
It's just a solid 11 years. I mean, the film was even created in 1926. So
Right.
Wow.
That was so close with that shitty boat.
No doubt. And man, I tell you what, man, intriguing. Like those guys right there, their books that they wrote. If you wrote those same books now, like if you and I went on a hunt and we said, hey, let's just write an article and present it out real life, publish it just as we saw it, which is so cool about what we do here is having a chance conversation and kind of air out anything and everything. And obviously, culture has changed the world. I mean, these podcasts. But back then, you had the articles. Well, they'd write these books, and it would be so like I would read it sometimes the same page 2 or 3 times. It'd be like Saxon Pope talking about Rocky Mountain Hunt. Yes, I found out. I think it's too far. 70 yards is too far to shoot at a Cape buffalo. I put 3 arrows in him. He didn't seem hurt. I got 2 in the rump, 1 in the neck. Be like they didn't edit this out. It's almost like
right.
it's almost like me and you hunting squirrel. Like, man, I tell you what, I don't like them pellets. It's just not. Those pellets to that air rifle are not. They're just not knocking the squirrels down good enough. Like, oh, you weren't supposed to put that. Can you edit that out?
Right.
They were just like, okay, let's put this in a book and let's sell it.
Those were pioneers.
They were learning.
They were learning how to do it.
But you imagine how you get crucified sometimes for the people that don't understand hunting, even ethically hunting and making a good ethical shot, whether it's a bow or an arrow or a rifle. And back then they were like, all right, let's go try to hunt some African lions. I don't know what it's going to take to kill them, but we'll see.
They were just experimenting.
And they took a boat over. Think about. I mean, I want to go to. I've been to Africa quite a few times.
How long did they get Africa in a boat?
It was taking them months to get over there, and they would take a whole ship. And I think I forget. I don't want to say it because it could be inaccurate historically, but I want to say they was taking 40, 50 bows, these recurves, and like just tubs and tubs of arrows. I mean, just they were just launching them. It's like they had more freaking arrows than he did had baby oil. I mean, it's almost like it's like, man, how many arrows can you fit on this boat? I'm like, well, we're gonna shit.
Well, they probably knew they weren't going to get any over there, and they're probably making it themselves.
Yeah, and I think it documents it. It talks about like, look, if our bows pair up, or in this experimental process, we might need a little stronger bow. So, I mean, sometimes, very rarely I do this. I'll go to pretty desolate places. I'll take 1 bow. Very rarely I take 2 bows. I used to think it'd be beneficial, but then I started realizing, man, these things are so dependable. You don't need it. Maybe I'd take a bow press or an extra cable, or an extra string or setup, but I mean, they just had to take everything, and they really didn't.
That's such a commitment to adventure.
Oh,
get on a boat with a bunch of bows and a tub of arrows.
I mean, how do you tell your wife that? Because they were married.
Exactly.
Can you imagine? I can't imagine now that Joe and I plan a hunt trip here, and you go home and say, hey man, just me and whatever was talking, and him and Cam are thinking about running to hunt hogs. Well, how long are you gonna be gone? It's Christmas time. It's like, well, 2 days. And we're just gonna drive down or fly over here today. Can you imagine? Hey, baby, I think I'm going to Africa, and we're gonna try to hunt some lion. We don't know what's gonna happen.
6, 7 months.
Yeah, I'll be back next year. I mean, it's like,
I want to go hunt lions with a pointed stick.
Exactly. I should be back. I don't
Not sure what it takes to kill one.
No internet.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
I mean, nothing.
How do you research? How are you learning form and technique? What do you learn? You just have to practice, and then eventually figure out. Well, I held my elbow this way. This is better than this way.
Yes.
I'll just
wing it. And even the civil unrest. Imagine this. I mean, I hear people talk about hunting and the dangers of potential rogue wildlife, but I've never been out, real country, so I've never had any fear of any animals. Matter of fact, if I was bear hunting and I thought, somebody said, hey man, bears love pork chops, you walk through Alaska with a pork chop around your neck, you might get a better chance to get a shot. I'm like, well, hell, you reckon they'll come? Let's try it. I want a shot at one. But think of the civil unrest. I've always been I went to Zimbabwe one time, me and Nick Munt and several of my buddies, we went over there to Zimbabwe, and it just happened to be when Mugabe was rerunning. And so he had a political opponent. And so just when we think people listen to this, that politics in America are crazy, well, guess what? Somebody was running against Mugabe. So did they debate it on a podcast or did they talk about it on CNN? No. Well, now they just went and killed the guy who's running against. Like, okay, I win, you know. So end of story. And so the internet was shut down. And so I remember being over there and like, man, I'm kind of scared, not of an elephant or a lion. I'm like, what is this? I don't have a phone. I don't have internet. I have no way to talk to my family. I don't have any. And my money got stolen. I was the idiot who went over there like with my backpack, with cash and like, you know, a bank envelope, everything that you read. Like, okay, I'm an idiot. So I go to take some money to we were talking about going fishing on the Zambezi River, and so anyway, I was like, give me the money. I'm gonna tip this guy if I go fishing. Like, dude, where's my money? And it was all gone. So I don't know if it was between when I landed in South Africa somewhere in my I don't know where, but all of my money and I think I had about $7,000 cash, which for me that was a lot of money. Like I mean I was devastated. Not only I lose the money, it's like I didn't have money to lose like that. But then I'm like, what am I going to do? And so they take me over to Botswana and I get some tools from an ATM because it's a little more westernized. But I remember calling home. It's like, man, we ain't in Kansas no more. This ain't a whitetail hunt. And in my mind, I'm so singled in on the adventure and thinking of Saxton, Toby Young and all these guys. And I forget, I'm like, wait a minute, there's people dying and starving over here, and I'm just over here trying to maybe find a Cape Buffalo or a Gibbs buck or something. And that's where I learned a lot in my young travel of just what's out there in the
You ever
world.
watch Pedro Ampuro's videos?
No, no.
Jamie, I'll send it to you. He's a fascinating dude from Spain, and he travels everywhere to bow hunt. Everywhere.
Oh, I can already tell I love that.
Oh, you'd love it. He's great too. His hunting adventures are really interesting, but he goes all over the place. He goes to like Tajikistan and
Holy
very,
cow.
very different.
Look at that. You can tell. Look, I mean, just
He's super, super, super dedicated bow hunter, and travels to Greenland. When he was in Greenland with Remy, they were hunting together, and just his stuff. Pedro's videos are really, really well done, and he's such a likable guy that it's a good introduction to people that don't even understand why anybody would be interested in bow hunting, because you realize like this guy he's as much fascinated by the adventure of it all than as he is even the hunting aspect of it. Like he really enjoys being in these very different cultures and very different parts of the world. Like he hunted elk in Mongolia.
wow.
Mongolia has a large elk population.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but it's really funny because everybody goes there to hunt and hunts with a rifle, and so all the guides who speak Mongolian,
Right.
like they're like, what the fuck is this guy doing with his bow? This is stupid. Like,
What are
don't
you
shoot
doing,
it.
Pedro?
He's like, I can't shoot it. It's 98 yards away. Like we have to get closer. It's like, just shoot it.
Yeah.
Just shoot it. Shoot it. Kill it. Let's get out of here. We've been here for fucking 3 days. Like, they're tired of it. But this dude's got a really cultivated channel and a ton of videos. I mean, he's been doing this for like, making these videos for like 10, 15 years.
I'm definitely going to subscribe to that. And
I
you
didn't
got
even see the buffalo. Where's the buffalo?
is that?
Oh, it's a mouflon.
Oh, mouflon sheep.
We have to get this video. Oh, okay. Go to the Mongolia elk hunt because it's so fascinating. They stayed in a yurt, so they stayed in one of those felt tents like Genghis Khan used to live in, and they traveled in the woods, and it looks like you're in Wyoming. It looks like you're in Idaho.
Them yurts, I always wonder if that's what Missy Elliott was rapping about. You're clear mission around here.
I don't think so. I appreciate the knowledge of yours. Yeah. But if you scroll further ahead, you can see some of the footage. This is ibex in Mongolia.
Dude, that'd be a tough hunt, too.
Google, it's not that. Search elk in Mongolia. And he's got tons of stuff. There he is right there. See world record elks right there.
Yeah.
Second row. That one, bam. Yeah, that's in Mongolia.
See, that's, to me, so
Isn't
fascinating.
that crazy? Like, look at that. That looks like you could be in Utah.
Absolutely.
And they just totally didn't understand why he was using a bow. Because his dad was there. His dad hunted with a rifle. And he was successful. And, he's got to get close.
God, and those look like just your basic Rocky Mountain
Yeah. Where's the India? Really?
I did not even know that there were elephant Mongolia.
Yeah, I didn't either until I saw this video.
Nor would I have even known you could hunt there, and I think that's what people don't realize living in America.
Yeah.
You can hunt. I mean, go do that in China. Get hungry in China and decide you want to go get you a mess of rabbit and squirrel. Well, they might not be none, and you can't legally hunt.
You can't legally hunt in China?
Not in China. Not at all. There's several states. You can't even bow hunt in UK.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
I mean, I don't know if that goes back to Robin Longstride, or I think some of it does, a lot of the folklore, because that was a poaching tool. If you hunted the king's property, you could do it. Poach with a bow and arrow.
Well, that's what people don't understand. That Robin Hood was not about stealing money. It was about using the king's land to hunt animals.
Correct.
Because people were starving, and the king had all these animals, and you weren't allowed to hunt them.
You couldn't.
And Robin Hood was like, "This is bullshit.
Like, yeah, I'll take this bow and arrow. Let's go eat. There's stag out here.
Yeah.
And so, I'm always, the more I travel, like seeing this at papers, that I hadn't done that extensive of traveling, and I've never, if it ends with a stand, I just stay out of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
and these extra Z's at the
man, that's like, I try to be.
Yeah, but Pedro goes everywhere. I can't recommend the show enough. It's so good. And I watch it all the time. Late night when I want to chill, when I'm at home, I come home from the comedy club, I'll throw on some of his videos.
Check out Pedro.
Chill out.
I wonder if you've ever heard of this.
What is that?
I was looking at the initial quotes coming out of hunting trips to Africa, and multiple people said they saw this. One guy said he even shot one.
In Africa, they saw it?
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
1907, I think.
What the fuck? Do they have a photo of it?
No, it obviously might even be a real thing, but the descriptions of it were backed up by multiple people.
Huh. A carnivore that chose to hunt or devour nearly whatever it wants save for elephants.
Holy cow.
It had tusks?
Dog-headed, feast fish.
What?
I don't even think Jim Shockey's hunted one of them.
Where did you find this, Jim?
Yeah, literally, I'm looking at all these history books about like different expeditions, and this is one from 1908. They went to look for some certain things. They encountered this in Lake Victoria.
Huh.
It's probably not real,
Look at this, but it seems like it is. Like, I want to believe it. Encounters by Lake Victoria when Ask Bronson's own hunting party provided nearly identical descriptions of the creature. The title is reference to the author having been given special permission to hunt the close territory of Merida, Maasai, Kisi, and Sotik. What the hell is that?
looking it up. Very strange.
It looks different in a bunch of the drawings, though.
Sure, I mean, they don't have
Right.
picture.
But like, remember when we were showing those ancient pictures of what a whale looked like to people? They'd never seen a whale before, and they had like wings and a lion's head.
That's what's fascinating on all that. Those paintings and engravings. It kind of, some of it you can see like, okay, we still have some of those animals that look that way, and then some kind of looks kind of mystical.
Well, you ever seen the ones that cave paintings where it's like a stegosaurus?
Yeah.
Like, how did you know what that looked like?
Somebody had, exactly. I didn't Google it.
Right. Yeah. Were there a few laying around? I mean, I wonder.
I'm so intrigued by that. I think I'm more intrigued with it hunting and traveling and being in these places. Like we went down. I love the turkey hunt. I love the turkey hunt. Matter of fact, I'm going to do everything in my power. And anybody that listens that's that even ever knew my name knows. Everybody's like, dude, you got to get Cam and Rogan to go turkey hunting.
I went turkey hunting once.
Did you really?
Along with Vanilla.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Vanilla, dude.
It was fun.
Yeah, he's fun. I love turkey hunting. I just love it. And that's how I kind of broke into the industry.
It's definitely a superior turkey to eat.
Whew,
They are. They're delicious.
they are delicious. And but anyway, with that said, we were down right out of the Yucatan Peninsula hunting ocellated turkeys, which is a different species. You can hunt all these turkeys and get different slams.
Yeah, I think Renella's got the slam.
Yeah, Renella's done it. And so I went down there with actually Troy Lee of Jack Link's Jerky, and he's a big hunter. So we all went down there, kind of for the adventure and to say, yeah, we hunted the jungles. And dude, amazing, you know, you got all that Mayan civilization and all this stuff that you saw, even Graham Hancock. But what people don't realize, we're out in the middle of this jungle, and I'm walking around, and the guy I'm with, he don't know English. I'm like, and Cohen Stone, our producer, he's standing there, and I was like, dude, this is one of those pyramids. Like we're walking up, and I'm trying to figure out if I can hen call, because nobody's ever figured out if you can hen call to these ocellated turkeys. I get looking around, and so finally I'm tapping this guide on the shoulder, and I'm like, bro, you know, Mayan historical. And I'm like, there's so many of those structures out there, and we're out there hunting turkeys. They don't think nothing about it. It's kind of like us walking around out in the middle of Georgia, kind of only knew about the ones that was on the postcards, you know,
Right.
that you go in. Yeah, when you're out there having a Corona on the beach and somebody trying to sell you an engraving to your wife or some, ring or something, I'm like, oh my God, dude. And like, I wanted so bad for a turkey to respond, and then put my back against that. And so I did a little video. I thought, this is insane. But when would I have had a chance to see that had I not been a hunter?
Yeah.
So that gets you down the rabbit hole of like, what was this? And what is that calendar? And I wonder what Graham Hancock is. So I'm seeing some of this. I'm like, dude, I was in that area. I didn't go to see that particular piece where he's talking to this authority, but I did go, 30 miles south of there or 100 miles, and I had a chance to work a turkey around one that's not even been excavated. I mean, it's just
You were banned? Oh, okay.
The jungle just overrun all of that civilization. Just overcame it, and they find them with, you know what LiDAR is?
I heard, yes, I saw. Well, I didn't know about it until I watched that on the Netflix show with Graham, and showing how there's flying over in those green.
See if you can find that pyramid that they just unearthed in Guatemala. They just unearthed some huge pyramid in Guatemala.
And we were south. We were right there and kind of right on the southern tip of Mexico, just as you go into Guatemala.
Shit.
And I was just intrigued. We're in the jungle and stay in these little huts and or these little tents, like almost a screen porch. I was blown away. And the whole time I'm like, thank you, Lord, for allowing me to be the hunter to go see this, to experience this. And I don't know, I'm overwhelmed. I've never got bored with it. And the more I do it, the more humbling it becomes. As soon as you start thinking like, man, I got a bunch of elk with my bow and arrow. I got this figured out. I'm about to run a right to them. I know where they're going to be. And then you go out there and they just kick your butt.
Yeah, there's no real greater than that. I mean, you certainly get to your level or level of Cam Hanes or Remy Warren. You become very proficient. You understand what to do. Here it is. Find Lost City, New Mexico jungle by accident.
Holy cow.
Yeah, this is what it was. It wasn't Guatemala. So archaeologists found pyramids, sports fields, causeways in connecting districts, amphitheaters in the southern central state of Campeche.
Campeche, yeah.
Campeche. They uncovered the hidden complex, which they have called Valeriana, using LiDAR, a type of laser survey that maps structures buried under vegetation. They believe it is second in density only to Calakmul, thought to be the largest Maya site in ancient Latin America. The team discovered 3 sites in total in a survey the size of Scotland's capital, Edinburgh, by accident when one of the archaeologists browsed data on the internet. That's so crazy. They found it by accident.
See, that's amazing. And I got the same vibe when I was down there, because we weren't too far out of Campeche when we was turkey hunting. And so as we're going through there, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of acres. I'm not even sure how set up. I don't know if it's governmentally owned, in this case Mexico, or if it's village. But when I saw that, even though we videoed it, I asked later. I come back and the main outfitter, he's very fluent in English. He said, "Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff out there. We don't talk about it a lot because this is our hunting ground." It's almost like the buffalo drop story. They really don't want Graham Hancock down there with a team of filmmakers from California. Like, they don't want it. And
I see their point, but I don't.
I absolutely.
Yeah.
And they kind of. But I think that's what's fascinating about all that we're able to talk about and share now culturally.
Yeah.
Is we realize if you grow up hunting and fishing, well, I really assume everybody did. I didn't think there was somebody who hadn't explored.
Right.
I didn't walk.
I didn't explore until I was 45 years old.
That's what I'm saying. And I grew up to where, like, laying and eating with my papa, like, one night, damn it, I'm going to buy me some ribeyes. It's like you eat enough squirrel or rabbit, and it's great, but it's almost like, man, I'm going to get that big family pack of chicken.
Right.
And we ate plenty of that, but it was always a fallback to where you understood the good Lord's rural resources and how to hunt them. So taking an animal for table fare wasn't anything at all to even cheer about, other than almost in the blessing of blessing food. Like, thank you, Lord, for giving us this opportunity to have a place to hunt. So it would be a chance to go put a fish basket out. I remember my papa taught me so many things. He made corn liquor and just country with damn chicken.
Oh, wow.
And I look back, he passed away when I was 12. Both of my granddads did. And my dad, Edwin Waddell, same way. I mean, they taught me so much. But I just assumed this is what every man was. And I figured I remember, I'll tell this story. I just remember like going to a nice restaurant and people ordering appetizers. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like,
What does that mean?
yeah, it's like bring us some ceviche and some calamari and you guys like cheese sticks? Well, look, I know they're unhealthy. Anybody like cheese sticks? Like, I like cheese sticks and like, you know, like, and then all of a sudden you sitting there chatting like we are, and everybody's having a cocktail. I'm like, man, I'm so happy. This is the funnest. I'm loving it. And I'm literally going back and at the end of the night calling my dad, like, man, everybody's eating before you eat. Like we had we're getting shrimp cocktail and you know I'm over there and it sounds crazy and almost like it's exaggerated, but I was so overwhelmed. I was so intrigued with the city and just people. I would be the guy talking to everybody, you know, from the you know street people like, what's up, dog? You know, like, you know, they're like, man, what's it like out here? You know, like, man, you ever ate a pigeon? Man, there's a lot of these pigeons. Go get you a couple ketchup packets from McDonald's and get you a rock. And hell, people should get. And so it was almost like the exact opposite from some of now my city friends who have gotten just enthralled with hunting.
Yeah.
They introduced me to so much of the city culture that, you know, I still get excited. Everybody don't think I would, but I still love to get excited to go. I had a chance. Joe Montana is somebody who's got a show on Outdoor Channel, so he has this big cigar dinner every night in every year in Burbank. And Saul the Fuentes, you know, and all these different, you know, movie stars and stuff. And so he's like, man, why don't you get a table? Come out and join us. I'm like, yes. I took my wife. We're all country. I was so excited to just get dressed up and everybody think I wouldn't like it, but I was like, man, this is cool. I'm out there having a cigar. There's the guy from Rambo, I forget his name, but it's in Karate Kid.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm meeting some of these people, and I'm thinking it's amazing how culturally being so country, and how now I'm talking to some of these guys like, man, dude, you're the hunt guy. Man, why don't you take me hunting? I'm intrigued with that.
Yeah.
And so now having a chance, I know you had like Jim Brewer on, which what a cool cat.
I love Jim.
He is so fun. Man, I could probably hunt with him or Theo for just constantly laughing. I mean, I like to cut up and have a good time.
The first time I went hunting, I went with Vanilla, took me and Brian Callen. And it's the same
Okay,
deal.
yeah.
Brian Callen's fucking hilarious. So we were just crying, laughing in Montana, freezing our dicks off, having a good time. My experience was the opposite. Always lived in cities, always, you know, and then the first time I went hunting was with Vanilla. I had been camping before when I was a kid, but I had no real exposure to nature.
Right.
And I remember just after that week doing it, I was like, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. Like, this is, 100%. I remember cooking the backstraps over the fire. It was me and Vanilla and Callan and the crew, and we were just like sprinkling some like seasoned salt over these backstraps and cooking them over the fire, and we were eating them with our hands. And I was like, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. It was like one of the greatest moments I've ever had in my life. One of the greatest experiences. I felt so tuned into it. I was like, this is something I've been missing. Like, this is, and it's a whole new world. I explained it. I was like, it's like you're in a different dimension. The first time I shot a deer was on that show. So I'd never hunted an animal before. I'd only been fishing. And the first time I'm looking at that deer through the crosshairs of that rifle, and I'm just calming myself to squeeze a shot. And I squeeze off the shot, and the deer drops like a stone. And I was like, oh my God, like, this is what I'm doing forever.
Yes.
And then once I started eating it, I was like, oh, this is my new thing. I'm like, I'm obsessed. I was obsessed. Obsessed. And then obsessed with all I had been missing. Just the experience of being in the woods is so different than anything. The way people think of hunting, unfortunately, we've been poisoned by movies where the hunters are the bad guys. They're always douchebags. They're always like poaching animals and harassing people. Hunters in movies is a trope. They've always been like cruel, evil people. Like Bambi.
The Walt Disney movies.
They ruin people. Yeah. They ruin this idea. People who buy burgers from McDonald's to look down on someone who hunts an animal in the woods. And it's correct. It's just our brains have been distorted. Our perceptions have been distorted by media. And I realized that being in the woods hunting. I was like, first of all, this is very difficult to do. Mule deer hunting in Montana in October, freezing cold in the Missouri breaks. Fascinating. Just the environment is so unforgiving and doesn't give a fuck about you.
No.
The quiet and the isolation out
Yep.
there, and a weird kind of loneliness, like a not loneliness, but a realization of where your place really is in the natural world. You're not special.
No.
You're not. There's nothing significant about you.
Grain of salt.
Yeah, you're just one of many living things trying to get along out here, trying to get by. And you have an advantage, obviously, because you have a rifle and you have binoculars and all that other good stuff. But the reality of it is, it's very, very difficult to achieve success, especially if you don't know what you're doing. I was very lucky to have a guy like Ornella show me
Yeah.
around. But once you do it once, you're like, oh God, like this is incredible. And then to eat that animal, completely different experience than any other meal I've ever had in my life.
Yeah. It's such a peace that comes with it, and I try to explain that, but there's no way to explain it until you experience it. And
Right.
I was even trying to explain it to Theo. I don't know if I got that across to you last week. Theo,
Theo is a unique dude.
man, he's one of the most. I've met quite a few people, not as many as you, but Theo by far is one of the coolest, unique people I've met. And I remember we get out and we're going to turkey hunt, and I knew first of all, I think I ruined his whole excitement of it when I said, "All right, man, I'll wait y'all. We get about 4:35." He said, "What'd you say? What else?" I said, "Oh man, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't say this in the brochure." And I was like, and so Caleb Presley, who Barstool Sports, he was there, and I was a big fan of those guys, so I was trying to make sure I gave them the best experience I could, because just like Renella did with you, I knew the magnitude of these guys. I hope they want to do it again, but we go out there and Theo had not been around a gun a lot, and so I figured it'd be easy. I had a 20 gauge. Well, I can't remember if it was 20 or 12 gauge. I had a couple, but I put red dot, those Bushnell red dot scopes on there to make it really easy. Not having to shoot the bee, you just look through this optic, you see the red dot, put it on the turkey's head, pull the trigger. So Theo's looking through that thing. So you want me to shoot now? I said, no, Theo. I mean, it's not even daylight good. He's got sunglasses on, and he says, he's looking through this joke. He's looking through this shotgun. He said, "Oh man," he said, "I see that red dot." He said, "When I pull the trigger, it turned green." Theo, and so there's clips of it, and I literally, he said, if any looked at me, he said, "Who's on the other team?" There he is.
Don't you, don't you, don't you. I see what I'm saying. He's got the red dot. The red dot caught his hand and killed him. All right, who's the other team? Who's the other team?
I'm sure. Look, I'll take it.
Bro, he lives in another dimension. Theo lives in a neighboring dimension, and he just comes and visits us.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
Theo and I went to the UFC 2 weekends ago.
Yeah.
Last weekend, when was it? 2 weekends ago. We were in Vegas, and then after the fights, we went to dinner. And I swear to God, the dinner it was an hour and a half of me and Theo crying, laughing, I mean, tears. I'm wiping my eyes. I can't breathe. I go, dude, this should have been a podcast. We should have filmed this.
Oh
Because
God. I can only imagine.
we were crying. We were just crying. He was saying the most ridiculous shit, and I was laughing so hard. It was so much fun. He's so fun.
He's so fun. I had so much fun with that guy, man. And he said so much that I couldn't repeat. That was so funny. And then they said so much that I could. But I hadn't met anything quite like him. And
No,
he's so
he's a
unique.
one of a
Yeah.
kind. He's a one of a
Such a
kind.
big heart too, man.
Oh,
He's
he's a
yeah.
sweetheart. Such a nice guy. He's
Yeah.
such a kind person, and just a very unique talent.
And that's the thing too. Caleb on the other hand, he ended up getting the turkey. Caleb, and he kind of took to it pretty quick. Theo liked it, but I think his attention.
Go watch that
His attention deficit. He definitely had it.
You want me to
And
turn it on?
he was kind of cool.
I can pop it on. That way you can watch your thing.
No, dude, it's fine. So it's Steel Vaughn and this guy. Is that what you want to watch? Oh no 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 no! I'm sorry. Wait. I got you. The thing I sent you. Oh, apologies. No, you watch it on. Yeah, that's fine. I've seen it. But they were talking about an interview with Theo Vaughn, and I'm like, wow, Caspian Sea is really into hunting. Apologies.
Yeah, no, I didn't know. No, don't worry. I just saw your message, and you saw it. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
That was like an hour
you.
and a half ago, I guess.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. Dude, I'm doing this spamming of Discord. Somewhat bad news. I can't spam my links anymore. It's almost like they have a thing to ban people's links, and if you, so all I have to do is change up the text a little bit. Let's see here. You are banned from chat. You're unable to participate in chat until the channel moderator unbans you. Okay, that's fine. I don't know. I'm at a point where if I spam like so what I did, that's not a big deal. I still am spamming, but if I spam popular creators, the text just moves up the screen so quickly that it's like I don't want to say it's useless, but it's not. It's you got to be really quick to see it all. And all these other people are they've just got like bots in there that are typing all kinds of garbage, so my shit doesn't stay. But if oh, but these people have like supposedly like 800 people watching them at once. Um, so I'm kind of at a crossroads. I could just continue to spam people who only have one person watching them, and if I do that, then my shit stays on there for a long time. Like it might stay the whole stream, which I think is pretty positive. But again, they only have one person watching them. Or I spam someone who has like 800 people watching them at once, which is cool. But then it doesn't stay that long. It just moves so quickly. But again, then there are a lot of people watching it. I guess I don't. I don't really know. I don't know. I don't really know. So I'm gonna kind of see what works, and we'll take it from there. Yeah. So you're mentioned twice at least, just in positive ways. You're not. Your name isn't mentioned, but um, a Flax Life references your um, discussions, and I didn't, I didn't, I just came back from the bathroom and I see that Flax was in here, so I wasn't ready to talk about anything. I didn't know what he wanted to talk about, but we talk about some cool shit. So, yeah, feel free. It's 42 minutes. Oh. Hey, Caspian Sea, can you hear me? you can't hear me, that's okay.
And anyway, and I realized Theo had more fun just kind of walking around, checking out the cows, and
Yeah.
it just, I mean, dude, that would be a whole. You could do a special of Theo just walking around, maybe after a mushroom or something, just let him walk around and just describe what he's seeing. I mean, our producer come back and I saw him way a ways. I was tired, man. I've been hunting a lot. He said, "Hey, we're gonna go take an adventure, walk around the ranch, the farm." It was down in South Florida. I come back, our producer was laughing. He said, "Man, I can't even tell you all I heard and what Theo was saying." He said, "I've never laughed so hard." And I said, "I can only imagine. I can only imagine." But yeah, man, I don't know. It's just like that part. I think that's the most beautiful thing for me, coming from where I come from, and even seeing all the different people from all these cultures, and there's so much, and I've completely understood this too. There's so little to separate us all from the most rural country guy to the most urban city guy, no matter what race, ethnicity. It's amazing how there's so much entertainment and things that just open your mind, not pretend to know it all, to want to learn, because there's so much you can teach me, so much I can teach you, and it's just amazing, and it's definitely gives me a whole lot better perspective. Um, and I don't know, that's been probably the coolest part of what I've had a chance to go on an adventure and a journey, is to be able to meet somebody like Brewer, who's like, he didn't really was not intrigued with hunting. It was more of the conspiracy of what was going down, and like, dude, I went to go get some chicken breast and some chicken wings to watch football. You couldn't find any. The government, Fauci, is making me learn what will teach me how to kill a turkey. On the other hand, first morning out, Jim kills one, and so you've hunted enough, you and Cam, where you get an elk, and it is a reverence. It's not like everybody reacts different. So, but if you hit a good arrow, kind of a Ted Nugent, the spirit of the arrow, the spirit of the wild, that arrow goes in there, and you work for it, you practice, and when you know it's a good ethical shot, and you know that you got and essentially put the tag on that bull, it is almost like spike. Some people, it's almost like spiking a football into a touchdown.
Yeah.
So I was so excited that Jim Brewer had just got a turkey. That me and I had Ira Dean, who used to be in that country group, Trick Pauly, who is just a trip in itself. He's good friends with Jim, and they live somewhere close down there in Naples, Florida. And me and Ira are just grabbing him, look like you wrestling jiu-jitsu. I got him in here, like, you got it, Jim. And we're like, punching, like, you smoked him, you dude, right in the head. We high-fiving, and Jim's just over like
Overwhelmed.
Like the woman in the shower on Psycho. Like, what did I just do? I just did something. and all of a sudden, I forgot. This is the guy in the movies. This is the comedian that I grew up as a kid watching on Saturday Night Live. He's never been there.
Right.
And so, and then we slowed down, and it wasn't even hardly any time after that. Jim's just sitting there. He takes the turkey, and he's holding it like a little puppy dog, and he's holding it. And Ira, my buddy, gets it, grabs his feet, and says, "Hello, Jim," and he's. And I think even Jim talks about it, but I just sit back and I'm like, man, how cool is this?
Yeah.
And in the same token, Jim's like, hey man, if you ever down here want to come to one of my comedy shows, and for my wife and friend to go do that, or to see something I've never seen, or go home and still tell my dad who's 71, like, you're not gonna believe what I saw in Austin. You're not gonna believe what happened in wherever, Las Vegas, we're at the SHOT Show. I don't know.
That's the beauty of travel, right? Like, the more environments you can go into, the more completely different cultures you can explore. You get just a wider sense of humans.
Yeah.
And that you realize, like, we have more in common than we do opposed to each other. We're much more that we share than we don't.
Correct.
And what it really is just like, what environment did you grow up in? You grew up in the country, I grew up in the city.
Yeah.
But once you find common ground, and once you experience like experiencing nature for the first time for people that are in the city, it's so overwhelming for them. It's so interesting to watch them just walk around the woods, confused, and not knowing how to navigate, not knowing where they are, and being exhausted, not knowing how much energy it takes going up hills.
How are we gonna get back?
Yeah.
Where are we at?
We're 8 miles deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta walk 8 miles back.
Yeah.
When is that gonna get us back? Well, probably 11 p.m.
Yeah, it's gonna be late.
Yeah. Well, at 11 p.m. We have headlights. Put on your headlamps. Like, what? We're gonna walk in the dark. Are there animals out here? There's a lot of animals out here, and they know where you are before you know where they
100%.
are. Yeah.
It think about, it's a completely different world. And for me, it was so cool. I've over the years working for different. I call it more non-addendum. Like you obviously you think of Hoyt, you think of Realtree, you think of these different companies that are around the hunting culture. But I remember one year I had a chance to work with Hormel Guinea Moore Stew, Hormel at Guinea Moore Beef Stew. And so they did this sweepstakes and like win a turkey hunt with Michael Waddell. And so we did it. And they run 30-second ads. That was when everything a bunch of 30-second ads. And so the guy wins it, him and his son, and well, they get there, and I realized they'd never hunted, and it was my first time to experience guiding somebody that knew nothing. I mean, I guided a lot of rookies, but I'm talking about when I say had no clue of nature.
Never shot a gun.
Never shot a gun. I mean, immediately, had the big Rambo knife tied on his side. Just, it's like, okay, And so I remember we walking, and I realized that okay, this will be fun for me because from the basics of everything, just the mountain, the streams to the tracks, and so we walking along, and me and his son and him are talking.
Welcome, welcome. How you living, pimp?
Track, right? And hit this cool.
What's good?
In this scenario, a perfect coyote track. Oh man, that's cool.
I didn't want to talk to you anyway.
You would relate to would be to a cartoon like the coyote on Bozeman Rodeo Show. And I said, yeah, like Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, coyote, but this is a real coyote. I said, oh, this is cool. Check this out. This is a bobcat track. Oh man, I say, look, here's a turkey track, but this is a hen track.
Welcome, welcome. How are you?
I'm explaining to.
What's good? I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, again, I didn't want to fucking talk with you.
See him with different things. I mean, we saw everything that day from hog, javelina tracks. So finally we're walking, and he's just so cool with these tracks, like taking pictures. He said, "Hey man, any Cheetos around here?" And I said, "What?" And he said, Cheetos, Cheetos. I said, "Are you talking about like Cheetos, like snacks?" Snacks? He said, "Oh yeah. I mean, any of those animals?" And I said, "What? What? I swear, animals." He that just shows the disconnect. Cheetos, Chester the cheetah, which I guess is from a true animal, a cheetah, but Chester Cheetos, he was like, is any of those tracks? If you see one of those tracks, show me what a Chester Cheeto track looks like. I'm like, you know, we don't have cheetahs, but there is no Chester the cheetah. But then it hit me, it's like he was talking about the movies. Well, Bambi is so real for them. The fox and the hound, I mean, it's so real. Right. It's like, somehow, they think that you go to Antarctica or North Pole and these polar bears are sitting having a soda and high-fiving and talking about Christmas.
Klondike bars.
Yeah, eat Klondike bars. Like, what's up, Waddell?
Yeah.
Come over here, man.
Right.
Have a Coke with us. It's like, no, that's not. These animals will smell you and they come hunt you. Like, wait a minute, a seal that we got to wait days for it to come out of the hole and hunt them down, or look, there's a dude that's been eating a lot of fried chicken and collard greens and cornbread. I bet that sucker. I bet he can't run fast. Let's go eat him. And so it's just a disconnect of not knowing and thinking that everything is almost like going to the zoo. And then when it becomes hard, you're 2 or 3 days in and you're not had an opportunity, like, dude, what is going on? Like, we're hunting. I mean, I've even had them like, dude, I thought you were good. I mean, well, I'm trying. It's just this animal, it does not want to get on your plate.
It's not an easy thing to do.
No.
And that's also the problem with hunting shows. Is a hunting show, if it's a half-an-hour show, it's 22 minutes of actual footage, and so you're boiling down a 10-day hunt to 22 minutes, and the reality is that gives a distorted perception to the people at home, like, oh, it's easy. They just go there, they put the animal in the crosshair. That's not fair. Like, you hear that all the time. That's not fair. Like, survival's not fair. You think it's fair that the lion gets to kill the gazelle? It's not fair. No, of course it's not fair. There's nothing fair in nature. Why are elephants big? Why are mice small? There's nothing fair.
No.
It's not. This fair doesn't factor in. This is what you're trying to do. You're trying to survive. Obviously, you can go to the store, but out here, there's no fucking stores. No. So out here, if you want to survive, if we live here forever, this is the only environment you're ever going to be here till your heart stops beating.
Right.
This is the only one way. You've got to figure out the winds. You got to figure out where they shot without getting buck fever.
Yep.
You got to do all these things. Like, this is the only way.
It's so deep. You're right, and it is difficult.
You just can't boil it down to 10. Like, Pedro does a really good job of showing like how difficult it is on these crazy adventure hunts he does, but even still, it's an hour and a half. Like, the reality is, it's 10 fucking days, man. 10 days.
That's right.
10 to 12 miles a day, sweating your ass off, coming back exhausted, your feet hurt, your back's killing you, you sleep so hard, you sleep like a dead man. And then that alarm clock goes off at 4:30 in the morning. Oh, you get some coffee in you with a jet boil, and you're freezing, you're trying to warm your hands up, and then you're off again.
Yep. It still almost feels like, I always talk about hunting and opening day. It's kind of like Christmas. It's like, when you finally do get to that September, and I just use elk hunting as an example because I know you love elk hunting. It's almost like you are tired. You've been grinding. You've had, doing your daily gigs of whatever you're doing, the responsibilities of everything in your life. Finally, I'm in elk camp, and you're already tired in that first morning. You maybe don't sleep good because you're anxious and excited, and then all of a sudden you finally fall into deep sleep, and all of a sudden, you're like, but then all of a sudden, it's kind of like as a kid,
Right.
waiting on Santa Claus. I'm like, man, I'm not sleeping. I'm listening for him. I got to build some cookie for him, and then, but then you fell asleep deep, and all of a sudden, you wake up like, oh, Santa Claus! So you jump up, and you're still tired. And so hunting to me is still that. But,
that's amazing. It's still that after all these years.
I still do.
So that's the same with Cam. I mean, he's been hunting his whole life. He still loves it more than anything. I plan on it so hardcore that like when Netflix gave me a comedy special, I had to make sure that it was the beginning of August. I was like, I need time to get ready.
Yeah.
Because like I have a whole training routine and a shooting routine, and I want to make sure I'm shooting 100 hours a day, seven days a week. I want to make sure my accuracy is fully dialed in. I have 100% confidence. My cardio's on point. I got to be ready. So I was like,
Unless you're at 1.7,
like I did. Like 4 hard weeks. I mean, I'm training for it all year round. 4 hard weeks. Almost like
I agree.
getting ready for a fight.
In some of those meetings, do you still have some regular executives looking at you?
He is.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand that. Like, so September 12th through the 23rd. Yeah. And to them, they don't understand, like outside of people playing football, I can still see the Christmas games and Christmas Eve and Thanksgiving. But for me, like Thanksgiving and Christmas, very rarely, all of us kind of like, I'm taking that day. I'm taking that day. And that's kind of like, unfortunately, now we get these hobbies of hunting. Like, okay, I can't do anything the first week of April. That's turkey season. And September, oh, man.
That whole month's gone.
Yeah. In November, oh, man, the deer are rutting. I don't know that. Y'all got anything in July?
I've had big guests, like important guests,
Yeah.
that wanted to come in like September 10th. I'm like, listen, can't do it. It's not gonna happen. When's the only time he's in there? It's not gonna work. Sorry.
Let me know if you come back.
Yeah, let me know if you come back. I'm not missing that. It's just, it's my favorite time of the year.
I mean, that was, funny story that happened similar. When people wonder, like, do you ever get tired of it? You really don't. I mean, I'm sure, like, obviously, say in the comedian world, to kind of draw parallels, that opportunity to go out for 30 minutes or an hour to make someone laugh, and they're digging on the stuff that you're performing, it's got to be a natural high that comes with it. So it becomes an addictive quality to it, and it's not necessarily about the money. It's just a certain situation that feels good. So you wonder, like, when do I want to step down for this? And it's kind of like, Keith Richards playing a guitar. Maybe never. It's like, this is part of it. And I think hunting becomes like that. And to the point with me, like the things I love, I've been blessed that inevitably my financial opportunities have came from promoting hunting and working for different partners, as is Cam's, and many of us, Remy, Steve, a lot of us. But I'm still so addicted to the point to where my wife, she loves country music, my wife Christy, and so through people we meet, we've got invited to some really cool things, from get-togethers to parties to situations, awards, to ceremonies, to different clubs. And so a lot of times we'll try to go, and it's actually a cool thing for me because, hey man, I met this person. Would you like to do this or that? And one thing in particular happened. My wife loves country music, and there's a lot of those country music guys that I hunt with. So I had gotten a text from a guy. They was having some award ceremony around country music. I forget which one it was, but when they had it at the Dallas Stadium, and anyway, I got invited. He said, "Hey, if you want to come out, look, man, we'd like to have you at the, man, we'll treat you like one of the singers, and So immediately I said, "Oh, dude, what's the dates?" And they said it's April. I forget what it was. It was whatever it was. It hit right in turkey season, like right when I knew. I hadn't even had anything planned. This was time, but I knew, kind of like September. So I said, "Man, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the invite, but I'm not going to be able to make it." Well, my wife and I don't have a relationship where we're going through each other's phones and stuff like that. But that particular, my phone was sitting. It was maybe a week later, sitting there, and that same gentleman had texted me on another matter, and so he had just texted me. I said, "Christy, get my phone." So she did, and somehow that she just happened to look at that text, and all of a sudden I couldn't figure out. She was just kind of giving me the cold shoulder, like the rest of the day. I'm like, what did I do? I couldn't figure out what I did. So finally I was like, look, baby, I figured out a lot of things about elk and turkey. I ain't figured out a woman from cooking. So I done pissed you off some kind of way. I don't know what I did, but help me understand. She said, you know what? I do have a bone to pick with you. And I was like, okay, well, let me have it. Let me have it. And I'm already thinking, I ain't getting shit. I think. She said, you know what? I know you like to hunt turkey. Okay, all right. I'm like, yeah, I love to hunt turkey. She said, but you know what? We could take one night and go to a really cool award ceremony. Maybe we could hang out with Blake and have a drink and just chill and relax and look this over. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then she said, well, I saw the text and we were invited to go to the awards. And you quickly just said no, didn't even talk. And I'm like, and then I hit me like, what a selfish. I don't know how many turkeys I've seen shot or how many turkeys I've shot myself, but here it is. I'm 50 years old, and I'm saying no, just like that, without hesitation. No, I mean, that would be fun. In my mind, I'm thinking, dude, if that was June or July, and I had your number, I'd be texting everybody, dude, are y'all going? Can we, can we have a drink, hang out?
Sure.
But it's like, nope. It wouldn't matter if Elvis Presley was going to be the show. I was like, and then it hit me. I'm like, man, I am
A little selfish.
Yeah, and it hit me there, and I did. I sincerely, I said, I'm sorry, because you're right. I could have just got a commercial flight that flew out there, spent a great evening, had a great date night, and saw the awards and come back. But in my mind, I'm thinking, why would anybody go to a big city and go to turkey season? I don't understand that. And I'm trying to, I'm still learning,
Well, the reality of it is, if you haven't experienced hunting, you don't understand why people are so drawn to it, and why the experience is so much more powerful than anything else you have in life, other than the birth of your children, being
Yeah.
loved. Well, there's a bunch of experiences that are wonderful in the regular, modern, civilized life, but
Yeah.
when you get that bug, when you hear the swat of that fucking arrow hit the vitals, and you see the spot right in the golden triangle, you see the blood dripping down, and you see him stumbling forward, you're like, we got him. And every sense in your body is on 10. Your fucking goosebumps have goosebumps. Everything. It's just, there's nothing like it in the world.
You want to stand up and tie that bandana like on Rambo First Blood. It's like, it's just, I don't know, it's a crazy feeling. And I hope more people get a chance to experience it. But
it's so hard to do.
It's so hard.
Especially like archery elk hunting or archery mule deer hunting. Probably even more than anything.
I agree.
It is so hard to do. To get someone addicted to that, boy, you've got to get a special kind of person that's willing to, like, the learning curve is so long.
And the physicality of that high desert mule deer.
And also, those motherfuckers are smart.
Oh yeah, you think they're
They've
not?
been ducking mountain lions for 5-6 years, and they know any little snap of a branch, any little like moving of a rock that sounds like it might have been a predator's paw.
Oh yeah.
They're on a swivel, they're up, and they're bouncing, boing, boing, boing. See ya.
They're gone. And that's what the other thing people don't realize. They think, oh, you hunters go out there and get these animals, and obviously the hunters have such a responsibility in the balance of a lot of things. Mother Nature is, first of all, very brutal, and there's a lot to be learned through nature. There's a lot of things we think we know, but then if you really dig deep and you're in the mountains, you realize, wait a minute, that was all human nature. This is nature. There's a difference. So many examples that you can get into, but at the end of the day, these deer also have coyotes. Now they're really into these wolves in some of these places, And they have done studies that in some cases they feel like an adult male mountain lion can kill up to 100 mule deer, one mountain lion. So you're talking 80 to 100 animals that they've killed. So when you think about us, even if we're athletic,
is that a year?
that's a year. That's one. And they've done all kind of studies. I know the state of Utah has been really proactive, which is great. And what I love about Utah Game and Fish is what they're doing. They're listening to a lot of these mountaineering type of guys who are not, have a doctorate in biology or balancing nature. They're just ranchers. They're outfitters. They're hunters. They're somebody that's immersed themselves. And, they might not can sit there and recite Shakespeare, but they can certainly tell you what they've seen. They don't claim to know it all, but they can tell you things that they are seeing out there.
There's different kinds of intelligence.
100%.
Yeah.
And a lot of the game and fish sometimes will get at times arrogant to say, well, what am I going to learn from a Joe? What am I going to learn from Michael White? What am I, Remy Warren? Come on, dude. Okay, you hunt a lot, but I got a doctorate in this.
Well, like California's a good example. Like
Yeah.
a lot of the game and fish. I don't even think they call it game and fish. I think they call it fish and wildlife.
Correct.
Yeah, because they don't want the concept of game to be introduced.
Man, it's crazy.
Their thought is they want to get it to the point where the predators and the prey balance each other out, where there's no need for hunting, and they would like to reintroduce wolves to help them. They do. It's animal activists that have taken these positions that should be held by wildlife biologists who have an objective understanding of the populations and how to keep them healthy. And the way they're doing it in California is you've got mountain lions everywhere.
Yeah.
In this one ranch that I hunt, they had a water hole, they had a pond, and they had a trail cam. They found 18 different cats that visited this trail cam.
See, that
18 different mountain lions.
That goes beyond what biologists will tell you. As a matter of fact, a lot of times, a lot of the studies are now it's been changed and everything. The goalposts are being adjusted. But there was a time, I think it was 28 square mile radius that I know at least in the state of Utah. So I'm not saying every game and fish department, I call it, or fishing game, or fish and wild, I should say. But they had specifically said a male mountain lion basically controlled 28 miles diameter, only to find that in Utah, I've got some friends and outfitters that went out there when they did have the quota tags. Now you can just buy a tag over the counter and you can, or get depredation. You can hunt mountain lion all the time because they realize, look, these mountain lions are killing a lot of elk, a lot of mule deer specifically. On top of that, you don't know what the winter's going to be and what that's going to kill. Then you got wolves, you got bear, you got all this stuff. This outfitter took a business card and he put it down and he said, well, I know y'all think this, but I want to show y'all what I filled the quota. He said, I shot 10 mountain lions in this business card. He said, 3 of them was here. So your theory that one male mountain lion is in this 28-mile diameter is completely busted. This is not on anything I've studied. I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go to Auburn University in the wildlife department. I don't have trail cameras out there. I'm just telling you that with red ball hounds, this is a true statistic. Here's the photos. And so what has happened, a lot of those people got together, and what I love about Utah, they are listening, and they're saying, okay, this old hillbilly knows something. Let's listen to him. And so they're adjusting it, and now the deer numbers are going up, the hunting's getting better, and it's unfortunate that really some of these people might be right, that nature does have a great way of balancing itself. Way more brutal than what you and I would approach the management process. But everything's changing. I mean, you talk about California, you talk about how they reintroduced the wolf, say, in Colorado. Well, all that was voted in a very urban area, specifically Aspen. All the ranchers.
I don't think it should be voted in at all.
It shouldn't be.
Ballot biology to me is ridiculous.
It don't make sense.
You should have to have an understanding about what you're voting on from perspective of the people that are actually in the field.
Correct.
And the reality of mountain lions is, like, you're not going to get an accurate assessment from someone who visits it once a month.
They think you can go out there and sell tourist tickets to watch the mountain lions.
You can't find them.
I'll tell you,
they're there and they know you're coming. They smell you miles away. They're not going to be anywhere near you. And if you do see them, it's rare.
I heard Ranella, because Ranella spends a lot of time in desolate places, and I didn't specifically talk to Cam, but kind of in perspective, I started working in the area of either guiding or working with an outfitter, working with companies that were doing shows for, at the time, TNN, that turned into ESPN, now Outdoor Channel, now YouTube, so on and so forth. Well, So as a young kid, in rural Georgia, I finally had a chance to start going and seeing these places from Saskatchewan to all over Canada, got to go to Africa, all over Mexico, and now I'm hunting all across the western landscape, not just in Georgia, hunting whitetails and turkeys and squirrels there. I've only saw one mountain lineman in the daylight. One. Now, I spent tons. I think Ranella said he saw six in his lifetime in the daylight. So what you realize, if you see a mountain lion in the daylight, now I've seen a lot of mountain lions, but they all have been in a tree behind a dog or running behind a dog. I'm talking about just you and I glassing, looking for mule deer. I'm like, Joe, mountain lion.
Right.
Don't see them.
You don't see them.
And same with wolves. I've seen two wolves in my life. Both were in. One was in the Yukon. One was in Alaska. In the daylight, I've heard them countless times. We've been camping in spike camps, and you hear the wolves. I've heard them all across places where wolves exist, but you don't see them. Um, Another perspective is even coyotes. I have 500, a little over 500 acres I live on in Georgia, and so I
Oh,
noticed
thank you.
I was finding all kind of fawns, and they did a bunch of studies from the University of
Thank you.
Georgia,
I
Auburn
appreciate it.
University, talking about how many deer and coyotes, which you can't blame them. Why would you not? It's
I know.
fawn in the fawning time of year. Feed your pups. So I decided. Actually, of all people, got me
Thank
into
you.
trapping. It was Blake Shelton. He was trapping
It
it
was
at my home.
unplanned.
Loves it, and so I thought, God, if this country singer goes to American, as a boy, is getting trapped, I got to learn
Oh
about
yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
stuff.
That's what it was. I
And
was
that was my
asleep.
getting
I
into it.
went to the
I didn't
bathroom and
really
came
know.
back,
Just
and
learning
so yeah,
a lot
you
more
can
about
tell I don't
traps
have my
and
normal
putting
energy. I was
dirt
just
hole
kind
traps
of
or leg hold,
groggy, but
dirt hole traps and different things. And so I caught in 2021. I caught like 22 one
yep.
year, 19 another year, just on 500 acres. Because we go hunting tomorrow. Now think about 20 dogs that are smaller than a German Shepherd, but a small, you know, canine dog that lives on your property. Some are passive.
There you go.
To think that in a 4 week period I could catch 22 coyotes. That at times, hunting a lot, I would see them time to time. Along that, I also caught seven foxes and two bobcats, and I don't know how many coons and possums. So for people to think that you see this all the time, you
There you
don't. I
go.
live there, and when
Nap
I'm
time.
home, every day I'm up and I'm riding, checking food plots, putting in food plots. I got bulldozers, I got different things and tractors trying to make the wildlife habitat
Will
better,
do.
make sure I got better areas for my turkeys to brood, making sure I'm planting resources, and I don't see these things. And this is all I've ever done. So the people that live in Aspen or just out of LA, not trying to throw shade on them, but you don't know, man. I don't know how to hit a half pipe like Tony Hawk either. So I'm still learning, and so for me to say that and to think that you can just spend nearly 4.8 million, $5 million to reintroduce wolves and think you're going to get tourists come out there and look at them. These wolves, if they could talk, they're like, these people have a clue. You're never going to see me.
Well, not only that, but they took wolves that were already depredating livestock.
Yeah,
That's
and moved them.
they captured and they moved them to Colorado, where they're going to continue to do the same thing.
I just read something the other day. You see, they removing one of those herds. They're trapping them and removing them because of all the depredation of killing livestock.
Yeah.
Guess what? If a mountain lion kills 100 deer, one, and then he's okay. God bless the fact that he is nature and he's hunting a deer or an elk. But guess what they do when that starts running low? They're like, man, that dog looks good.
Yeah.
There's
We
a
were
cat.
talking about this yesterday in San Francisco. Yeah. When they kill mountain lions in the Bay Area, 50% of their diet is pets.
Ain't that something? And
right.
all is well. All of these PETA members, they're all fine long as it's your dog and your cat.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, you let a herd of deer come in and eat their $40,000 worth of landscaping, and the mountain lion kill their pet. They're secretly calling me like, hey, bone collector. Not gonna lie, that's a little offensive, but
we need you.
So how quiet is your bow and arrow? It's like, oh,
yeah,
hypocrisy.
yeah.
Is this hypocrisy.com calling me? It's like, well, it's uneducated. It's uneducated.
They just don't know what they're talking about, and they don't have any experience in it. And again, like we talked about, the idea, the mass media idea of a hunter is very negative.
It's very negative.
Very
And
negative.
it's sad because what you'll find too is some of the best people is
some of the best people.
I mean, they're really down to earth. I mean, sit around a campfire with somebody that grew up very rural. Their excitement of talking about everything typically is pretty awesome.
Also, their appreciation of hard work.
They very much appreciate it, and Even my dad, man, he's 71, and I said, Dad, you ain't gonna believe it. Joe Rogan texted me and invited me to come up on the show. He said, man, I like that Rogan. He said, that dude. It's funny anytime I talk about my dad, I gotta go into another impersonation. Like that Joe, man, he's stout, he's stout, he's stout, man. He work out a lot, and I'm thinking, how does my dad know the routine? Knows that I like him. Of course, he loved that you had Trump on and that you had kind of bring him some light to that and give him an opportunity to talk. And so I find across the board, same conversation I had talking with some squirrel hunters, talking about Cam Hanes. It's like Cam is a beast. He runs and he does his stuff. And what brought me and Cam back together to even going out and talking on his podcast, we grew up close to the same age, same trajectory. I'm the Southern guy. He's a West guy. He's a fitness guy. I'm kind of a little Debbie eater, fried chicken, collard green, but we still figured out a way. I always said, if somebody asks me, so what's the difference between you and Cameron Hanes? I said, Cameron Hanes runs quickly to the top of the mountain, and I sit down and I call him off the mountain. I'm gonna figure out how to communicate with him, And I said,
there's a lot of different ways to
there's a lot of different ways to skin the cat, as they would say. But at the end of the day, I was talking to some squirrel hunters over in Alabama, and these guys, prototypical what you'd pull up, looked like Billy Coleman from Where the Red Fern Grows. Had squirrel dogs, and one of the guys, he had to be in his 60s, and literally I had some chew in the back. He said, "Man, you friends with that Cameron Hanes?" And I said, "I am." I said, "I've known Cameron a long time." He said, "Man, he seemed like a good dude." And I don't know why it hit me like this guy. I wouldn't expect to mention Cameron, and so quickly, I contacted Cameron. I said, "Man, let's have a cool conversation." And so he and I quickly kind of said, "Man, why have we not even hunted together? Like we've been at trade shows and stuff and done some stuff and so that's been really cool for me, an old friend I've known a long time, to get back in camp. And the conversations are so funny. We get to laughing, cutting up, and I don't know, it's crazy. And
well, I think one of the beautiful things about social media for hunting and podcasts for hunting is that people have an opportunity to hear a completely different perspective about what it is that wasn't available before that. I got into hunting because I started watching Spirit of the Wild.
Jared Dukes, I love Jared.
That's when I got fascinated with it, and then I watched Rinella's original show, which God, I don't know the name of it. He had a show.
It wasn't Meat Eater though.
No, before Meat Eater.
Yeah.
God, I forget the name of it. But his show, it didn't last very long, but I thought it was really interesting, and I knew Helen Cho because Helen Cho, who worked with Rinella on that show, she also worked with Bourdain. And so, I was friends with Bourdain, and so I got introduced to them through that, and Helen got Steve on the show. He didn't even know what a podcast was.
He did.
He was like, what are we doing here? We were filming out of the Ice House in Pasadena at that time, the Ice House, the comedy club in Pasadena, and that's where we had our studio. Wow. And so Rinella was sitting there, he was like, kind of a little dismissive of this, like, what is this nonsense?
Yeah.
And then now he's got one of the biggest podcasts in the space.
He's done a phenomenal job, man.
He's great.
He has. I was when Rinella reached out and I had a chance to be on his podcast. I would say I'm a very secure person, but at the same time, I know I'm country. I know I'm for lack of better words, the guy that I kill a lot of stuff. There ain't no way to say it any better. I can say harvest, pluck, take, but at the end of the day, I grew up where in Georgia we could kill 10 deer legally a year, so mostly with a bow, and then Alabama, the neighboring state. You could kill a buck and a doe a day for a long time in Alabama, and there was people that tried to do it. It wasn't ever. Did you get you a good one this year? Like, yeah, 47. Like what? Like yeah, And so at first I was, when I first started meeting and hanging with Rinella, I thought, man, I hope you don't think I'm just this old redneck crazy dude that. And then once we become friends, it gets back to the whole how everything is so much tighter than you realize, and how we all have so much respect for each other in different lanes of bringing it. And it's just like anything. I mean, you got different players on the team, all playing for the same team, but they all have a different skill set, and so we all grow up a little different. And so again, I just assumed growing up in my small little area, just out of Manchester, Woodbury, Georgia. I really think the area I was from is called Booger Bottom, Georgia, and I just thought, well, Booger Bottoms are everywhere. Well, you find out there is a lot of different little names. There are no lights there. But I just really assumed everybody did, and I was just completely devastated when I went to the city, and shows, TNN. I'm so proud, thinking, man, I should be able to pass out a business card and meet a girl with this. And they're like, oh my God, you're a killer. You killed Bambi. And it just, bro, it just completely devastated.
Because you had never been around people who were into
I,
hunting.
I never had, I didn't know it existed.
Wow.
I mean, I was that naive. I did not
How
know.
old were you when you first encountered people that were into hunting?
I was in my early 20s.
Wow.
Yeah, I was in my early 20s and
How hard was it to wrap your head around that?
it blew me away.
And people that eat meat too, by the way, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's really weird.
it really hit me when I started traveling. I literally was like a kid that was just, getting up every morning for Christmas. I was having a chance to work for Bill Jordan, and I met him through winning a turkey calling contest. And he asked me, him and David Blanton. I can't say enough of great things about Bill and David. David Blanton believed in me when, I mean, he always believed in me so much. And he said, hey, man, we'd love for you to help guide hunters. And back then, everything around hunting was media, outdoor life, field and stream. So there wasn't any hunting shows. But then about that same time, TNN, after these NASCAR races, introduced an outdoor block, which if you go back and look, people like Jackie Bushman, at the time.
What year was this?
This would have been for me. It'd been 90. It'd been a 92 or 3 or 4, somewhere right in there.
Did they even have rangefinders back then?
No rangefinders. I bought the first one I'd ever seen. It was a Bushnell, and I still work with Bushnell. The thing looked like a car battery. I mean, literally, I had safety straps. I had like chains. I had like the strongest man contest to hold this thing up. But it had the little ones you could roll, and it didn't even tell you when the temperature changes. It's going to give you inaccurate. It's going to change with the weather. But no, it was just guessing. But
was it a laser rangefinder?
it was the first ones was like a roller. You rolled two things. I forget how exactly that worked, but it come and it gave you basically
a rough estimate.
A rough estimate. It would be like 40 yards, and then Bushnell, to my knowledge, was a bigger one. It looked, like I said, it kind of looked like a small battery. It was big, and it had a laser on it, and you could range it, and it gave you, the yardage.
And obviously, it wasn't angle compensated.
It didn't have any of the arc, angle, range compensation, had any of that. And the first person I ever saw that even talked about that was Chuck Adams. I was videoing with him back in those TNN days. And Chuck
explained to people, like, angle compensation is like an arrow is quicker going downhill. So if you're shooting uphill or downhill, the angle, you have to gauge how fast the arrow's going to go, the feet per second, based on the angle. So it might look like it's 50 yards as the crow flies.
Yeah.
Your rangefinder might say 42.
Correct.
And you got to put your sight at 42 yards, otherwise you shoot right over his back.
And it works.
Yeah, it works really well.
It's unbelievable. And that to me, I didn't know it existed.
Have you ever fucked around with those Garmin sights?
No, I haven't. I've always wanted to try one.
It's great in theory and great when it works.
So when it works.
Yeah, I had a problem with it a couple of times and I gave up on them. And I'm hoping they're going to get better. And they outlawed it in Utah. I tried to bring it to Utah a couple of years ago and they passed a law. Maybe last year. And the best thing about it though, it's like a red dot. You get that dot. You have a clear sight picture. No post.
See just that dot.
Just that dot on the vitals. It's amazing. And the fact that you can go to full draw and just press a button to range, and then say maybe the animal moves 15 yards to the left, just press it again, and you get a range, and you have a perfect shot. But some people think that that's cheating. But it's the same. It's just taking a step out instead of picking your rangefinder off your vinyl pouch and checking in, and then changing your sight, and then drawing back. With this, you're doing it right from draw. So for full draw, you just keep getting ranges. And then you can also hit it once, and then a second time, and you get pins. So you get 20 to 80.
Nice.
Yeah. So even if you...
So then all your pins would come up
exactly
based on that.
But if you just want an accurate range, you get that one button press, and it'll give you exact range. And, it's based on... Everything is compensated into the sight itself. So angle compensation is built into the sight itself. You put in the speed of your arrow.
So if you shoot 285 feet per second.
Exactly. It's all factored into your bow. It's pretty incredible.
I like that a lot because, and I think I've heard you even mention this. What I love about archery is obviously you got these windows. Everything ain't just sitting out in the yard where you're shooting.
Right.
You're shooting through the woods, especially if you're out there elk hunting. You got these windows, and there was a sight years ago that I remember, and it worked in theory great, but it was simple. It wasn't like the range or the Garmin, but they had these fiber optics that were glued to the middle of a basically of a piece of glass that went into the sight housing. So you would buy this glass housing that, okay, if your bow was 280 feet per second or 290 or 300 or 320, and your pins are preset. So you went in and got your top pin dialed in. So then you had all these, but your sight viewing was good. The problem was when it rained or if it got dirty. Yeah. And what I did like about that is the fact that the reason I've always liked pins, multiple pins, is the fact that I could see my whole sight picture where my arrow's going from 20 all the way out to even if I'm shooting to 80. In this case, most of my sights I set up from say 20 to 60 or 20 to 70. I try to put as many pins on my sight as I can. A lot of people don't like it because they think it's cluttered, but once I mentally got used to it, if I range pull, say 65, when I pull back, without having to do any other calculations, I put my 60-yard pin on that bullets in the clear, and then quickly, now it's like a memory of going back, and I quickly go back up to my 20-yard pin, and I'm looking all the way down through and estimating, is this arrow going to arc through? But basically from 20 all the way out to my desired where I want to hit, I can see the arc of my arrow based on my pin set good. So
you know if there's a gap in the tree.
I know the gap, but I know if I'm at 60 holding dead on that clear spot, but I got to live at 30 and my 30-yard pin's in the middle of it, I know, oh crap, I want to hit. So now I can just squat down. So that's why I don't like as much the single pin technology. And then quickly, what I like about the pins, it's cluttered, it's kind of old-fashioned, but I do like that a lot from that standpoint of trajectory of the ability to kind of kill or to take, to fill a tag. And Cam and I talked a lot about those things. We talked a lot about the release. I definitely like, I like the handheld from a, if I really want to try to haul it in and be a little more disciplined and kind of not feel it go off and shoot me completely surprised. I like that, but I don't think that traditionally works as great for hunting because of the fact I think you do have to know and to make that arrow go right now if you consistently have to. Even in Texas, I mean, we're shooting animals at 20 to 30 yards, those deer, and
Sometimes the opportunity.
sometimes they walk in, they're dogging a doe. They're coming in. Every deer ain't coming in just to eat corn or eat the food plot. They're coming in. They got one thing on their mind, and that's mama is ready. And so they're coming in grunting. So that deer runs and stops, and you got to be full draw. No, he's 27. Come back, and you got to send it right now.
You know what I describe it as? The difference between practicing free throws and basketball.
100%.
That's it.
Stephon Curry
Yes.
is not. It is. I mean, dude,
You don't get a chance to set up and have a surprise shot.
100%. That's a great way.
That's really what it is. I think practicing, sure, but I think there's moments where you got to make that sucker go off. But then, there's great hunters like Levi Morgan who hunts with a hinge.
Dude, I mean, just an animal.
Yeah.
He's probably the most decorated archer that I know. I mean, that dude.
Maybe of all time.
Yeah, because like Ullman, Gillingham, all those guys are heroes of mine. I mean, like, I very much look up to them. And if I can ever pull them aside, I just wear them out and try to learn,
Right.
And but Levi is right there, dude, as far as winning and what he knows. You know what? Another thing about Levi, I got to give him credit. That dude is a cold-blooded killer, man. He is a great hunter too. Sometimes that don't translate. I know some people that are great part of tournament.
Right.
I mean, 3D tournament ASA IBO winners.
Right.
But it doesn't go over into the ability to just
free throws.
It's free
throws versus basketball.
Yeah, no doubt.
It really is. Like, you're standing weird. One leg is down, one leg is up. You're on the side of a hill. You got to cant your bow a little bit. You're leaning your bubble into the wind. There's a lot of shit going on.
A lot. And then you got the nerves. You never get completely over that. People ask me all the time, do you ever get nervous or get bucked? People are like, man, almost every time. It's like, I think that's when, if some of that, yes, you get good at kind of somewhat like stage fright. I saw a clip of Elvis Presley. I thought it was so unique. I saw a clip of Elvis Presley the other day on this YouTube clip, and he was completely in panic. And this was like right in the prime of his career. He was walking around, and it was a narrator saying, yes, Elvis notoriously just afraid every time he went on parade. I'm like, this is the king.
Right.
But he was just pacing, and he was being short with a couple of people. I understand. And anyway, he walks out there. I'm sure he crushes it. But I think it's similar to probably how some of those football players running out on the field. There's no way you got all this clicking in your head. Man, I got to remember. Bill and Jenkins told me that this is new offense. I'm not sure. I don't know if I can read. Oh, I'll go read this offense. I think hunting's similar, just to where everything has to click, but you still get that. Now opportunity.
Yes.
And dude, it's still this overwhelming. And then to control it, and then when you get that air through that window, and then you can pick up the phone and call your family and say, "Baby doll, don't buy no steak because I'm bringing it home." It's again, it's just an. It's not like you want to disrespect the animal, but you just achieve something. Grocery shopping in the wild, so to speak. Yeah.
I think it's something that's very difficult to do when you care a lot about, and anytime there's something that's very difficult to do that you care a lot about, you're gonna get nervous.
100%.
And especially with hunting, there's one moment where you pull that trigger. This one moment.
Yeah.
This one moment. So you've been practicing, you've been preparing, you've been packing your gear, getting ready, all for this millisecond in time where you release that arrow and you watch right in there. And it's very difficult to master. I don't think you ever master it, you become proficient at it. You become good at it. But even the best hunters make bad shots sometimes.
Absolutely.
An animal moves, the wind takes the arrow in a weird direction, it hits a branch going in. You see it all the time. It's not an easy thing to do, so of course you're gonna have those nerves. But that's part of the reward of being successful, is that if you can get through that nervousness, and I think it helps you in everything you do in life. I think anytime you do something really hard, very difficult, I think that ability to overcome that difficult scenario helps you with everything in life.
100%. And when it comes to archery too, you're on that ragged line to where the subconscious, you can go from being a hero and you can be zero that quick.
Right.
All of that time, the money, the energy, the time that you didn't step away from the Netflix special in your case because, hey, I'm elk hunting.
Right.
You know you got to somehow communicate with your buddies. Oh man, I missed. Or worse, I made a bad shot.
Right.
Let's let them lay. And so everything that you look forward to that whole year, you can let yourself down. So it's a very individual, lonely feeling.
Yeah. And you can't think about that before you pull the trigger.
No.
You can never think, I hope I don't make a bad shot. Because you make a bad shot.
You can't. And I'm always, are you always positively thinking when you're like, I'm about to put it on them?
Yeah.
Are you thinking positive?
I have to.
I do too.
Yeah, I think you have to.
I was interested. I was talking to Chuck Adams. Chuck told me that he did that exact opposite. He said sometimes I would say, hey, gonna do my best. I'll probably fail. It's almost like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. I said, you're kidding me. And to me, this guy's the beast.
Right.
And the only other person in history I've ever heard that, there was a guy named Kenny Bartram was a motocross. He was the first guy to ever do a backflip on a motorcycle, and he landed it. And so he went hunting with us one time in Texas, and I said, Kenny, how much weed you got to smoke to get on the bike to think you can do a flip for the first time? He said, man, I just always thought I'd probably kill myself, but I tried. I said, so you never thought you would land it? He said, no, every time I try a trick, I think I'm about to wad it up. I said, oh my God, how do you do that? And I'm thinking about me and my buddy Boo Bishop building a BMX track and building a little something we jumped over and thinking I'd be scared to like,
right.
I could do this.
Just jump over a little
I
ramp.
never thought, jumping the ramp like I'm probably gonna crash. I always would think I could, and then when I crashed, I'd be, like surprised, like I can't believe that. That hurt. So Chuck and Kenny was the only guys I've ever thought that.
That's a weird psychology. I don't think that's the best way to approach it.
Me either. I'm not the one
really
is
good at it.
Is there ever a comedian that walks out like, hey, I'm probably gonna bomb, but I'm doing the best I can. I'm gonna play this guitar the best I can. I don't know. I just
Sometimes people talk like that, but I think they're fishing for compliments.
For their own self.
Yeah, I think,
drive.
Man, I hope this works well. And my friends are like, come on, man, you're fucking hilarious. You're gonna kill it. You think they might be like fishing for compliments?
Yeah. Kind of like you're tired and it's third down and it's like, dude, come on, man. I'm gonna be open. Hit me.
Yeah.
Buster too. I know you're limping. Hit me. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, you need a little of that sometimes. Yeah. I think these experiences that we have, that when we relate to people, it's one of the only places, like in podcasts, the only places where you can hear it this way. And I think that's what we're battling against. We're battling against the media representations of hunting, which is almost entirely negative, and these perceptions that people have that hunters are cruel, and then there's this term trophy. Trophy.
Yeah.
That's the mule deer that I killed for now.
See, that's awesome. I love that.
And you can say that this is not a trophy mule deer. It's not a very good. As far as mule deers go, this is it's a mature buck, but he's not a big one.
Oh, but he's beautiful.
where it all started. And this is a
100%.
trophy. This is not, if you went to a trophy unit and you shot a deer like this, people are like, what are you doing? Why did you
Yeah.
shoot this? Why didn't you hold out for a big mature one? But this, like the term trophy gets thrown around and unfortunately has a negative connotation. But
It
I
does.
think Ted puts it the best way, Ted Nugent.
Yep.
Says it's all the things. It's food, it's trophy, it's sport. It's all those
I
things
agree.
together. You know, I don't think of it as a sport like you said. I think the term sport, it's sports are awesome. Don't get me wrong, but it's not significant enough.
I agree.
For what hunting is.
100%.
It's
I agree
life.
with that.
You're taking a life. You're feeding yourself with that life. It's more powerful than sport, and that's why
Yeah.
when you call it this sport of hunting, I'm like, I don't like that term.
I agree with that too. As a matter of fact, if there's any negative thing, I think the hunting industry and even TV shows that we produce can put a negative vibe potentially on trying to kill these big trophy animals. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, you're hunting Utah, the places we get a chance to hunt. Absolutely, you're looking for, in that case, a 7 to 8 year old bull.
Right.
You know, sometimes they might score 320 to 370.
Right.
At the end of the day, the trophy is for sure a mature animal. But you also got to keep in perspective, especially if you grow up where I did, where literally there's 10 guys sharing a 300-acre property that they just want to deer hunt, and they're trying to get away. But keep in mind, they're still managing a family. They're still dealing with the economy. They're still dealing with everyday strife of, man, how am I going to get off work, still get my kid to soccer practice or football practice? My wife is pissed off. I hadn't even took her to Applebee's in the last 3 months, and it's like I didn't take the kids to Disney World, and the only family picture we got is from the Shoney's Big Boy. So, man, what am I going to do? But in the back of my mind, it's like I sure would like to get off. Maybe Saturday I could spend a little time and go over to the hunt lease and hang out, maybe get a chance to shoot a deer. They're not necessarily thinking I got to kill a deer to put it in Posey Young and or Boone Crockett. They're looking. It's more than just a hunt. It is a getaway. It's a I call it. It's the cheapest antidepressant you can get on, to where you can clear your mind, you can get away. Hopefully you can turn your phone off, get up in a tree stand or a saddle, whatever it is, whether you're hunting public or private. And we miss that in the hunting industry so many times. And there's people that are literally busting their ass for their family. It's not a sport to hunt, but it's therapeutic. They grew up doing it, to be able to sit around a fire with other men and women sometimes and get away, to cleanse yourself of everything that's going on. And unfortunately, I think that's what drives people sometimes crazy even in the city. Sometimes I walked around Austin today early, had me a nice breakfast. I just walked around and ended up running to this children's network that was trying to raise money, kind of adopt a kid, give them so much a month. So, man, I did. Again, I talked to everybody. I just said, hey, man, what y'all selling over here? Like, oh, man, the only people that come up and talk to us, we have to sell them. This guy from Europe and a sweet girl that you could tell that was born and raised right around here. Anyway, with that said, I ended up, I said, man, I want to pledge some money every month. So I picked me out a kid in Guatemala. And so, anyway, with that said, about that time, here comes a street person, and he is cussing me and her and that fella out. I mean, the most vile words. I mean, cussing like a sailor, as they would say, metaphorically. And I'm like, man, what's wrong with this guy? So I said, y'all get this a lot, And it was just before my fault, but when I come over here, and the girl said, yeah, we do get that a lot. And the guy with the British accent or the European accent said, yeah, we get it quite a bit, He said, but I think there's a bad batch of something right now. And I'm like, oh, really? And he said, man, people have been really mean lately. They've been yelling and cussing and screaming at us. And well, by the time the guy comes back and he's like, you in that verse, I know everything, and everybody's retarded. And I'm like, I mean, he's right there in a sense, and I'm at the point to where, man, I ain't scared. You can tell they experience it more than I do. And I'm sitting there watching this guy, and then all of a sudden, he's just yelling, screaming. I said, hey, bud. I said, just so you know, we on your side, man. We love you, bro. I said, you're right. You know a lot more than people realize. You know a hell of a lot more than people realize. And I said, you cool. I'm on your team. So are they. And he said, and it was crazy. Joey looked at him and said, thank you. He left. And it hit me. It was so weird. I got a little off track when I was talking about hunting, but I thought, man, the dude don't even really want to be understood. He wants to be heard. And I thought, how ironic when I'm going to speak with Joe today. And anyway, the girl and the guy says, I've never seen that and sometimes it's almost like you know, I, I've never figured out completely a lady, my wife. Sometimes it's always a game. Like, and I've learned that I don't know that I'll ever understand exactly what it is she wants, but I know she wants me to hear and pay attention. And I think that's what society's doing. Whether you're a hunter, whether you're from the city, but overall, what I have found, whether you live in the city or the country, whether you get a chance to go to a rave or go to the mothership, which I hope to go by there tonight. I just want to check out the joint, and so anyway, when it's all said and done, there's something about the peace and tranquility that you can refuel out in the woods, and it brings everything to a focal point, and you can be still, be quiet, and it brings everything back. And so in reality, it's not about people gonna think of you different if you shoot the biggest, highest scoring animal that you can put in the book of or the Boone Crockett record book. I think those of us, once we learn to respect each other, and love each other's goals, that yeah, if I know that your goal is to shoot, say, a 390 bull, that one day, I'll get a call and you're gonna be hyperventilating. You go, I just did it. Like, what? Like, I swear.
Well, for people who don't understand why that's so interesting to us, it's because they're the most difficult ones to get because they're the older, wiser ones. And also,
yeah,
when you look at it from a conservation standpoint, those are the ones that you want to hunt because those are the ones who spread their genes, and they're probably about to get taken out by nature anyway.
Correct.
And get an 8-year-old elk or a 9-year-old elk or a 10-year-old elk. How many years do they have left? I shot one 10-year-old elk once. His teeth were worn down
Holy
to
cow.
almost nothing.
Just an old tank.
How much time did he have left?
Not much.
Most likely, he was going to either starve to death or freeze to death or get stabbed in a fight with another elk.
Yep.
He'd get stabbed and wind up
Mountain lion jump on him. Yep.
mountain lion jump on him, or freeze to death, or a number of other very, very cruel endings. That I shot that elk at 40 yards. It was a perfect shot. He was down in 15 seconds. There was no tracking, so it's like that elk died the best way.
Yes, he did.
Possible.
Yes, he did.
It's not. They don't live forever and become angels.
And that is a very good death compared to a pack of wolves or a mountain lion starting to eat on you sometimes before they're even deceased. That happens all. There's so many deals.
Especially bears.
Bears are brutal, man.
Oh,
Bears are very brutal and selfish animals,
isn't
man.
it crazy? Like hunting bears is the thing you get the most hate for.
Oh, everybody thinks they're cuddly. I mean, I don't know if it's a Winnie the Pooh type of deal,
100%.
but it's like
Teddy bears and Yogi and all that shit. We're all distorted. Like when people say, "You hunt bears," I go, "I eat bears. I've eaten 3 bears. They're delicious."
Yeah.
Like, what? You eat bears? I'm like, I'll make you some bear sausage, and I'll tell you what, you will fucking love it. Especially if I don't tell you what it is. You go, "What is this? This is great." It's like, it seems like beef, but different.
And then if they knew how a bear's personality was, they would want. I mean, you got
want to kill them.
Oh, they'll kill their own kids.
Oh yeah, and
to breed mama to eat them. I mean, it's just it's a brutal world. And there was things before I even had a chance to hunt that I recognized just domestically. Raising rabbits. Those rabbits would sometimes kill the little baby rabbits for the right and opportunity to breed again real quick with the female in the pen. And I realized, my papa said, you got to separate them. That buck rabbit killed that. I'm like, man, I didn't know that. I'm 10, 11 years old trying to figure out how to raise some rabbits or watching hogs, pigs. They always had on a raised floor pen, raising a few hogs. Man, them jokers were trying to kill each other. Mean.
You know who does it? Dolphins.
Dolphins? Are they brutal like that?
Dolphins, we think of as sweet, intelligent. They commit infanticide all the time. What dolphin females have to do is they have to breed with as many males as possible because when a female dolphin has babies, she has to take care of that baby for about 6 years. So when the male dolphins recognize a female with babies and they don't know that female, those are not his babies, he'll kill those babies so that female dolphin will breed.
So he wants to breed her.
So she will breed with everybody possible so nobody knows who the babies are. And so since they're intelligent, they understand that they've bred with that female before, so that could be their babies, so they don't kill them.
So basically all the dolphins are hoes.
All hoes.
All hoes.
Yeah, that's how they have to be. Otherwise their babies get killed. So they've adopted this polyamorous strategy to try to keep the male dolphins from killing the babies.
It's amazing. I mean, you watch the breeding season during elk, like you were talking about those elk fighting, and ironically, they never get things confused. to survive, and they are. A lot of people say, "Oh, they're really not trying to kill each other." No, you wasn't out there.
Yeah,
I did watch this on Nat Geo. They're trying to murder each other.
Oh, I've seen some amazing, epic elk fights. Some of the greatest things to see in nature. These big 800-pound animals running at each other with swords thrown out of their heads. It's
Yeah, it sounds like an old, like some kind of Scottish fight back in the 1400s.
Like a sword fight almost.
Yeah.
It's like cracking baseball bats together against each other, and you hear it loud, like, oh shit, they're fighting.
It
Go over there
gives
and
you
watch
cold
it.
chills.
Oh, it's amazing. It's crazy to watch the brutality of it, and you'll find them occasionally dead.
Yeah.
One of them that stabbed one. We found one. I think I have video of it on my phone. He had we were hunting him. He had a 6-inch tine sticking out of his neck.
Holy cow!
It was broken off, sticking out of his neck, and he's still running his cows amazingly.
Yeah.
I'm sure I have it.
We had the same similar thing in New Mexico this year. Nick Munn, who hunts with one of my best friends, we hunt a lot together. He shot a good bull. Like first morning, I was calling. It was classic, man. Bull come in. He shot it, and we was caping him out there on the side of the hill, and all of a sudden, he said, "Look here, man." He had a tine again about 4 inches, and it was broke off, just right off, bust up.
Yeah,
and this dude still come in.
Like, I'm gonna send over Jamie this picture because it's so part of the video because it's so crazy.
It's so cool though to see that and experience it, and I think it's sad that most people don't know. And there's a lot of very smart people that, in some cases, they think it might be a little beneath them to understand what maybe hunting is truly about, other than maybe what they see on a Walt Disney movie. And I think that is definitely kind of fueled me to be able to help educate and talk about those things. And I know Ranella has done an amazing job of introducing that too. And there's a lot of great ambassadors we got right now doing that.
Yeah, it's a great time to be educated about this, and it's a great time. And there's a lot of people that have gotten really interested in hunting from those kind of conversations with Ranella, with Cam,
No doubt.
yourself. How did you eventually get started doing? Because like that's every young guy's dream that has ever hunted. Like, oh my god, imagine like making a living doing that. Like that's what I would love to do.
Oh man,
How did you pull that off?
One of the coolest stories, actually, and only in America. You don't hear the story in Turkmenistan. But I grew up obviously, like I said, rural. I love to hunt and fish. Very simple. My dad was a contractor, so I really thought that I wanted to maybe work with my dad or do what he did, hands-on labor. I knew I didn't want to be in office anyway. I'll try to keep it short, but basically what I ended up doing is just enthralled. My mom passed away when I was young, 16, and so my dad and I become more like brothers. And my dad, he had a ninth grade education, hardest working man I've ever been around. And so anyway, we love to hunt and fish, and it become therapeutic. And so I got a turkey calling and had won some contests and met some of my turkey calling heroes, and that's where I met Bill Jordan and David Blanton. And I started guiding when I was probably 19. So and then one thing led to another. Started working full time there at Realtree, and just as a guide, as a camera guy, they had that show on CNN, and so I was just literally camera jockeying it from skinning deer, guiding turkey hunters, and it was David Blanton who said, "Man, um, there's a lot more you can do." And so I kind of by default, Joe, how I got lucky too was when I hooked up with those guys, David Blanton and Bill. I got to do some of the turkey calling tips because I had won some contests, and so even back on TNN, I was this young kid, and they were like, "Hey, we need a tip, the TNN tip of the week, brought to you by Phil Ryan Packs, something like, hey man, I'm Michael Water. I want to talk to you about yelping at turkeys. That ain't nothing like TV. So it's never top of mind. Like one day I'll be hunting on TV. I was just thinking, man, I love this enough that maybe I can do this. I can work for this company. And I remember they paid me $100 a day to go guide somebody turkey hunting. And I told my dad, man, I'm about to get rich. And listen to this. They'll pay you this thing called mileage. I had no beat up Toyota truck, 4-cylinder. I said, Dad, them suckers will pay me a mileage. I forgot what it is, but heck, if I drive an hour, I make money. They'll pay you. And then you stop at the convenience store, you keep your receipt, and they'll pay for your snacks, everything. I couldn't believe that because I grew up with my dad working, like, oh, Timmy just fell off the roof. Like, well, just call his wife, tell him to come get him. And then my dad, you all right? Like, oh, I think I broke my leg here. Like, dang, well, you're probably going to be here tomorrow, are you? Like, I doubt it. I mean, it was just rough, almost cowboy shit.
Yeah.
And so I couldn't believe this, and And so one thing led to another, and that was in the early '90s, right out of high school. And I'm 51 now, and that was in the early '90s. And in 1994 and '5, everything started heating up. And in '96, David Blanton offered me a full-time job to work in production slash guide.
So surreal.
It
To
was,
be able to make a living doing this thing that you love when no one even thought it was a job when you were a kid.
yeah,
It's not a thing you aspired to.
no. And my family took it hard. My grandma and my uncles were like, I might as well just got on crack on the street. They're like, I went to heating and air school and got a degree and worked a year with Badger's Heat and Cooling out of Zebulon, Georgia. And I had me a truck, had my name on it, Michael, and had me my refrigeration tools. And every Christmas, my dad, like, boy, I got you another flaring kit. I mean, just blue collar culture. And all of a sudden, I'm coming in and telling the family, like, hey, I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing the heating and air, dude. And they're like, what? Like, you got a truck, son. You got your own uniform. You got benefits. I'm like, yeah, but there's this camouflage company want me to take Dale Earnhardt turkey hunting. And and my dad was the only one that got it. Everybody else was like, it was an intervention. Like, I'd go to Christmas and like, hey, nephew, let me pull you aside, man. You know you can't make a living just hunting and fishing, don't you? Like, oh, well, I don't know, but I'm young and man, this would be really cool. I love this more than anything. But it was kind of that whole situation of
It wasn't a job before.
it wasn't a job, and I was trusting them, but I was sitting there thinking like, pretty sure Bill Jordan's rich. I mean, I saw him with a Mercedes. He had a Mercedes Benz, and matter of fact, there's a really funny story about that Mercedes Benz. But I couldn't believe it. And so my grandma was like, son, when you get tired of this, just go have fun with it. You come back to it. Almost no different than if you're a young kid, like I'm going to Nashville, I want to play guitar and sing.
Right.
Maybe I can be the next Luke Bryan.
Yeah.
And somebody in the family was like, oh, when he gets right, he'll come back, jump in the family business, start putting these shingles on the roof.
Yeah.
He'll get back into sheetrocking, just give him a chance. Hell, he was one of the best concrete guys I knew. That kid would work. He could run a bull float like a son of a bitch, And so that was me. And all of a sudden, they offered me a full-time job. Wasn't a lot of money. And I remember going back and saying, hey, they got all these things, 401k, they got benefits, health, I got eye dental, and I get to go on all these epic trips, and I met amazing people, hunted with people that I was just shell-shocked. I remember I met Leonard Skinner's band in a NASCAR suite one time, maddest I ever got at Bill Jordan. Maddest I ever got. Of course, Ronnie had passed on and half remembered, but it was Johnny Van Zant, and it was Rossington. And I'm sitting there, a redneck kid in the Atlanta Motor Speedway, like, I can't believe it. And there's Martin's wife and Copeland, like, man, I have made it. I'm over here chicken fingers. And bro, so all of a sudden I look, door opens, and there was just people in that, and there's the Leonard Skinner band, looked just like what I pictured. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm freaking out. And Bill said, hey, let me tell you, a band. I said, that's not only a band, that's Leonard Skinner. And Bill Jordan said, what do they sing? I said, I swear to God, I ain't never hit my boss, but I'm about to knock you out. Are you kidding me? And I never forget, I went over there, and I was just, I got a chance to meet him. But so many people I met, and I couldn't believe it. And one thing led to another, and really what the biggest break I had was David Blanton. It was like a big brother. I mean, like a father. And he was just such a good guy, good Christian guy, good hunter. Outdoor Channel was just coming on. Outdoor Channel was really kind of coming on, but at the time, the kind of beat your chest kind of pride was the fact that you could be on ESPN and or TNN. And then TNN had been through a situation where I think it was Viacom and some big merger as part of the MTV thing. And so they quickly, through the kind of culturally said, hey, we need to kind of do away with this hunting thing. These guys are killing stuff. And it become it was the Nashville network, then it becomes a national network, then it becomes Spike TV. And so everything moved over, all the big Sunday night block moved over to ESPN, but you couldn't show Impact. Well, about that time, they started the Outdoor Channel on cable TV. They were looking for distribution, and so it was David Blanton. He said, Michael, we need to come up with a cool hook, and we need to create a show over on Outdoor Channel. And so get back to meeting these people, and what I found that was fascinating, and it's just the same with these conversations you have, these people that you just look up to. Yeah, you meet some people that are interesting and weird singer. I remember Mark Chestnut sitting around and drinking whiskey, and he's playing the guitar and singing Hank Williams Jr. songs, running into Bo Cephas, running into, to Leonard Skinner and all those guys. I'm like, man, these guys are so down to earth and cool. And I realized that there was more to this hunting than just this staunch, here we go with the Encinitas ratchet. Right. Today we're hunting the mesquite flats of Encino. The coyotes abundant. There's a big buck around the corner. How you going? Yeah, and it was just like, at the time, it was so sanitized. It was so sanitized. Everybody was starched. Yeah. You go to a hunting show, everybody had on khakis. I mean, it's almost like there's a facade. And I remember telling David Blanton, I said, I think what we're missing is the culture and the fun. And everybody was very serious. And you should be serious if you're going to go take a bow and arrow or take the life of a wild animal. But the camp life was so amazing. And we'd have different personalities, different NFL athletes. We would have comedians, people like Jeff Foxworthy. And I was just so pleased that these people that I adored and was big fans of was people that you could sit around and have a glass of sweet tea or a cold beer and just laugh. And they were as real, possibly more entertaining in person. Kind of like you talk about Theo. People ask you, he's really funny. Well, you should have been with us at this UFC fight. We couldn't even watch the fight. The guys cracking us up. And so I told David, I said, I think most of these people, if we do a show kind of documenting just the camp life and the reality of how much fun you have, I think we could sell that fun. And so David said, do it. He said, matter of fact, you host it. And I'm like, no, I'm not coming here to pitch you for me to host a show. Behind the scenes, I'll guide, I'll run camera, I'll help edit, produce. He'd sent me to Maine to this International Film and Art School to learn how to edit on nonlinear, the first to have it. So I'm up there like this. I'm big. I got my business card. Like, yeah, I work for realty. On GNN. I'm over there, and I found out that was where it really hit me that a lot of people didn't like hunting. Like, oh my God, you kill animals, and I had all these beta tapes. And I remember I had Dale Earnhardt filling the deer on there, and I told the instructor, I said, I need to learn how to put this in the computer and build a hunt out of it, because everything was A/B roll editing, and I knew how to do that pretty good. I said, I need to learn how to do it on this nonlinear. He said, oh my God, we struggled to get footage. Y'all got these $80,000 cameras, because Bill was one of the first people to buy these really high dollar beta cameras that he was out videoing with and putting them in the wild. And so anyway, as I showed the footage, he said, man, can we use this and let the class use this footage as a project to build storylines? Because I had the cutaways, back then, you shoot the animal, you video that, then you go back, okay, push your safety on. Now, you'd pretend. So it's like a reenactment. Now let's go back and build a pre-hunt, and it'd be like Dale Earnhardt walking through the forest with his gargoyles on, or however, and his camouflage, like, yeah, we're going down here to a ridge flat, a lot of acres up there. Well, the deer's been dead a long time ago, obviously, by the time we shot that. And so he loved that, the instructor, because it gave us a chance to put the storyline. And I thought, man, I'm going to be the hero. All these little girls up here in Maine, and I ain't never seen a lot of people with purple hair and stuff, and I could tell it was kind of that cool hippie trend, and it was artsy. But in my mind, I'm like, I'm just having a good time. And anyway, dude, immediately, Joe, it become a protest. There was 2 or 3 people stood in class, like, we're not using this. We cannot. We will walk out. These animals are getting dead. If you can prove these animals were not harmed. And I'm like, no, they're all dead. They ain't harmed. They're dead. And finally, I had a little bit of a meltdown, because that was one of the first times that it really hit me, where I had a mass of people said, almost felt like the Antichrist, because I'm the guy that killed a deer. And I thought it was going to be the opposite. I was ready to name drop. Like, look, I got Dale Earnhardt. I videoed him shooting. I was ready to name drop, and it just all.
You never experienced that until hunting.
Never. And so I learned that, and then one thing led to another. I remember I went to the instructor. I said, man, look, I'm a little bit bothered. It is what it is. But even if you have to teach me after class, I need to learn how to do this. I'm a student, and I come up here. My employer sent me up here. I got to learn how to do this. So I came back pretty efficient as a non-linear editor. All of it didn't have any desire to know that that's what I wanted to do, but I was just wanting to, sweep the warehouse. You want me to edit? You want me to take somebody hunting? You need me to put up a fence, skin a buck, whatever. And then when David gave me that opportunity to do Realtree road trips back in the day, it was in 2003 it aired. We shot it in 2002. That's when everything for me, because it was all about personality, it was all about having fun, and that's we come up with the tagline, this is a different kind of hunting show.
Well, you were the first guy to bring fun and personality to hunting television.
Oh, yeah, I was trying so hard.
You were the first guy. It looked like you were having a good time with your friends. It stop being presentation
Right.
of like hunting. Like here he goes to the wild of Montana. You know,
He won't go far.
grizzly bears abound.
Yeah,
Hunting for the elusive mule deer.
exactly.
You know,
Well,
this
the
is
hilarious whitetail uses
Yeah.
secondary screams. His
Yeah.
approaches are stationary.
Yeah, exactly. You were having a good time. You were laughing and cutting up, and I think that's what made you famous in that world. It's like you were representative of what people really like. It's just someone having a good time and enjoying themselves, which is really what a lot of the hunting is. It's a lot of bonding and camaraderie. Like the camp time is almost as fun as the hunting time.
Oh,
You know, and you're all just
yeah.
sort of winding down at the end of the day, having a good time together, relaxing, telling stories and laughing, and
It was, and
yeah,
even to this day, it's kind of still where we kind of settle in, and it's like, honestly, I'm not really trying to outhunt anybody, but we'll try to outfun everybody. And so if you come to camp, and it's myself, big old T-Bone, he lost his leg, so he's not hunting with us as much. You can't get around to cancer. He lost his leg, and then the Nick and I mean, we're going to have a good time. And if you desire to get serious, which we do encourage, hey, it's time to buckle down. There's a time for fun.
right,
There's a time to hone it in. But we just tried our best to make it fun, and I've learned that if you do that and you can make friends, that's the biggest form of a trophy you'll ever get. Yes,
yeah,
that's a trophy, but the stories you got with sitting with Ranella and the people around the camp and that experience, you meet people from all over the country, in our case, the world, and then next thing you know, it's like even more special. And so I know people, I say it a lot, I know people that's got some amazing trophy rooms, but they're lonely, they dusty, and they really ain't made a lot of friends because they were so beating their chest to kill the next biggest thing
yeah,
that they forgot that the trophy is relationships and the adventure. And yes, inevitably, this deer that's hanging on the wall that your family has enjoyed over a period of sometimes a year. Sometimes it'll take you a year or two to eat elk,
right,
a full elk. It's a lot of meat, but I don't know, man. It's just an amazing journey, and I mean, I never felt like I was that talented, is other than the fact I just had a lot of good work ethic my dad put in me, and I was really had a passion for it, and I didn't have really any weird opposition pulling me away from it. It pulled me toward it. But growing up so rural and blue collar, I had to prove to my family that there was a livelihood here because they literally looked at it like, I need to get that boy drug tested. I don't know. He's listen to this. He thinks he's gonna video deer hunt. That's what he thinks, and he's gonna skin a few. He's gonna take a few celebrities hunting, and he's gonna get free camo. But you can't eat that camo. I ain't gonna buy the Salisbury steak. How you gonna go to Bonanza?
Well, it's interesting because fun and personality and camaraderie are infectious. It like people they're drawn to it, but it's not something you can manufacture. You either have a great personality or you don't. But having a great personality is very marketable. So it's kind of a weird sort of catch. Like you can't pretend you're that person because people
Yeah.
won't buy it. You have to actually. For the reason why it worked with you is because this is who you really are. That's you.
Right.
And so you didn't even know you had this thing that
No.
was marketable.
I, no.
It was just you being a person.
It's a great point because to this day I'll go to, and it's odd because I'm now, when I know you love classic cars and I hear about the things you talk about, and obviously I'm a big fan of the podcast. And so one thing that draws me in is the fact that culturally we're into the same things, Rubik's cubes and 80s, and my favorite car was a 70 Super Sport, Chevelle. And so
I have
when
one of those.
dude,
Black with white stripes.
oh my God,
I love it.
the same one like on John Wick, basically.
Yes.
That's a
Exactly.
70.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was just so amazed by, I don't know, it's just all of it, and even now when I meet people, that's the first thing they'll say after we hang out. And I just had it up at Cactus Jack with Cameron. I had two or three of the guys like, hey man, these are older guys like, appreciate you, Waddell, man. You just like I thought you'd be, and it kind of takes me back. It's not offensive, but I'm like, what was I supposed to be? And I guess I realize, and Cameron and I talked a lot about that, about like it's odd that there is a thing that is fake, that people can't be transparent, that people can't just talk their feelings, and everything we say don't mean our assessment is always correct, but at least it is something to be heard and told. And then the more you talk, I think that's what reshaped the politics this year. When you look at Trump coming on, JD,
Yeah.
Harris passed, well, it proves like, well, did you really have something to say, and could it be valid, and could you be real? And everybody, I think, appreciates real, even if they don't like the person that they see necessarily as real. And now everything's in question. It's like, it's like these rappers, are they really as tough as they say?
Right.
Was Diddy gay? I thought this dude, I thought he had done shot more stuff than I have, and it's like, I don't know, It's just like
Yeah, when people ask me all the time, like, "Oh, you met Jelly Roll? What's he like?" He's exactly like you
the
hope he'd be
same.
like.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's why he's not there.
Like
That's a genuine, real human being.
like Hood Ride, just
Exactly.
like funny,
Exactly.
goofy,
Exactly.
good, cool cat.
Yeah. Luke Combs, same thing.
Yep.
That's exactly who he is. And that's what people are worried about with someone not being like that. Like you see someone who's real fun on TV and they're real friendly, and then you meet him in real life, like, oh, that guy's an asshole. He's mean to waitresses, and he's shitty to the fucking the valet driver, and it's you want people to be what you hope them to be, but oftentimes you're prepared for them to not be that.
Yeah, you represent that too, Joe. It's like I remember going to Utah and hunting, and I was like, hey man, this was before I ever knew I'd get a chance to meet you or talk with you, and I said, how's Jody? And they were like, and that's the first thing I asked Cameron, like, dude, he's unbelievable. So you meet and you are that person, and a question for you, I've often wondered, do you think that's starting to affect Hollywood a little bit, to where now if you look at the most successful people, it's the realest people. People might not even like, say, a Donald Trump, but people gravitate it because they think, hey man, this is him. This is real.
I think the best thing for people in Hollywood that are entrenched in that world is to shut the fuck up. Because as soon as they start talking, like as soon as Robert De Niro starts talking, I'm like, Jesus, get that fucking microphone away from him so I can enjoy Taxi Driver.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, I don't want to hear. I love De Niro. I love those mob movies. Like
I don't want to hear him that he's a moron. I don't want to hear him talking about politics and about Trump supporters. Just shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah.
Like you didn't think this through. Like this is, and he's getting yelled at. He's doing an outside press conference. Like Robert, you're 80 years old. Don't ruin this thing. You've had this life where you were a fucking raging bull. You're in The Godfather. Like stop doing this. Don't do this.
I'm terrified to meet some of those people I looked up to now.
You should be.
I mean, like
I've met a few of them. It's actors in particular, because their whole business is pretend. Their whole business is pretend. One of the things about guys like Theo or comedians, who are the comedians, their business is the opposite of pretend. Their business is just being a real person talking shit.
Yeah.
They're professional shit talkers.
Yeah.
Having fun, being silly, talking shit about things. And actors are not that. They're weird people, man. And the one thing that's harming them in Hollywood is that they get exposed for being who they really are. And a lot of these people that pretend to be all, clean cut, trying not doing the freaky shit, it's like.
It's easier to expose stuff now because social media. I'm sure, like back in the day, I can only imagine the parties at Waylon Jennings and Merle Haggard. Some of these pictures on the wall in there. Can you imagine some of the stuff? They didn't have to worry about nobody.
Right.
I mean, so there was
rock stars. Skinner.
Can you imagine?
Led Zeppelin. All those people. Party.
Hendrix.
Oh yeah.
Jim Marks.
Crazy.
Oh God.
Craziness and no accountability.
Nothing. And all they got to do is like, I was not there. Prove it.
Yeah.
And now,
now
you can't go on Elk Cut and everybody knows you're there.
Everybody's trying to find a camera in their pocket.
Everybody.
Everything is being filmed, and so many people get exposed for who they really are. It's weird, but it's also probably good for humanity. It's good for. One of the things that I think is what the rise of podcasts is. People get to see real people having real conversations. And some people can do it, and some people can't. And I think the Harris thing was they were worried that she couldn't.
I think they made a good assessment that she couldn't.
I don't know, man. I mean, I've seen her have fun with people. There's this one very funny conversation where she's talking about meeting her in-laws for the first time, where her mother-in-law grabs her face, and it's really funny. It's funny listening to her saying she's laughing hard, but a real laugh this time. Not like
she could now though. Maybe she's so. If there is a machine, because you know what is fair to say, even on Harris, I'll say this, or Kamala, and that's what's amazing to me. I didn't think she had a chance to win because I didn't even know. I still don't know what her name is. I mean, so I don't know what the hell. Is it Kamala?
I think it's Kamala.
It's Kamala. Well, it's like, well, I'm probably gonna screw it up. It's like, and then CNN's gonna be like, yeah, you heard Rogan didn't even call her name right. It's like going to get on a radio station to where everybody walks a tightrope. You have to you're working for this machine. Hollywood, I'm sure, the same way. You got people that I can't. I remember Ted Nugent telling a story. Was it Kurt Russell? One of his best friends was Kurt Russell, and Kurt likes to hunt. And this was Ted just telling me in a hunting camp, and I asked him. I said, "Man, how is Kurt? I love his movies too. Big fan." He said, "Dude, Kurt is amazing." He said, "But he had to a degree, during that time frame, bow to that machine because he couldn't do these things." So I think now it's like you don't know what's real because you don't know if they are trying to do this for a career or if they can be real. And then at times, okay, I believe De Niro in this case is finally his true colors and finally like I'm enough to where I can be real. But the real you do see in him, I'm like, go back to being fake. Go back to being fake. I don't want to see this asshole you really are.
No, I don't want to hear someone lecturing me that I just. Oh, it's so sad. It's sad.
Crazy.
But I think real conversation, like celebrities were always people that were on a pedestal, and you didn't think of them as real people. You never got to see John Wayne having long form conversations where he explains his position on this or that. You just never saw any of that. And I think more of that is being exposed now. And I think it's probably good for all of us to not have these ridiculous perceptions of these people and think of them as being larger than life characters. They're just humans.
They're just regular people.
They're all just human beings. And some of these regular human beings are really fucking good at playing bad guys. But you meet them in real life and they're real super sweet. They're really nice people. They're just good at their job. Their job is pretending to be an asshole.
That's right.
It's what we the more conversations we have, the more conversations that we have access to, the more we get to see the patterns of how human beings think and behave, and the more we get to see what we like. And generally, what we like is nice people being real.
That I totally agree.
That's what we like.
And that perspective you shine. Obviously you got a lot of respect for Mike Tyson. I think he's the baddest boxer, toughest. I mean, I idolized him as a boxer. I didn't know much about him as a man or what he was going through at the time, but like when it come time to watch a boxing bout, Tyson's on the card. Yeah. But what a sweetheart of a man. I listened to it, and just the things he says. He's so sweet that he says things that you don't even know that he's funny. Like he was talking about, Joe, you ever get a wreck from your fight? And I think he giggles. And he's like, no, I'm serious. And I'm like, whoa, whoa. All I'm sitting here thinking is like, I feel you, Tyson. I was hunting elk in New Mexico in Bull Funk Bugling, and I was kind of getting like $5 worth of jawbreakers. It was getting there because I was getting excited about this drilling of this elk. So okay, you're doing it fighting, but in my mind, I thought it was kind of a joke too. But he's such a sweet, decent
He's a sweet guy, but there's a monster in there.
dude.
He hit that switch.
He's scary.
Yeah.
Still scary.
He scared the shit out of me. Meeting him the first time, like I think Kevin Hart was the first one. He said it's like you're in a room with a lion. You're like, okay, is that happening? Is the lion cool? Is that gonna kill me? Okay, it's like Jesus. But there's certain people that I meet that like, I meet them like I can't believe I'm in a room with Quentin Tarantino. Like that is bizarre. There's a few of those people that you meet them. Like Trump's one of those people.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, he's right there.
Amazing. The presence is undeniable.
That guy, unlike anybody else, can be himself.
Yes.
That guy can be himself no matter what. He can be himself at press conferences. He can be himself on a podcast. That's a huge strength when he can be himself. You either like who he is or you dislike who he is, but you have to respect that guy can be himself.
He is. And guess what? The more you talk about somebody like Donald Trump, like him or love him, he has pretty much, as now, the second time he's going to be president, he is accessible to the people in a weird way, meaning I had a chance to even meet Trump. He talking about the hunting industry. He came to Las Vegas. We used to have this thing called the Golden Moose Awards, and I knew Donald Jr. He was a big hunter, and anyway, the word got out that hey, Trump. This was prior to the election, the 16 election. He came to Las Vegas to say, hey man, there's 13 to 15 million hunters out there. I need to see what the situation is here. I think they're good people. But I hear this from my sons Eric and Donald. So he comes there, and I had a chance to meet him, and same thing. It was like, wow, this is before he's president, but he's still Donald Trump, and I remember I didn't know much if I could, in my mind, since the guy I'm gonna vote for, he was still in the primaries. But I remember the first thing he said to me, he said, his this Donald Jr. introduced me to him. Said, Dad, this is Michael Waddell. He works in the hunting industry, does hunting shows. He said, man, immediately, so nice. Then I remember the words he said that I knew he wasn't a politician was real. He said, so you do a lot of hunting, and I can't do the impression, but I said, yes, sir. I love it. That's all I love to do. He said, I'm not good at it. I don't have the patience. My sons are very efficient. They're very efficient. They're very good. They hunt all around the world. And he said, but I got a question. These wolves, what's the deal with the wolves? They're killing a lot of shit. And I said, Mr. Trump, it really is a problem. I got friends and ranchers out there. These wolves, they reintroduced them. They're spending millions of taxpayers' dollars out there. And this is, in my mind, if I am playing this role of inferior or redneck or insecure, in my mind, I'm trying to talk humbly to kind of help him know what I know some friends out in Colorado are going through, from cattle to domestic problems to the elk population. He said, well, it's simple. If they're causing a problem, we need to do something about the wolves. And I remember thinking, I'm voting for this dude.
Right.
I'm voting for this dude. I don't care what he's talking about grabbing, because I'd been to a few little nonprofit, in Washington, D.C. with lobbyists and stuff where we're trying to get some money from a bill for the NWTF and Brood and Habitat or Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. And I found most of the politicians were decently fake, almost similar to a California, L.A. actor type of deal, where it's like, okay, if I need to be nice to this guy, I will be, but
Yeah.
I need to figure out who he is and if he's got credentials and what power he has.
Yes.
And so for me, here I am feeling like I'm the lowest person in this room. All these other guys are, heads of major corporations within the hunting industry, and I'm just this guy who likes to turkey hunt. He's got this show on the Outdoor Channel, and I'm getting a chance to shake his hand. But he's just as real to me as he is the guy who maybe is the richest guy in the room or possibly the most famous guy in the room. And I found that fascinating that he was that way. On the other hand, I'm over there talking to a senator at Washington, D.C. at a party a lobbyist put together, and he's like, everything was good to meet you. I too like to hunt, and it's so gratifying to see the sunrise. And I'm like,
Just a fake person.
just come on.
Yeah, weird, right?
Yeah.
It's weird when you're around that. Because
Yeah.
if you're capable of talking to people fake like this, what other things?
What are you capable of?
Yeah. You're a strange human.
That's exactly right.
And your whole aspiration is to stay fake and to make as much money possible while being fake.
Exactly. And the whole time, again, I never dug into politics. Like, I'm talking to a guy that once I do go back and Google, he come into office, he was making, he's making as a senator, I don't know what, 50 to 100 grand a year, and now he's worth, and it's all he's ever done. Now he's worth $10 billion.
Right.
Like, how?
Like, where'd that come
I
from?
don't think my grandmama would understand that either.
Nobody understands it. It's so transparent. It's right in front of your face. Like the Nancy Pelosi situation. She's never made more than $175,000 a year. She's worth $100-something million.
How does that happen?
It's like corruption. It's corrupt. It only happens through corruption, and it's transparent legal corruption. It's very strange.
And it's on both sides. It happens everywhere.
If you look at the stock trading of the red versus blue, they're both right up there. They all have inside information. They're all.
And they put Martha Stewart in jail for it, didn't they?
Yes. Well, they actually put her in jail for lying. She lied to federal investigators. That's what they did.
I got you.
It was Comey. It was the same guy who went after Trump. It's real wild. It's real wild when you see what it really is all about. And there's politics on both sides. It's not a right or a left thing. It's a power and corruption thing. And
I feel like there is a little bit of momentum. It feels like there's a little bit of a cleansing process. It's going to take a long time, I think, to get there. But I think everything that's happening now, it feels through opportunities and outlets like this that people can talk, people can understand what's real and fiction, or at least debate.
yeah.
It seems like everything from, I don't know, the political world to just everything about the truth about whether something's efficient, the truth about the cosmos, possibly, some of the stuff about ancient civilization to people and people that love Jesus Christ. You can really dig deep and you can have good conversations, and it's not just dictated by a certain machine. And I love that. That's pretty amazing that all of us can come together and have a conversation. Pretty cool.
It's a good time. It's a crazy time to be alive, but I think it's a beautiful time.
It's amazing, man.
I really do.
And only in America, baby. I swear.
Only in America.
Only in America.
I have more hope for this country right now after this election than I've had in a long, long time. A long
I do
time.
too.
It feels it's like with this crew of people, with JD Vance and Elon Musk and RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek Ramaswamy, I think there's a real chance that things can change. Real chance that we can expose some of the deep-seated corruption, some of the problems that we've had in this country, and move us onto a better path.
I do too, and I find I still got friends that are diehard Democrats and pretty darn liberal. Believe it or not, even me that works in the hunting industry, and even them, I feel a sense of almost like
Yeah. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine from New York about this, and he's liberal, but he was like, listen, everybody pretends that they're mad that Trump won, but there's a recognizable feeling of relaxation in New York.
Yeah.
Like some sense of logic has prevailed. No one really believed that she was going to be a great president. They certainly really didn't believe that Tim Walz was going to be a great vice president. That was crazy. That was crazy that guy was supposed to be one heartbeat away from the fucking president. And then they also knew that there was so much corruption involved. Everybody knew what they were doing with the Twitter files and all that other shit. There's so much that like there's no way.
I know. I mean, and people were paying attention that had never been intrigued.
Yes.
And I think a lot of things happen there. It's like, most people, somebody asked me, how do you know when you're rich? And I said, well, when you don't know what a gallon of milk costs, to me.
Right.
Because I remember growing up in that same little area, and, my grandmama and stuff. But when I could sit there and talk to my youngins, and my son Mason, I said, Mason, when you come down, run by and get us a gallon of milk. Get some cereal. We'll just have cereal, and I got some sausage. But get us a gallon of milk and a loaf of bread. Well, that never was the case when I was a kid. Grandma said, hey, run by, look, don't go to Big Star. It's 25 cents more over there. Go over there to Giant Mart. They got a deal right now. As a matter of fact, go buy me a couple packs of that Ground Round. They run a special. Gallon of milk they do. They drive over here and knew where gas was the cheapest. And when you get to a place to where you're doing pretty well, it's just like, I need some gas. Pull over.
Yeah.
You ain't worried about driving across town to save a quarter.
My friend Brian has this thing, I say it all the time. He said, this is how rich you want to get, where you can go to a restaurant and order whatever you want and not worry about it.
Yep.
Everything after that is bullshit.
And then look and say, hey, I want tip 20% or 25 and do the math just right on there.
Yeah.
That's you are rich and you are blessed if you can do that.
Everything else on top of that, you don't really notice it. It's kind of bullshit.
I 100% agree with that, and I think that backfired on a little bit of the whole Harris thing when she said, no, everything's good.
Yeah.
And she's telling that to people who know exactly where the cheapest milk is. And they were going to vote for her. And they're like, well, no, it ain't. I'm struggling out here. And then you tell them, like we're blessed to go to these hunting places, but they're not cheap places to hunt. To be able to technically trespass on these properties that are privately owned, and or if you were to go on a public elk hunt, the private public. Well, look, go get us a yurt. If we did right now, me, you, and Cam, and Remy planned us a good DIY hunt. Well, Joe, you gonna get the yurt? I'll go get the mountain house.
Right.
Cam's like, hey man, I got plenty of mountain ops and whatever, and I'll bring some coffee.
Can you imagine putting a yurt out in the middle of
Can you
Idaho?
imagine? But I promise you, if we just Dutched it, we still got 3 or 4 grand a piece.
Yeah.
And we're going out there to go hunt.
Yeah,
just in supplies and setups.
Oh yeah, just in your bow and your arrows and your broadheads and your fucking rangefinder and your binos and your gear and your clothing, your boots, and the tires on your truck, and gas and this and that, and then tags and it's not cheap.
No, it's not cheap. Like I said, you could either buy you a small farm in Kentucky or you just get you a new boat. I mean, it's what it feels like these days. But I tell you, it's absolutely so amazing that we get a chance to even do it, to even get back to hunting. I tell people all the time, it's like, I've always stood by the fact, I don't think you're a badass that you hunt. I think it's just badass that we can have an opportunity in America, that we can fall back on that. And if times do get hard, there's a certain peace once you understand the craft of it, a little bit of that rural living and knowing how to skin a deer, knowing the best parts. And yes, you can eat it all. You can eat organs, you can eat real meat, you can do all those things. But at the end of the day, there's a certain peace as a man, especially. And I think overall, even though we're in a world to where we got these equality and women can do what men can do, or supposedly, that at the end of the day, I've always looked at it that safety, some type of structure, food, and care for my family. And any man that's out there that knows nothing about nature, that if these cities shut down, that would be a terrifying experience. The Mercedes won't start. The Wi-Fi don't come on. You can't run down to Starbucks, and all of a sudden you can't go to the market or call Uber Eats to deliver you sushi or your favorite pizza.
You gotta walk to it.
Now you got to walk. And you have no skill set.
Yeah.
Yes, I sometimes, but guess what? I've gotten pretty good at the cities. I know how to work these apps. I can grab me an Uber. I can go talk to somebody, or I can Google and say, man, I'm gonna walk down here to this steakhouse
You can
tonight.
certainly navigate their world a whole lot better than they can navigate yours.
The world that me and you love the most is hard to navigate for some people, and I think they're starting to realize it. And I really noticed it. And it takes forever. And there's a peace. I told somebody a while back. I said, man, I'm gonna tell you, when you become a hunter and you understand it and you become simple, all the financial situations you might gain, money's nice. I agree that it don't necessarily bring you happiness. It is great to be able to have the money to do those things we talked about, just eating. Or maybe it is that 70 Chevelle. It's like I've always wanted, and you can buy it. Um, but at the end of the day, there's a peace comes to know that I could potentially lose it all, but if I got my wife and my kids, and I got this bow and arrow, I might actually gain a little bit, because now there's no, I got peace and tranquility. I got a certain stillness that is more valuable than anything I could find at the rave or in the middle of the city. And so I've often told people, even if you love the city life, which what people might not realize, I love the city life. It's so fun to visit, but that's just it. I want to visit. I'm ready to get back out. Like the thought of things I can do in Austin, there's a million things. My mind's going wide open. Like, man, I'd love to go to the comedy club. Well, I'd love to. Man, I heard the steakhouse is great. They got this, they got that. This place got the best martinis and this cigar bar. But once I do all that, I'm ready to go back to the campfire, hear whippoorwills and coyotes howling like you ain't gonna believe. And I'm puffing on me a Fuente cigar like you ain't gonna believe this steakhouse that Joe told me about. It's heaven. It's heaven.
Well, I think, Michael, one of the things that people really enjoy about you, and I've enjoyed talking to you, is you have a genuine gratitude towards life. You know, it's infectious, it's real, and I think appreciation for this beautiful, chaotic world that we live in is it's a virtuous thing. It's a very important thing.
Well, that means a lot, and to be able to see that, it means it's more to me than anything, because I do. I mean, I don't even know how and why. Sometimes I ask myself, and I mean, like I said, I've just been so blessed, and it's been amazing. The people I've met and learned so much. Um, I mean, it's just, I don't know how it happened. Going back to that thought in my grandmama's living room, like, what are you doing, boy? You know, like we got a brand new flaring kit.
That's also one of the reasons why it's so cool.
Yeah.
That it worked out that way. It wasn't like it was all easily planned out, and it's just a natural path for you to go down. No.
Did you have much of that, Joe? Like, obviously growing up where you did, and I mean, same amazing opportunity. You had so many cool things that happened. Did you ever have any people like, what's Joe doing?
Oh yeah, everyone. My parents for sure.
You didn't believe me?
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? You're funny. They didn't want me to fight when I started fighting. They're like, you're gonna get hurt. They didn't want me to do comedy because I was good at fighting. Like, why don't you stick with that? It was just, no matter what, there's always going to be people that doubt you, especially if you want to do something that's high risk, low probability of success.
You know, it made me dig deep, because I think of that, and the reason I ask you that is because that experience I had with my family is kind of mind-boggling, because I thought they would see it as I did, and I think there's a difference in perception, or the way we perceive things, and the true reality possibly, because you got to sometimes bring yourself out and look back in from their point of view. And I learned it as I become a parent, because now I got kids and they're wanting to do something. I got a boy, Mason. He moved to Charleston, South Carolina, and all of a sudden I become a grandma. In my mind, I got, hey, when I get back, Christy, we're going to have some cornbread and collard greens and fried chicken. I want to come back and tell you, because he listens to every episode. My son McCoy, Meyer, all of them. So in my mind, I got a picture, living in a little house right there around the farm. Well, he bucks moves to Charleston, South Carolina. I'm like, what are you doing? Are you on crack? Now you tell me. What are you doing? And then it hit me. It's like, man, I'm being my grandma. I'm being Uncle Tommy. And the reason they was that way, same as your parents, people love us so much that they don't want us to fail. And I think inevitably we can fail people we love the most, because we want to keep them safe. I don't want my, I know it's a world where a wife or a woman can go out there and cut wood. I want my damn wife cutting wood. I'll cut the wood. Let me get the calluses. I don't want my wife going to the door. Uh, the village at night. I'm not saying she couldn't shoot no better than me. I don't know, but at the end of the day, I love her enough. I don't want her hurt. I don't want my kids to fail. But in reality, why not? Somebody's got to do these small percentiles. Somebody got to be a Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
But how did Michael Jordan? What's his trick? Somebody say you can't make a living. I'm sure somebody. And so I think we want to put everybody in a safe spot. And if you think about it, if 80% or 90% of people can do these things, well, guess what? Go try the 10, 20%. If you fail, jump back into the 80, 90%, and you can at least say you tried.
Yeah.
At least say I tried to make somebody laugh on a stage. At least say I tried to sell a Hoyt boat and enough to make money, and they give me a percentage of something or have my name on a boat. I don't know. You can at least try it. I don't think it makes you arrogant or overzealously confident. It's just, why not?
Well, I think there's people that are afraid to try that will try to attack you for trying.
Yeah.
There's that. There's crabs in a bucket. There's that. There's people that don't want someone to take a risk and succeed because they never took a risk, and they don't want to confront themselves with that thought. They don't want to be confronted with the reality of what they've done with their life. That maybe they did have a dream. Maybe they did want to be like Luke Bryan. Maybe they did want to be on stage singing. Maybe they did want to go.
Yeah.
They wanted to do something extraordinary, and they never really took the chance. And so when they see you taking the chance, they want to fill you with doubt.
They do.
It's an unnecessary and unfortunate aspect of human nature.
I see that and I feel that from time to time.
But it makes you appreciate the people that encourage people.
It really does. And I texted several people all the time, especially when I think about it, people along the way who said, hey, buddy, let me pull you back. Stay away from this stuff. But you're special in this. You go do this and keep doing this. Man, people don't realize what that means. I think about that. I think about that street person. It's like just, I mean, literally be in the right mood, especially with this young lady right there. I'd have wanted to hit him. And I don't know mixed martial arts, but I know a goddamn haymaker, and he didn't see it coming. And I mean, he was calling this girl all kind of names, and you MFers, y'all. And all it took was me to say, "Hey, bro, I'm on the other side," and immediately it was just like he just wanted to be heard, and maybe that's it. Maybe I don't know, and
People just get tired of being outcasts. People want community. They really do. They want friends. They want. It's like you were saying before. Like the relationships you make in this life. That's the real trophy.
it is, and that's the one thing I guess the last thing I'd want to leave about the hunting community, and I think you felt it just from people you've seen or maybe researched, and like Hammond said, he said, man, you won't find a better student than Joe. He said he knows more about broadheads than the companies themselves. He researches this stuff. He knows the geometry of bows and brace heights. He's so dead deep. He said he loves it, and it made me feel so good to know that you're that deep into it. And but when you start looking at so many of these things that's out there for us, what I find about the hunting community, it is a community of people that welcomes all. It doesn't matter.
It really does.
And they want you to learn, and they're so appreciative that you might just take a look into this culture that sometimes can be criticized, that sometimes be judged and think we're barbaric or hillbilly or uneducated or just ruthless. And what you'll find is there is a part of that with dipping into nature, Mother Nature, you have to kind of become an animal with that and be like the bear, like the predator. You are a killer. You have to come to full draw to feed your family. But it's so welcoming, and I've never seen anybody alienized. I've never seen anybody that I've thought that was a solid person within the industry, and are just people around my house that would bring in, feed you, and say, "Come on, let me show you what this is about, boy or young lady." And I'm proud of that, and I'm confident, and I know that there's nobody, even the people that might talk bad about them, they're going to treat them good. And I remember one thing that was epic that happened, Joe, and it hit me pretty hard. My daughter Addie had asked me, said, Dad, what in a situation if we're at school and there's something bad happening? We was talking about some of the school shootings. I saw we just had one. I'm like, what should I do? And I was like, was there any kind of mandate of what you should do? And I said, well, they say do this, this, and this, hide under your desk and sit there and wait and lock the doors. I said, well, I'm about to go against protocol, Addie. I said, and I knew her school. They had these outside doors that went out quickly there in Harris County, Georgia. It goes off into the wilderness. Matter of fact, my farm is right across from the high school. And I said, Addie, I'm telling you what I want you to do. If something goes awry, I said, you've hunted with it a lot, and you understand, how to hide and stuff Dad, I said, if something happens and you can see that exit door and you can get out and you can hit the woods, I want you to go right then. Don't wait around. I want you to go. Figure out the situation. Like if a bear's coming in the tent, you get out of the tent and get up the tree or whatever you got to do. And I said, but here's what I want you to do. I said, you go, and I ain't never told you to judge somebody because I don't believe in judging a book by the cover. I don't. I don't believe in that. So I said, but in this case, in this adverse moment, you go out and you find a beat up old Chevrolet truck, got an NRA sticker on it, maybe a beat up minivan with a mom riding around with some, maybe it is that old 70 Chevelle because that guy appreciates good cars, and you jump out and you stop it. It's going to be a complete stranger, but I want you to pick out that person. I said, and find out. And I said, if you find somebody with a four-wheel drive truck that you know probably resembles your granddaddy or me or Nick Mutt and all these guys, you jump in there. They're going to have a little snap. They're definitely going to have a gun in there. You tell them what happened, and they will protect you until they can find me. And when I thought about that, I was dead serious. But then I thought, that goes beyond my daughter. Anybody, it wouldn't matter if you was Muslim, Christian, or goth, or whatever. If you did that in the country, somebody's going to stop and say, hey, man, what's going on? They're going to quickly evaluate it. And I'm not saying everybody won't. I think most people have that opportunity. But if you're raised around that culture to where you're ready to help and you're ready to assist, love is so deep, and the nature, the human nature, is to protect and to make sure this person is doing good, even if they don't align in thought process. And so I'm proud to come from that, and that's probably my biggest joy, whether it's taking a Jim Brewer or a Theo, is when they see it. That's always, even if they don't get something, they're like, man, this is cool. This is fun. This is good folks. A little scared of y'all. A little scared of y'all. And Theo and all of them said, man, something happened. I'm coming to your house, Waddell. And Caleb Preston, we was at this little function, he said, Waddell, my wife, his fiance, I don't think he's married, he said, my wife said, hey, if something happens, we're going to Michael Waddell's house. He said, you don't even know where he lives. She said, well, I'm still going there. And so anyway, that's just cool. I'm proud of that. And that ain't anything to do with me. That's just, it's a culture. It's just such an amazing opportunity to share that.
Michael, I really enjoyed talking to you, man. Thank you very much.
You too. Thanks for having me.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Tell everybody what your social media is, where they can find your hunts online.
Oh yeah, obviously bonecollector.com. We're on Instagram at official bone collector, I think it is, and then there's a Michael Waddell page. There's a bone collector page, and heck, I'm on TikTok. So yeah,
all right.
I'm dancing around over there too. So I'm on everything. It's China Smile on me too. But anyway,
sure.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, brother.
Been a fan a long time. Appreciate it.
It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much. All right, bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Oh shit! I didn't know we had bells.
Yeah, bro, we got bells. It's probably super annoying to people listening.
It's fucking Christmas. The one Christmas must end.
How dare we say Merry Christmas?
How dare you say that? It offends me.
You ever see Kamala Harris do that? When she has a
She
speech?
said, "How dare you say fucking Christmas?"
You've never seen it?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, let's start with this because it's so crazy. I don't understand the context. So, like, I wish I could be charitable and say, well, there's probably a context where this makes sense.
Yeah, Satan is the Lord of the earth. Is the context.
But you know, you see something and it's only a 15-second clip, and you're like, okay, let me just be the nicest person possible.
Yeah.
Like, what could be the reason why you would say, how dare we say Merry Christmas?
Yeah.
Unless you're playing a character.
Right.
Well, she's on stage doing a play. She's like, I want to read from my college play where I was the Grinch.
Can you imagine saying that? Like, it seems like a nightmare that you would wake up from.
It says Harris fumed at Americans saying Merry Christmas before illegal migrants were protected in resurfaced clips.
Oh, you're not allowed to say it until there's absolute peace and harmony on the planet. Then we can start saying it again.
This is so scolding and weird.
Only when they cleared that fence did we give them DACA status. And now we're talking about taking it away. It is morally wrong.
No, thank you. I
just a bad perspective. It's just a bad perspective.
Charitable.
Because if you wanted to, like, what does she anything she's saying make sense? You, they're not mutually exclusive. All right, you can't. It's like celebrating joy and happiness, and some people suffer. It's like you can't say no one is going to suffer anywhere before I celebrate.
No.
Because that's crazy.
Yeah.
Now you're taking in the entire Earth's consciousness and all of its decisions
Yeah.
as to whether or not you will not be happy. Like, you and I didn't force anybody to work at the cobalt mines.
Not
But
yet.
we buy these fucking phones. We buy these fucking phones, and we know that electronics that have cobalt in them were probably pulled out of the ground by slaves. Should we never celebrate anything again until those people are free?
No. Never.
Never.
We should just be shitting in our hands, rubbing in our faces, whipping our back until the whole world experiences a simultaneous orgasm. Then, Merry Christmas to you.
If you were a drone, so let's just say they really are intergalactic beings, and
Yeah.
you're watching all of our hypocrisy and our scolding of each other, and these like untested perspectives just jizzed out into the world,
Yeah.
and you're looking at all this craziness, like the manufacturing of almost everything that we have that comes from overseas is probably from horrible conditions.
Yeah.
And we just accept that.
Yeah.
Like, if aliens were watching this, they're like, who are they bullshitting? Who are they bullshitting each other? Are they bullshitting themselves?
Right.
They're trying to figure out how many genders there are. They're trying to decide, like, who's the most protected status where you can't discuss about anything.
Yeah.
Currently, that's illegal immigrants.
Yeah. Well, I was just listening. Well, I don't know why I started doing it. Highly recommend it. I started listening because I forgot a lot of the New Age ideas. So I started listening to New Age channels, Audible, aliens channeled through New Age people.
Oh, cheers, my brother.
Cheers! Merry Christmas!
Off to a great start. Isn't that Seth Speaks? Isn't that?
It's a whole genre.
But is that Seth Speaks person? That's the whole deal behind that, right?
It's okay. So it's again. I'm like my mom got into it briefly because she dated this New Age dude, and I fucking hated it. He wore Birkenstocks. He forced us to go on hikes. He wouldn't let me take my fake gun. You're a kid. You want to take your fake gun on the hike? He's like, we don't do that on hikes. The fucking fascist hike where you're forced to recognize the beauty of nature, and it's like, dude, don't put that on me. I'll find it on my own. But he got my mom into New Age stuff, and this was prime New Age time. This is like this is when they all killed themselves. It's like they were part of it too. They were wearing the sneakers. What were they called? Heaven's Gate. That was the New Age stuff. So I remember like watching these old grainy VHS tapes of my mom and this dude, and thinking they were cool, and like there was some sound that was playing in one, and my mom looks at me like hopefully, like, do you recognize that sound? Because I guess.
And here's the thing about all this. I think some telepathy is real.
It is real.
I think it is real. Have you listened to the telepathy tapes?
No,
You haven't?
I haven't listened to it.
It's a new podcast that's out. And it's all about this scientific research that was done with nonverbal autistic kids and their parents. And they were able to go into another room, and they would bring up things to one, whether it was, I think they'd bring things up to the mom, or the mom would say things. The kid was accurate 95% of the time.
Wow.
With numbers, with colors.
Yeah.
Like, not like 3 numbers in a row.
Yeah.
Like, you know how crazy that is? Just to guess 3 numbers in a row 95% of the time.
Yeah.
Like, whatever it is, they think it's real. I'm only on episode 2, so but it's really fascinating, man, because it's a dismissed thing. It's a woo-woo thing.
Sure.
But if it's real, shouldn't scientists study it like it's real? And it seems like scientific study, it's real.
Yeah. I think definitely you've probably experienced it. I've experienced
I
it.
think it's an emerging part of human consciousness that we don't agree to. something there, but we're not like that's too silly. It just there's so many people that fake it. That's the problem.
Right.
Because everybody like wants to have some special thing that they have. I must have a special thing. If you have a special thing, country, you have a special talent.
I mean, think of all
Yeah.
Firestarter, Carrie,
Yeah.
Stranger Things.
Yeah.
This is the fantasy. When I was a kid, dude, I would sit when my dad was working in his apartment and try to make shit on the table move with my mind because I've been reading books on telekinesis. One day, you know, like when like you've got a cold drink and it gets a little wet on the bottom. One day, as I'm doing that, because of that, it slid forward, and like I was like totally freaked out because I thought I'd use telekinesis to fly. It was just like luck. It was just luck.
It was just a badly balanced floor.
It was just a shitty fucking apartment in College Station.
Yeah.
But you know, that's that once you recognize the flaw in the operating system in humans, is so like as a kid, like for a few days, I was like, shit, I might be telekinetic. But like once you know people want that or want to believe in it, and how easy it is to manufacture those moments and then claim responsibility. Holy shit, dude. You can really pull some strings on people because there's an assumption. Let's say I do know, I really believe in telepathy. I'm positive it exists. But the assumption there then would be like you get around a telepathic person. Well, they must be good because they're telepathic, right? They're magic, so we should trust them. This is where people get really fucked up. These are called in India they call them siddhis, which is you meditate a lot.
Right.
You begin to like, well, I would say comedy's a city. You know, it's not special. I was talking to Luis Gomez about sales. You know, that's the really good people who get into your head and get you to buy shit. He was saying it's like instant magic, and it's like so
Hypnosis.
hypnosis. Yeah, but man,
Have you ever been hypnotized?
yes, I have. It's interesting,
Right.
dude. My mom hypnotized me when I had a wart because she had heard you could hypnotize people and the wart goes away. Hypnotized me, said something about the wart going away. Within a couple of weeks, I swear to you, that wart fucking dried up and just fell off my hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What the fuck?
Right. What the fuck? So that's the placebo effect. The placebo effect is real. You know, I had a guy tell me this once. He was like a kind of a wacky healing chiropractic type guy.
Yeah.
And he was telling me that if you believe
Hello, my
what I'm
friend.
saying is true, because I was asking him, like, how does this work? Like, how is this working? Like, how are you healing people? Like, by working on them, like, passing on things. If you believe it works. Oh, so it's a lie. But if I believe the lie, so what are you selling? Like,
You're just like fucking manipulating people
Yeah.
and saying mumbo jumbo muscular structural words.
Yeah.
And you're doing hypnosis kind of, because you're sort of admitting that by healing, like a person who's going to heal you with words and talking and touching you, they're tricking you into doing it yourself.
Well, I
Right?
mean, the placebo effect
It's real.
is real. I've heard it's one of the most powerful effects of medicine.
Is it really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you think of like the new cancer drugs. They tell your immune system what to attack, right? So if somehow you could do that without the drug, if they were, and that's where it gets interesting, right? Because these are our bodies
Right.
perfectly metabolizing, transforming so many things instantaneously. The heart effortlessly beating all the fucking time. So theoretically, purely theoretically, you got, what if you could control more of it? Like, how much of this thing can we actually control? And by the way, that's a really fun thing to think about because, like, not much. And so, you ever think about that? Like, you sort of think, like, okay, like, how much of my body can I really do anything about? I can eat good food, I can exercise, but all the quantum processes that are happening within, all of the things, you kind of realize you're just the tip of the iceberg. You're just the yappy tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
And underneath it is all this stuff that is you, but really isn't you if having control of yourself is like a way to identify this as me. So what are you in that swirl of particulates? Like, what are you in there?
Yeah, what are you?
Yeah.
most people. And that's one of the reasons why ideologies are so interesting, because it's the same thing. It's the same person. It just they've agreed to one thing or they've agreed to the other thing. And it could be how you were raised, or it could be you rebelling, or it could be, but people find a way to fucking slip into a groove.
Yeah.
And it's so much easier,
Yeah.
than trying to look at, like, what is this?
Yeah.
What is this thing we're doing where I'm making noises with my mouth, you're reading my mind,
Yeah.
and we're like broadcasting it to the world. By making noises with your mouth, we're speaking to each other's minds.
Yeah, and also though, when you get into the telepathy idea, which is sort of like the question is like, right now we identify our minds as some kind of neurological process, right? So the idea is like we have this like biocomputer, and somewhere in there is our mind. Everything out here, not our mind. Even though everything out here, from a neurological perspective, is our mind.
Right.
Everything you're seeing is an instantaneous interpretation of a variety of phenomena that gets compressed into reality. And then you say, oh, out there, that's not me. But
Right.
it is you. It's like it's you in the way if you put on VR goggles, you know, except in this case, the VR goggles, it's your neocortex. It's all the processes that are making color, light, sound, etc. So, if we're sort of sharing a dual reality, which is all the phenomena that's being interpreted into our mind, somewhere in there is a possibility that we're trying to share a mind. So, from that perspective, all these other things become possible. Telepathy, all of this stuff. Like, you get around funny people, you get funnier. When I was doing the Midnight Gospel, I was around all these artists, I got better at drawing. Like, share a mind. It's the Gestalt, or, like the, where three or two or more do gathered, there will be, that something else comes in there. And
I think we're collaborating with something that we don't truly understand, because we're still trapped in primate bodies.
yes,
So I think we have these moments of recognition of these connections, in great moments in life, and these beautiful things that can happen, and it's all being twisted up by this ape, this wild ape that had to survive for thousands and thousands of years by killing its neighbors.
yeah,
And eating monkeys, and fucking running around and clubbing things to death and eating raw meat.
yeah,
Until it figured out how to harness fire. And then it had to deal with neighboring tribes coming in with hordes of people with swords and spears. And
yeah,
you had to run for the hills. They killed your kids in front of you. They fucked your wife in front of you.
yeah.
They cut your dick off and stuffed it in your mouth. And this was thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah, yeah,
This
dude.
thing we're doing right now is so recent.
Yeah,
This thing where you can meet strangers and you don't have to worry about killing them.
yeah, that's
Super recent.
dogs aren't there yet. That's why dogs freak out when someone comes to your door. They're not there yet. They still remember the old days. And
That's a great point.
they're still like, dude, usually someone's coming up,
Yeah.
we have to kill it. Like, they're reminding you of that. You know? And it's true. I mean, and if you look at that collective epigenetic trauma as an egregore, as a ghost haunting the planet, a ghost like not that long
the
ago.
ghost of primate past.
The ghost of primate past haunts us,
Yeah.
and that's why it's so easy to slide into aggressive patterns and defensive patterns that are completely unnecessary.
And that's what they are too. This is what you have to realize. It's not you. It's patterns that you've selected, and you've selected them over and over and over again, and they become you. It's like you went down a groove. You don't have to stay on that groove.
No.
You don't have to. But I think you have to find something in life that's physical that you enjoy. Because I think that's one of the best ways to manage this fucking weirdness. The absolute best way is getting physically exhausted.
Sure.
Just get on purpose, get physically exhausted, and then you can manage the craziness of existing.
Yeah.
Because everybody wants to pretend that it's normal. Everyone wants to pretend that existence is like, oh, it's normal. You get up in the morning, you fucking have your eggs and your bacon, and you do your
Did you hear
thing.
what Chappell Rowan said?
human brain. This popped up on my feed. This dude Penrose, this guy used to be an anesthesiologist. He already knew about these neurological structures that are these quantum tubules that apparently anesthesia impacts. And he began to think maybe consciousness is not associated as much as we thought with these with neurons, but is a microstructure within the brain, these quantum tubules that get shut down when there's anesthesia. And so there's this new controversial sort of emergent theory of consciousness, which is that when you are awake, you go from being a wave to a particle. In other words, whatever you want to call it, the I am, the all one situation that we actually are experiencing gets compressed into a particle, which is your experience of reality. But when you fall asleep, when you take enough acid, you go into a superposition. And that's that feeling of being connected to everything, part of everything, not even being there anymore. So we're those things simultaneously. And I guess as far as the default reality that you're talking about, that's the situation where it's a bunch of particles that have focused in on like a buffet of moments that the news curates. So the news is like, okay, be mad at this person's wrong, this person's right, here's what you should be afraid of, here's a celebrity that sucks. You know,
that's the whole business model.
It's the business model.
And that's the way we get the news.
That's it.
Isn't that crazy? And sponsored by pharmaceutical drug companies.
There you go.
And everybody else. I was watching a regular movie the other night. I was in a hotel, and so it was the only thing they had in the hotel was regular movies on TV.
Yeah.
So I was watching John Wick on TV, and it's every 5 minutes you're bombarded with nonsense. They stop the show and give you 5 minutes of nonsense.
That's right.
Just nonsense stuff and side effects.
It's unnerving. And also when you realize we think the show is John Wick. That ain't the show. The show is the nonsense that's happening in between John Wick. So when you think about when you're watching a good movie, relax, calm down, open up. It's the perfect state of consciousness to manipulate people.
I also thought it was incredible that they bleeped out all the bad words when the commercials were far more offensive.
Yeah,
they bleeped out fuck. They bleeped out this. I'm like, how are they going to handle this scene? Because there's this scene where the Russian mobster, his son, comes home from his job in Atlantic City after he did this thing with John Wick. And the guy's like, nobody knows that. Fucking nobody. It's John Wick. And it's like the whole setup of John Wick. And it's that nobody. I'm like, no! You're gross!
Can't say fuck.
You took out the fuck. But meanwhile, you're telling me about bloody diarrhea that might kill you if you take this drug.
Yeah.
You're telling me about side effects that are like suicide. Like all kinds of like wild shit, depression, anxiety, fear,
and
violent tendencies, gambling addictions.
This is, so when you think about the idea that if, what a group of witches is called a coven, a group of Christians is called a church. The idea is sort of simultaneous prayer causes change. Now, there's different words. Some people call the prayer spells. Some people call the prayer a pep rally. We're gonna go, go, go. You look at the football game, you're seeing covens of witches cheering this direct energy at the team they want to try to like move the needle a little bit. But when you consider the power of directing little bubble universes, which is every single human, focusing that beam of attention on a certain idea, dude, not only are you going to create whatever it is you want to create in the case of an appetizer, make some money, but theoretically you could guide history that way. And the last thing you want them to figure out is if they all stop focusing on what you're telling them to focus on and trust themselves enough to focus on what they want to focus on, which is usually not bad, then all of a sudden you would lose that kind of magical control. You lose the actual steering wheel of steering wheel is your vote and the president and the elected officials who guide the country. But the real steering wheel is here's what we're going to get you to pay attention to. You need to pay attention to this right now. And when we all pay attention to that, it's like where attention goes, energy flows.
That, you know what I think it is? I think it's like if we're in a factory, and there's certain gears that turn certain machines, and they think they're the only thing that exists.
Yeah.
But it's a chain of things that have to take place in order to manufacture something, like a Tesla.
Yeah.
Like imagine if you are, if we just don't realize it, but if everything has a consciousness, at least in some sort of a limited capacity.
Yeah.
Literally everything, even cables.
Yeah.
Everything has something.
Yeah.
We're super egotistic, and we believe that only we possess this. But we know dogs have it too, which gets where it gets weird.
Yeah.
Animals have it. We
Yeah.
know that. But this whole thing that we're doing is trying to understand how we interface. Like,
yeah.
How are we doing this? Like, if we're in a world where it's 2024 and there's drones flying over New Jersey and they're gaslighting us, saying they're all airplanes, they're saying we have it under control.
Yeah.
And then it appears there was a satellite that was shot out of the sky.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
No.
No, you haven't seen that?
I missed it.
So this is the big conspiracy. And again, I've done no research, so do not believe me, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, Al.
The big conspiracy is that these are Chinese drones, and they're being piloted by a satellite that they shot out of orbit. And this is a conspiracy, unfounded conspiracy.
Unfounded.
But I'm just for funsies.
Well, I mean, do you remember when those weird green fucking lights showed up in Hawaii?
Well, I remember where there was a ship, right? And it was like these triangle-looking things that were flying over a
Those
ship.
laser lights that shot out of the sky.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
What was that?
What are the drones? I mean, that's what I love about the drones is, I mean, aside from obvious, like, getting to imagine, fantasize, think that they're chasing orbs and the orbs or whatever. What I love about the drones is that it's another step in shaking people awake. You know what I mean? Because it's like part of living in default reality, I think, is you sort of lean into the idea that the government is you can trust. You can trust the government. Of course. Like you have to trust
People who make the weapons.
You can trust them.
They're really good guys.
Sure, yes, some of them,
hyper violent.
A little, yeah, but ultimately we can trust these people. And so then you have over fucking New Jersey experimental vehicles that people are filming. Welcome to Earth, bitch. Did you see that one? And it's so funny. People in New Jersey reacting like.
Did you see the guy shooting into the sky as a drone?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm surprised more people haven't.
Well, the problem with that, you fucking idiots, is that bullets fall. Okay, and they fall with almost the same kind of velocity. I mean, I'm sure they lose a lot of speed, but it's enough to kill people. People definitely die from bullets falling.
You know what else falls? Drones. Experimental fucking drones. The government's flying over fucking New Jersey, hoping those fuckers don't crash. They're apparently half the size of a car.
Some of them are bigger, bro.
Right.
Some of them are suburban size.
Yeah, and
they're
these
like
are flying over houses.
Oh yeah.
So it's just like, no, listen. Number one, most of what you guys are seeing, stars, or you're seeing commercial vehicles, mostly, and the other stuff, we don't really know. It's just at that point you're like, wait a minute. I'm paying almost half of my income in fucking taxes, and you know what the car-sized mystery things flying over the cities are, and you don't know what that fucking is? What am I paying you for? You know what I mean? You're making a lot of money, man. You should know what the drones are. And so, but then when you see, what's his name, Bolton? Is it Bolton? The
guy with the mustache?
Not Bolton. When you see, I don't know, the DOD dudes up there, and the way that they're just lying their fucking asses off. Did you see the press secretary talking about it? And she's wearing a necklace that looks like a UFO.
Is it Corinne Jean-Pierre, that lady?
Not Jean-Pierre. It was another one. It was some
new one?
It was a.
How do they just shuffle new people in without announcing?
No, I don't think they got rid of Pierre.
Okay.
I hope not.
Because most of them don't last as long as Pierre. She's the marathoner.
Oh, dude.
Most of them think that that's fuck this job. Have you spent a lie all the time?
Horrible. Horrible.
Imagine, like, Duncan, this is what you're gonna sell: War with Sudan.
Okay.
Okay. Here's the reason why.
All right.
The rebels, children, problems,
Children problems.
economy,
Okay.
pollution.
Okay.
You know, they got a vaccine again.
Got
Tell
it.
us.
There's a
Tell
lot
us.
of data
You
right
can
now.
tell
That,
us.
I guess.
And
Yeah.
then
What about the data showing vaccinations are bad for you?
no, fuck that data. These people
Okay.
are in trouble, and we need to help them. We need to
Okay.
help them. So war, Sudan,
Or Sudan. Or Sudan. Got it. Okay, no problem.
So,
Okay, I got it. I'm telling. I'm going out there.
You just put on your Rachel Maddow glasses.
The Rachel Maddow glasses.
Everybody's wearing them to look super serious.
Well, it's part of the costume, isn't it? Like,
Yes.
and we also, by the
We're
way,
wearing costumes while we're saying this.
yeah, we are in elf costumes. But but yeah, that I don't understand the Rachel Maddow glasses phenomena, but I have done research into it because I wanted to create a vision board of all the people wearing those glasses. And it's a thing. It's like a thing on the left. They wear those fucking glasses. It identifies that you have a certain set of beliefs if you're wearing the Maddow glasses. I mean, it's a real thing.
It is a real thing. Yeah. If you have those glasses on and you're a Republican, you're an assassin. Because you're a guy who kills people for a living.
Yeah.
You're a very strange person.
Dude, isn't that? But that's to me the Invasion of the Body Snatchers experience. I haven't seen that movie in a while. It's the remake.
I saw the remake, but it was a long time ago, right? Wasn't it like 5 years ago? How long ago was it?
I think it's from the one I like is from the 70s.
Oh,
It's
the Donald Sutherland one.
Yes.
Yes, that one's amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, right.
They point at you and make that noise.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Wasn't that dead?
Oh, my God. Sutherland killing it.
Look how creepy his eyes are.
Yeah. That's it.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that reality? And by the way, not that hard. You know what's way harder than that? Building a planet. Right?
Yeah, right.
There's plenty of planets.
Yeah.
That is not that hard. That is essentially what happens all the time.
Yeah.
In like the insect kingdom, where they get infested by another parasite that controls their brain.
There you go. Dude, I went down a deep rabbit hole with this shit because, I was like looking right after Trump won, which, by the way, I want to remind you, I'm sorry, I don't want to pat myself on the back, but when we were hunting for Bigfoot, you remember I said to you, one day you're going to get a president elected.
Did you say that?
No.
Back then, that would have been the least likely scenario. I'm in the woods with the Fear Factor guy, and we're legitimately looking for Bigfoot. Legitimately with Bigfoot experts.
Dude, that was one of my favorite camping trips I've ever had in my life.
Fun.
I would love to do that again.
Fun.
Hunting for Bigfoot. It's like, because hunting for animals, which I know you love, I have nothing against it, but you still got to kill an animal. Hunting for Bigfoot, you just like look for a twig out of place, and you get to imagine he's nearby, and that it's really fun. Squatching was fun.
Somebody asked me if I saw Bigfoot, would I kill it? Because if I could kill it, then I could show people that it's real.
Interesting. Would you?
No. Why would I kill Bigfoot?
Well,
but this is like, why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. Just to prove that it's real? Well, guess what? Guess you can't prove it. There's no other way. It's not like I tell you where it happened and you fucking close off 1,000 square miles and start pushing in with soldiers. Well, if don't kill it. Why would you kill it, stupid? I'm telling you where it is. Why do you want me to shoot an arrow through it?
Man.
Why don't you just trust me and spend $1 billion on on drones? And imagine, like, why did we spend all this money? Joe said he saw Bigfoot, and so we want to look.
But by the fucking way,
no one would spend any money to go look for Bigfoot.
If you can fly a swarm of drones over fucking New Jersey,
you can find Bigfoot.
You could fly into the Pacific Northwest, and we'd know once and fucking for all. See, this, they talk about democracy. Sometimes I like to think about what would actual democracy look like. And it wouldn't look like some dude getting in front of a microphone and gaslighting your ass about experimental crap. It would be like, all right, I'm just going to tell you guys, we figured out anti-gravity. That's anti-gravity drugs. We wanted to show you, and tomorrow we're going to drop ketamine on the neighborhood. Democracy. But you know what I mean? Like, that would be true democracy versus what we have right now, which is sort of democracy. It does work. voting works and all that stuff. But ultimately, our impact, the the, the non-political classes' impact, is very little, and the political classes' impact is very little when you consider now there's a security class. So you have the politicians like Harry Reid trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with UAPs, and even they can't do it because there's another level, and that level is like those are the people controlling things because they know the secrets. It's just so infuriating to me that now they feel comfortable enough to fly whatever the fuck these things are over a major city and not tell us what they are, and then say we don't know what they are. Because the reality is they don't know what they are. If we're going to believe them, which I guess you're just not supposed to. You know what I mean?
Are you supposed to?
No, I don't think you're supposed. I think at the point where they're just telling you it's like stars.
Okay, but let's be honest. If you are in possession of the actual information, you know what it is. You know it's China, or you know it's aliens, or you know it's a combination of both.
Yeah.
Or it's U.S. government, or it's all three.
Sure.
Maybe it's all the above. How the fuck do you tell people that? How do you tell people that while you're also governing? You're also doing all these different things. You're very busy. How does the president get on television and say, ladies and gentlemen, aliens are real? We are being visited on a regular basis by non-human intelligence that is far superior to our own.
Sure.
We don't understand why they're here. We've been working with them. We have back engineered their products.
Yeah.
That's how you got fiber optics.
Yeah.
And capacitors.
Right.
And all these things that sort of emerged
Yeah.
after Roswell.
Yeah, everything.
That's the most fun one.
You were bioengineered. They seeded your culture with your religions.
Everything.
It's for a good cause.
Everything.
Yeah,
We're a piece of the fucking factory, dude. That's what we are.
Right.
We're a piece of the factory that doesn't recognize that there's a whole other building connected to this that's filled with machines.
Yeah.
We're a piece.
So that is exactly what you want pieces of your factory to think like. And that is why at any moment anybody can actually just turn the channel. You're not a piece of the fucking factory. Actually, you're the universe.
You are the universe.
And you're the universe who has been, dude, I mean, look what they can do to lions at a circus. This deadly fucking thing. They can make it jump through hoops. They can make it catch a frisbee, right? So think of this. That's
When
right.
they can. Those make for some wild Instagram videos.
Oh, they do. And
There's a lot of those out there.
There is. It's the assassination of a fucking CEO. And by the way, like, I am not like assigning any kind of like. I think it's a slippery slope if we start publicly fucking executing CEOs. Like if you start, you know what I mean? That's a real slippery slope.
It's super slippery.
But I'll tell you, if you sort of look at the factory, the way it works is like, number one, you really aren't supposed to identify the actual, like what's causing like a lot of suffering. Like you once you start making those identifications, then and you follow through with some kind of action based on those identifications. Number one, the action can't be based on the rules of the factory. Of course, the factory's going to create rules. You can go out with your fucking signs or whatever if you're at the right place. Not at Amazon where they arrested those people protesting, but there's places in the factory where you can go and be like, I need more oil. I'm squeaky. But only once in a while and only the right way. It's a peaceful protest is what we call it. You do it at the wrong time, it's fucking insurrection. You know what I mean? So the factory's got rules about how we do this.
Right.
So the moment you go outside of those rules, the moment you like actually, and to do that, you have to somehow really think outside the factory. Then you see something like that happen, and then you see the way the factory responds, which is the perp walk they did to that dude. They've got fucking SEAL Team 6 walking that guy in.
He's handsome.
He's
like
a
movie.
No, it's like, yeah.
In a movie, if you saw that handsome guy getting arrested,
Yeah.
and there was like SEAL Team 6 behind him protecting him,
Yeah.
you'd be like, that's no way they would do that.
That's right.
It's just a regular killer.
Yeah.
There's no way they would have that many guys guarding that guy.
Well, they're not guarding that guy. Look at that. They're sending a fucking message. They're saying, listen, we want your attitude. And like that, so, because, like, what's really scary about what he did is, like, and I think if you want to, like,
call it activism. What that guy did is he didn't just like, send a message which is really scary for people like CEOs. Just say, listen, man, like you can't keep fucking us with the insurance. Uh, if you do, you're not safe. And so that's scary as fuck because the CEOs, of course, are the ones who pay for the lobbyists, who pay for the laws, and so he sends a message of a methodology, which again, I think uh, if if we're going to get to a better place, you using violence, I just don't think that's the path. But just as an analysis, dude, I would say you could expect more of that to happen, and and that is going to lead to the Darth Vader people coming out.
Okay, you're not co-signing it.
I'm not co-signing it at all. No.
It's a realistic assessment. Like, there's something going on. People are very upset, and they've been able to do this to people for so long, deny people treatment for so long.
Do you remember when your dad had to come downstairs? Like you're fucking up, like you're like misbehaving with your brother. You're doing something really bad. You set something on fire.
Right.
Your dad comes downstairs. He's been at work. He's fucking pissed. That's how you know you're really fucked. When people start doing stuff like that, then the dad has to come downstairs. When the dad comes downstairs, it looks like the dude's in the Darth Vader outfit. All of a sudden, this facade. For a second, they have to stop the show, turn on the fucking lights. These guys in fucking full body armor come out, spray chemicals into your face, and drag you away. And then, all right, start the show up again to get some memory hold. So that is an example of what happens when the factory is imbalanced. And right now, the factory is imbalanced, dude. It's just that's the problem. There's a reason we need the middle class. There's a reason you need some path forward. There's a reason you need to be able to buy a fucking house. And aside from like the human comfort and starting a family and all that stuff, the moment you pull that away from people, now what? It's like, so wait, what am I supposed to do here? Now, again, I am not advocating violence. I think that if we keep doing violence, we're going to keep getting violent. But it's a really scary thing when shit gets so imbalanced. And when you hear about like the health insurance, like, I'm lucky, dude. Like I'm on Crapopolis on Fox. I have incredible health insurance. But like you read about the people denying like really important medication, really important procedures to people, sending them stacks of paper explaining why we're not going to pay. I got my colonoscopy recently. It cost me $100. You know how much they charge my insurance company? $9,000.
Have you ever talked to Gregory Taylor about this?
No.
You should. Because he understands it from top to bottom. He can tell you exactly what's going on. He's talked about it on the podcast. But it's a giant machine. It's a giant money machine.
Right.
That's really what it is. It's not really about making you better. It's a giant money machine.
That's right.
Making you better is what they sell.
Yeah.
But it's about making more money.
That's right.
And they can make incredible amounts of money for surgeries that maybe you don't need.
Yeah.
I'm not saying everybody does it, but some people do it. There's a guy that just got arrested recently. I don't know if you heard about this guy. I sent this to Peter. I can send it to you, Jeremy, or maybe you can find it. This dude, he was telling people they had cancer and they didn't, and there's like a ton of cases, and he give them chemotherapy now, and he make them like severely ill.
Yeah, demons.
And he did it to like I don't remember the number because I think the number stung me so much I didn't want to remember it. But this guy told like 20 people they had cancer. Dude. Scared the fuck out of them, ruined their lives,
dude,
and then gave them poison that's designed to kill cancer.
He was like 10 years old.
It could have been. Somebody sent it to me on Instagram. It was a news story.
Oh my god.
He got 45. That's all he got was 45 years.
That's a pretty long time. He's 50. That's a life sentence. Well, yeah, man.
Now, I don't know if this is the same guy. Maybe more doctors are done. This is one of the things that I found out. I was doing a bit about this fertility clinic doctor that was using his own jizz. That's not one. He's not there's creepy doctors.
Well,
Just like there's creepy carpenters. Like
Well-
just like there's like some doctors don't give a fuck about people.
why do they use their own jizz? Do they run
They want
low
all
on
the babies. They want everyone to have their babies.
Oh, so it's not
They're
like
just psychos.
people aren't coming in.
No, there's women that bring their husband's jizz. And he's like, yeah, I gotta fire up for you, sweetheart. That's what this guy did.
Dude.
He ran a fertility clinic, and I think people started figuring it out when 23andMe came out. And this is just one of these guys. There's been a ton of those guys.
Yeah.
That fundamentally is the difference between men and women. Could you imagine a clinic where a woman was getting other people to carry her babies?
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Not a chance in the fucking world. No woman would
No.
want that. Yeah, take my baby.
Oh
You
my
take
God.
my baby. I trust him
So
with you.
funny.
You don't. The guy I don't even know. Have a baby
Oh
with
my
me.
God.
Have the most precious thing. You can have it. You can have it. You can have it. It's literally the fundamental difference between men and women. That a guy could run a sperm clinic and think that I'm gonna get away with everybody having my baby, and he doesn't give a fuck what happens to those kids.
Because they might fuck.
They might fuck. They might not know. They might find out through 23andMe they're cousins.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, we're cousins.
Yeah.
And find out everyone's a cousin.
Dude.
This creep's been just using his own jizz for 35 years.
Dude, that guy could be like, based on the depopulation that's happening, based on population decline, that guy could be like the next Genghis Khan. Like in the future, like we like 80% of the planet's related to this dude.
I think he's got a lot of catching up to do to get where Genghis Khan's numbers were.
I mean, how much? It is interesting. It's like, you read Elon Musk is the top Diablo player in North America, right? Which
I think in the world.
in the world.
I think he's number one in the world, which is fucking insane.
And dude, and I know you, I'm not trying to high road you here, but unless you've played Diablo 4, you can't understand what that means.
I absolutely accept that. I do not understand what that means.
It is insane. Like when I was addicted to that fucking game, like I just wasn't sleeping because I had to do dad duty in the day, Diablo at night, and I sucked. So when you realize this guy shooting rockets into space, making vehicles, starting a new fucking department of the government, is also the top. It's so crazy. It's the one time I actually let myself think maybe he actually is an alien because there's just no way unless he's paying people to do it for him, which obviously he's not. That is insane, man.
Yeah.
That is insane. So, dude, when you consider, I don't even know where I was going with that. I got lost in Diablo 4, just thinking about it.
Well, we were just talking about how he's the number one player. That Elon, how preposterous it is.
It's
that I don't know. I don't play Diablo 4, so I really don't know what that means. But I believe it's huge. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't.
It's crazy. It's crazy because Diablo 4 is all about your build. It's all about like eye-hand coordination is obviously a big part of it. But then it's just, and then you see the chopsticks catch the fucking rocket. And
Yeah.
it's like,
That's a side job. Side job had more space innovation in the last 5 years than NASA has since the Apollo missions.
It's amazing.
I mean, I'm just saying that. I don't know if it's a true number, but he gets rockets land and rockets get caught with robot arms. Like what?
And that to me, it's like, my God, you get those feelings like, okay, I'm on the right timeline. If the guy who's going to make us a galactic civilization is also a master Diablo player,
The number one.
we're in the right timeline.
It seems so unlikely that if it was in a movie, I'd go, shut the fuck
Shut
up.
the fuck up.
He's not the number one Diablo player. I don't care how smart he is with rockets and electric cars and satellites that give broadband internet and tunneling under the earth and also owns X.
It's suspicious, I must say.
And he's tweeting 48 times an hour. He's so prolific.
Well,
like where's your head?
One of the
It's like he's in another dimension.
he could be bilocating. Like this is one of the ideas.
Yeah. Where are you actually physically? Is this an avatar?
Okay, here's something, he does.
Oh, fully.
Well,
Not only does he say fully, but he says the chances of it not being a simulation. He said this publicly. The chances of it not being a simulation are in the billions.
I mean, okay, so we talked about this in the green room. Willow, the new quantum chip that Google has, right? So, and I think you and I both do the same thing with our mind. Like anyone who's exposed to the Atari 2600 does this naturally, which is like when you play the Atari 2600. Did you have an Atari when you were a kid?
Oh yeah.
And you remember how that blew your mind, right?
Yeah.
To control the thing with a
Crazy.
joystick. It was insane. You could control the
Little
TV.
button.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like
Incredible.
You'd been going to arcades.
Yeah.
You could only play for a second. You didn't have quarters. Suddenly, you could just do it at home.
You could play till you fainted.
Oh my god! And so we got to witness like every phase of that technology to where it is now, which is just fucking insane. And so you just take the Atari 2600 model and apply it to any new thing. And so you think, all right, what's it going to look like in 10 years? Then you take months, neural lace, what some kind of brain-human interface, mix that in with some quantum chip that, yeah, right now, it's apparently unstable. It's like you got to keep it at, like, you have to keep it at the low, I don't know what it's called. It's like hold it in space or something. Like it has to be basically below freezing. And then suddenly it can do things that all the supercomputers on the planet couldn't do. But there's a trajectory here between the human brain and this technology, and it's getting closer and closer and closer together. Meaning that we are, and a lot of people are like, look, that's probably like 20 years away. That is not that long. We are. When did Teen Wolf come out, man?
I don't think it's anywhere near 20 years. I think it's way closer than that.
That's right. So that to me, when you just do the math and you realize humanity is about to merge with a thing that is solving equations that all the take a supercomputer uses what is it, double
7 trillion amount of years.
That's gonna be us.
Yeah.
And so then to answer the simulation idea, of course we're in a simulation. If we were just monkeys and now we are using qubits, using superpositioning to create some infinitely faster way of calculating data, then obviously once we get that thing connected to our brain, we will be able to simulate any reality we want. This is truly our past, and you wanted to, like, right now, the way I remember something, having done acid for most of my life, is very foggy and kind of like, my memory isn't the best. Every once in a while, I have a very clear memory of things, but with this tech, theoretically, it could reconstruct memories in your mind, and not just that, put you into them and allow you to experience them in real time. Meaning, in a few minutes, you could live your life over 1,000 times. Easily, we could be in the future, and this is a memory that some quantum computer neural interface is allowing us to experience totally, all-encompassing memory. And that would be a form of eternal life, because in every second, how many lifetimes would you live based on merging with that kind of chip?
Right.
And you wouldn't want to know it was a memory. You might want to be like, you know what, let me just live that life over again. I just want to feel the whole thing.
Well, that's one of the scariest things for people to consider is there's this, I asked someone once, would you rather die or would you rather live your life over and over and over again forever?
What they say.
They're like, oh my god, I couldn't do this forever and ever and ever. I'm like, why not? You can do it now. Like, it's not even hard. Like, are you enjoying life? Like, I love it. I'm having a great time. I have great friends. I have a lot of fun. Lots of amazing things. I have a great family. I enjoy what I do for a living. Like, why not keep doing this? But the thought of keeping, even for me, the thought of me doing this forever and ever and ever is fucking terrifying.
Well, yeah.
For some weird reason.
Well, that was like Nietzsche had this whole thought experiment, which was, I don't even know what it's called, something like infinite return, but basically the way he put it is, you don't live it again and again and again and make changes within the echo. It's exactly the same over and over and over again. And so in other words, like whatever it's just it's a rerun over and over and over again forever. That's what we're in. And his point in that was like, therefore, if most of your life you've been miserable, you're in hell. Yeah.
Isn't it more likely then that a lot of this shit that people are saying is human created? Because isn't it more likely that if we really do get to some sort of quantum computer AI civilization, so you attach quantum computer with AI in 20 years from now, it's like, what does that even mean? Did you just make a god? And if you did, can this thing just completely travel between dimensions and understand like everything about every subatomic particle that exists in the entire universe?
Yeah.
All at once. Like, if that's the case, like, why do you need people anymore? And maybe you don't. Just think that maybe Australopithecus isn't around anymore. That was our guy.
Right.
He was our guy. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here, allegedly.
Well, I mean, I think the model you could use for that theory would be the various, like you look at an embryo, and then you watch the way the appendages change, then you could look at it that way, which is like, well, I mean, you don't want. I met someone who had a tail, by the way. Like,
What?
some people get born.
I think I was at that party.
He had a tail.
Someone had a tail.
Because something happens.
How big was it?
I didn't look at
What
it.
did it taste like?
Oh, it was cinnamon. It tasted like cinnamon and whiskey.
Yeah, dudes are born with like a stub.
Right.
You know, like a regular tail's not too big because it's a just tail.
Yeah.
But there's something to it.
Something there. So, you know, yeah,
There it is.
There you go.
That's so weird.
There you go.
That is like an ancient city. By the way, if you're born with a tail, I'm not trusting you with my counsels.
Oh,
Shut
come
the fuck.
on.
I don't care if you got the surgery.
Well, I mean, it's weird how there's like some of those tails look better than others, but
Like kind of great. Yeah. Some people probably got surgically put to take off my big toe and stick it on my ass.
I'm afraid of that.
Fucking psychos out there,
I'll
man.
give you, dude, your lion's fucking fit. I still think about it sometimes. What would you do if you had a tail? Like, give me a break. If you could get, like, if it, they're already getting these bodysuits you can wear to help you lift shit. They have the new things for your legs that, like, But dude, if there was some cyborg tail that you could attach with a belt.
What if there was a way? What if genetic engineering and AI merge in a way that, Duncan, we can switch you one time to anything you want, and one of the options is you could become one of the Na'vi.
What are the Na'vi?
The Na'vi from the movie Avatar.
I don't want to be a Na'vi.
The blue people.
Not interested.
Giant blue
They're
people
cheesy.
who fucking live in the forest and
I'm not
sleep in
gonna-
the trees and they're connected to the earth.
No.
And they dance together in
No,
a
thank you.
psychedelic ritual.
I'm gonna pass on the Na'vi. I don't like
Ride
it.
dragons. They ride dragons, bro.
I don't know, man.
Dude, I wanted to be one of them people so bad. Everybody did. There was literally a psychological condition called avatar depression. You know about that?
Yeah, I do.
How many people? Let's just have a guess. If I said we could do that to you, how many people do you think would sign up? I think the streets would be filled with giant blue people.
Well, I mean, if it's only one,
You have to stay. We can't do it again. It's too dangerous. Your DNA gets
Yeah.
volatile. It melts down. You can become a frog. We can't control it, but we can switch you one time.
Yeah, it's not gonna be one time, man.
No, it's one time. One time.
Why?
Because you either stay a person or you become a werewolf or you turn into a Nazi. Imagine if that was an option. Every time the moon goes black, you have to lock yourself in your house.
Or you'll kill
let
it.
people know,
Or you can be a
tear
Nazi.
everybody apart. You might just jump through the windows of the second floor and roam the streets.
And it's gonna hurt when you change. It's a painful
Oh, you're
transformation.
screaming in your back.
Yeah.
Remember the movie American Werewolf in London when he's like on his back?
The best. Oh my God, Joe.
Fucking great movie.
Here's a movie you gotta watch.
Really?
The Substance.
What is that?
Dude, I don't want to ruin it for people because it just came out. But it's you ever watch any like Cronenberg movies?
Sure.
Okay, so it reminds me of that. It's got Demi Moore in it, who, by the way, looks so great, and she's like, dude, it is so fucked up. This movie is so fucked up, but it's got the effects. Something that happens in it is very similar to an American Werewolf in London, and it's basically this star. She's a fading star, and so he kills him too. But like she's like a fading star.
So it's called The Substance.
Oh my God, it's fucking trippy, man. It's so good.
I'm gonna make a note.
You will love it. you've seen it.
No, but like if you say it's that good, then why?
Okay, yeah,
Why
yeah.
tease
No
that?
spoilers.
I'm
No
sorry. So,
spoilers.
when is it on again?
We had to get it on Prime.
Oh, okay. Good job. Good job.
But dude, like the this is again like, and I think one of the fun things about being alive right now, and it's a fun time. And one of the
Might
fun,
be the funnest time anybody's ever had.
dude, really, because like,
Oh yeah.
if I had to pick time periods,
Oh, we picked the right one.
well, the second one I would pick is when cocaine was legal.
No. I think you would have been dead already.
I would, well, yeah, but I mean,
Let me tell you about my buddy Steve. This ophthalmology. He was his residency he did in Miami in the '80s during cocaine days.
no.
Oh my God, dude! He said every day it was just gunshot wounds and guys with things stuffed up their ass. They would get coked up and they'd shove something up their ass
Wow.
to try to come harder, and they just got things stuck up their ass.
Wow,
Like
that's a
GI
problem.
Joes. Oh yeah, dude. My friend, shout out to Steve Graham. He told me like all kinds. They find light bulbs. Guys that have light bulbs,
Why
like
light
those
bulbs?
twisty little pine coney light bulbs that stick goes up their
But
ass.
you know it's gonna break. Like that's
Yep.
gonna break.
Part of the fun. Part of the fun.
The
Yeah.
the rig.
Yeah. Well, they're coked out of their fucking minds, dude. They don't know what they're doing. This is the '80s in Miami.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and there was more banks per capita in Miami at the time. I don't know if it's still the case, but more banks in Miami per capita than anywhere else in the country. Because it was all just moving in that yayo, son! Moving in that yayo!
Yeah.
It was a cocaine city.
That was where it was probably somewhat common to find like a bag of coke on the beach, right? That was where it was.
Every day.
You have to get your kid.
Yeah.
Your kid would bring you a bag of coke.
Good seashell. You've seen Cocaine Cowboys, right?
Yes.
Oh my God, it's so and both 1 and 2, both are equally good.
Dude, I've heard.
That story is so insane.
I mean, again, like I would never. I'm too much of a pussy to live that kind of lifestyle. But when you think about the possibility that once we do get interfaced in some way or another with these new computers that are just right around the corner, uh, we will be able to simulate experiences like that.
Yes.
I will definitely. I would be into simulating the experience, and then when you consider, yeah, you're going to simulate the experience. You know it's a simulation. At some point, you're going to be like, you know what? Let's just turn that off. Or I know it's a simulation. You know what I mean? We would all be doing that shit. Like, and I don't just mean like literally. Like, I mean, at some point you've done 20,000 lifetimes. You've experienced what it's like to be George Washington, Genghis Khan. You've experienced what it's like to be Joan of Arc. You've experienced being one of Jesus' disciples.
Imagine if that's one person. That's your backstory.
That you've done all of those things.
What a timeline, really.
That's going to be everybody. That's going to be everybody.
Because it's going to be fake.
Well, I mean,
You plug into it.
That's where it gets really.
Is it?
Is it going to be
What
fake?
is reality anyway?
And what is data?
Right.
What is data? That's the real question, because it's like, how much of data can we recover from light? And if we get faster than light travel, can we get ahead of light? We know that when we take a picture, that's just light. So if we can get ahead of light, and we can go faster than light, if we go exponentially faster than light, theoretically, you're basically moving into the future, I guess. Then couldn't you take pictures of Earth in the past? If you could take pictures of Earth in the past, why couldn't you recreate them with this new technology? There's your time machine. You don't have to worry about fucking up the timeline. You're just taking pure data, having it interpolated by whatever the next computer is after quantum computers, right? And then simulating that reality and traveling into it as whoever you want to be. I mean, it's pure hedonism. You know, it's like right now we think of hedonism as fucking the great meal, making some money, nice car, red wine. But future versions of hedonism could really just be like, I just want to be a dinosaur for 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Well, there's going to be, look, think about how many people play video games most of the day. Like, how many young guys?
So many.
Young guys with no girlfriend, 100% you're playing some kind of video game all the time with your friends.
There you go.
And you're probably having the most fun you're ever going to have in your life. So enjoy it before the prison comes. When the barrel...
Why? Why'd you say it?
Before you get told that you're a
You can, and that is, by the way, I think there's a new phase in recently married dudes who, I think there's a new phase that happens. I think I went through it actually, which is like that experience you had, and when I reminisce on my life in the past prior to having kids, which I fucking love, but when I reminisce on the past, the the memories that come to mind, a lot of them are like snorting rails of ketamine and playing God of War. It was
Good
amazing.
times.
But nothing like, and I really mean this, it sounds cheesy, but I really mean it. Like, what I was going for there, that's what I get just on any given day when the most.
Right, you're looking for highs, and the highs of the love of your family is above and beyond anything else.
Unquantifiable.
Ever tell you Chappelle's take on it?
No.
He goes, not only did it increase the love in my life, but it increased my capacity for love.
Yeah, that's right.
It's wild.
And that can hurt. This whole like romantic hippy dippy version of love, it doesn't. I don't think that's quite what love is. Fairy tale love, real love. It's like that expansion. Like, you know that thing where you go from one size butt plug to the next.
You know that thing.
But you know what I mean? It's like it stretches you out in a way that nothing else could have. And when you consider, and when I think of like the past versions of me and realize in this confused way, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that. And that impulse is being subverted or uh, captured by, hedonic technologies that are paradoxically probably keeping you from having that experience. They're getting in the way of that experience. But and then like new dads, you got to shed that skin. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I had to like fucking like let go of that. That is such a habit. That form of life. Uh, Video games, drugs. Like, you know what I mean? It's a real like.
You have to be responsible now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but um, yeah, and that probably sounds like a bummer to a lot of people out there, but it actually, this is the way, and it feels good when you're in it.
It's just hard to convince people to do it, and that's why there's this. Elon's terrified of this population crash. This idea that young kids today are not having babies, and then as they're getting older, you're less and less fertile, and so people are choosing to have kids later in life. They or not have kids. More people are choosing to not have kids. And by the way, I'm not judging. Do whatever. You do whatever you want. You should be able to do whatever you want in this life, and no one should force you to fucking live with somebody or have a family. I don't know what kind of anxiety you have, or whether or not you're a real legitimate loner. You like being alone most of the time.
Yeah.
But it's just like the amount of people that are like super bummed out all the time is quite terrifying.
Yeah.
If you really stop and think about just the number of people that just run through life bummed out, and there was some obviously polls. Who knows who fucks around with? But there was some poll about liberal women and mental illness. It's such a meme. It's so unfortunate that it seems to like hold up to the meme.
Yeah.
It's so unfortunate, but the numbers like crazy high.
Well, man, this is the thing about mental illness. Like, and there's lots of studies that have been, what do they call it? Oh, folie à deux, right? That's the name for if you are around a crazy person. You can actually, like, if you're around a paranoid person long enough, you really might start thinking the walls are fucked if they're charismatic enough, right?
Sure.
So there's a quality to people who are charismatic and distorting reality that is contagious. And then when you add to it, it becomes a fashion statement, right? So basically the idea is if you have some form of mental illness, it's not like I should shame you for it. Obviously, like, you need care, you need compassion. But one of the really, I think, very dangerous things that has emerged in the zeitgeist is that compassion has been confused. Like, so in other words, they what you might call enabling, they are calling compassion. Because the idea would be, you're right now, you need to get better. Let's get you fucking better.
Right.
Not like right now, this is just how you are, and you really don't have any help. So this is where, and also, I congratulate courage, and all that's good, by the way. It is courageous if someone has mental illness to announce it. But when you go to the next step, which is actually the fact that you're trying to lose weight, the fact that you're trying to balance your life, that is an aggression. You know what I mean? Like, now you're aggressing against all the people who have this. It's a slap in the face to the people who have it. What I'm saying is, there's a culture where the normal societal pressure to try to make yourself healthy, which, by the way, if you go back a long time ago, or if it's just like you and me and everyone in the green room and we have to survive in the wilderness or something like that, there really isn't time for somebody to, you know, it's dangerous if someone is doing things to keep them sick, because we have to carry them. You know what I mean? We have to carry them to the fucking wilderness, and that means we might die. That lowers our survival chances. So the idea is that you don't want to enable people who are hurting themselves.
Right.
You don't want to enable people who have a chance to no longer like continue the patterns or take the medicine or whatever the fuck it is to feel better. You actually want to help them feel better, not keep them frozen in this thing, which is a demonstration of their enlightenment. Because that's the thing, when sickness is health and health is sickness, well, that's the ant-death spiral, dude. Like, it's
right.
You know, that's how you create a very sick, unhealthy world. And then you wouldn't want, like, in other words, like, if you met some like raving paranoid person who was convinced that there were nanobots inside of them that were reading their minds, controlling their thoughts.
Talking to Joe's that in private.
I'm sorry, Joe. It's just not good that you think like that. That's scary. That's a sad place to be. We got to get you out of there.
We gotta get you on Reddit.
Exactly. And
nanobots are legit, dude. Shut the fuck up,
dude. The main. This is.
Well, you know what I'm really scared of, legitimately though, and I don't think nanobots are controlling us right now, but that this technology that they have, where they have these like little miniature robots that they can send into your bloodstream to repair tissue.
Yeah.
And you've seen these, right?
Yeah.
The concept
Absolutely.
Once that becomes an actual thing, like what's to stop someone from injecting a few of those inside of you at the hospital next time you go in for a procedure?
Right.
And if it gets to that point, like 20 years from now, where they can do that, they can just like, oh, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Strike drugs.
Yeah. Dude.
And then you're linked up to some GPS computer by these fucking nanobots inside of your body.
And by the way, if you and I are talking about this shit in elf suits, you better believe somebody in the DOD, somebody in the Raytheon or Lockheed Martin is like,
these little robots, they do work. What after a while they decay inside your body and they create rampant inflammation, horrible rheumatoid arthritis, destroys all your joints because they die inside of you. Well, it's like we didn't know that.
Gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet, man.
We regret
the
Tuskegee experiment.
Sorry.
We regret. Sorry. We infected people with syphilis.
I'm really sorry.
Didn't tell people they had syphilis. We're sorry.
In retrospect, it was a mistake. Like, we shouldn't have done that. I mean, again,
how crazy is that? That's a real thing.
Or when they release some shit in the subways,
Whoopsies.
you know? Whoopsies.
We ran lab. Whoopsies. What? That was a big whoopsies, boys.
Gain of function research.
Whoopsies.
Whoopsies. No,
whoopsies. It was true,
dude. So this is where, to me, if you do want to align with a classic paranoid state of consciousness, the way you align with it is you and without having to go on InfoWars, without having to go on Reddit conspiracy, just look at what is is verifiable. What do we know right now? So what we know right now, there are unknown drones hovering over New Jersey. We know that the President of the United States has been incapacitated for years. For years.
No way! Who saw that coming?
Dude!
We were conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, not anymore!
We were conspiracy theorists.
Now our shit is like mainstream, just basic journalism. The fucking president God damn it, that'd be awesome.
Anytime.
And he would be fun. Like
I hope so now.
dude.
We'd have to give him a little nap in the middle of the podcast, but then wake him up, throw some water on him.
When like he's all there, when they got the cocktail right, and he's like dialed in, and he turns into a warlock for a second, like he's, you know what I mean? It's scary.
So the eyebrows move up,
dude.
Locks up.
That's like stuff. That's a lich. That's like if you were in a cursed tube and that thing comes around the corner. That is scary. Like his whatever the sore arm that comes out of him before he like goes back to sleep is terrifying. But even more terrifying is the network of people around him. You know, you see those. It's really cool. The dancing dragons. It's like 6 dudes in a dragon suit dancing, and it looks like a real dragon dancing.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Biden's a dancing dragon, a president. Wow. He's got God knows how many people just fucking like working so hard to get that thing to function just in like brief moments. You only need him to function for like 10 minutes at a press conference, 20 minutes here, get him off the plane, get him in the fucking building. If we can pull that off, we'll have power for a little bit longer. Dude, when you consider that we apparently live in a democracy, you elect this dude who makes decisions because in some way, shape, or form he aligns with what you want the country to be, and the people fucking puppeteering that poor old man are just like, no, actually, fuck you. He's not going to make any fucking decisions because he's incapacitated. He's gone with a fucking wind, and now we're in control, and you didn't vote for us. That is terrifying. That is so, that's, in a way, that's worse than a coup. Because at least with a coup, you see the military, they come in, the tanks are in front of the White House, some dude is suddenly the leader, and you know it's not the guy you voted for.
Well, it was certainly that by definition, it was a coup against Biden.
Oh, with Kamala?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, isn't that by definition? Does a coup have to be military?
Oh, no.
What's the definition of a coup?
I think a coup is just when you...
Is it just like some sort of a conspiracy to...
overthrow the leader and install a new leader.
That's it, right?
That's it.
It does have to be violent, right?
That's right. And what a brilliant coup.
It does have to be violent? Semi-violent, I guess.
I guess we have to redefine that.
Yeah. But again, that's interesting. Is there any other coup d'etat?
Maybe.
Right. I know it comes from that, but...
is there a difference between a coup and a coup d'etat? What's a coup?
No, I think it is coup d'etat. That's the actual definition.
What's coup?
It's the same thing.
Except violent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's essentially we've shortened it. But so it does say violent, but if there's a bunch of people that conspire behind the scenes and they force you out, and your wife doesn't want you to get forced out, and then there's all these arguments, and then you wear a MAGA hat, and then your wife wears red when she votes.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you
and then your wife gives a speech where she's mocking Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
She's talking about joy, like just nonsensical fucking word salad.
Dude, I know, I saw that. It's like they're so pissed.
It's kind of a coup. It seems like it's kind of a coup. And also, the right thing to do. That guy should not be, he might have won. I mean, it was the right thing to do in terms of, like, you can't have a guy who's just a figurehead. That's not what the deal is. The deal is this guy is going to be doing his best to look out for us and to make sure that he navigates this world of finance and environment and international relations perfectly, where he doesn't blow it and hang it up, and he makes our economy happy.
Yeah.
Go. That's the deal.
Yeah. Well, but again, like
if you can't like have only a mask, like who's running the deal?
Well, that was okay. So again, it's like, and this is the fantasy of any hippie or whatever. So the idea is, this predicted in the New Age movement, and I think you would argue in a lot of religions, is the consciousness shift is happening. The age of Aquarius, whatever the fuck you want to call it, consciousness shift. And so the idea is that what we're witnessing is essentially the collapse of a way of doing things that is collapsing, and as it collapses, it starts making big mistakes. One big mistake would be people figure out that we have had a president who is basically incapacitated, meaning we don't really need a president. The whole model starts falling apart. Also, when you realize, like, if you watch basketball or skateboarding, watch skateboarding now versus skateboarding when people started skateboarding. Like the tricks like people are doing now versus what they used to do, right? And you see how quickly people, when something's fun or important, how quickly it evolves, right? So the coup is problematic in that, again, you know a coup has happened. The ultimate coup is to have a figurehead. Now, it's a hacky trope, I guess. The idea being that like every president is just a fucking puppet, right? But the problem with that puppet is that these are puppets who actually do have power. They will make decisions, even if there's a lot of pressure from God knows whatever the web of unknown people is that tries to like grab the steering wheel. They can say no. So that's a problem. So if I want to control the steering wheel completely, dude, what's better than an old man who has dementia? Because I could tell him shit happened that didn't happen. I could show him news sources that aren't even real. You know what I mean? I could literally like just.
He probably pretends to be able to read. His eyes are probably gone.
Dude, absolutely.
He probably pretends.
Absolutely. And then the other side of it, aside from it's a coup, it's completely unconstitutional, it's a fucked up takeover of the U.S. government. If you just look at the abuse of like the right thing to do when you have a president, a bus driver, whoever who's got senile dementia, is to say, hey guys, he's really sick and he can't do the job anymore. And we have to find somebody else to do the job now. That's the right thing to do. But these motherfuckers are like, no. We'll lose our jobs. We're in the fucking cabinet.
Exactly. They're like, we don't want a primary. Because if another Democrat comes in, if Shapiro comes in, Newsom comes in, whole new cabinet.
That's right.
Everybody knew. Everybody knew.
That's it.
Everybody wants to keep their job.
It's so fucked up.
Even if you are sad that Trump won and you wish Kamala Harris won, if she did win, it would be the first time that anybody won without winning a primary.
Right.
And that's kind of crazy. And it's not a good precedent to set. It's not good to let people weasel around the systems that we have in place. And by having a vice president and then immediately appointing them as the Democratic candidate, that's kind of illegal. It seems like it's kind of illegal. Is it illegal? Well, dude, I mean, should it be illegal? How about, let me say this. That should be illegal.
Right.
You should have to have a vote from the people to decide who their Democratic elected person is going to run for president is.
Right.
That's the whole deal.
Yeah.
Like, maybe people didn't vote for you when you were running for president, which is a fact. And so then when you ran for vice president, or when he chose you as vice president, all of a sudden we're supposed to pretend that you're a really good candidate for president. When, like, let's find out with you. If you guys believe that she's the best person to become, the whole idea is supposed to be sell it and then people vote. Like, really vote. Actually vote. Don't vote.
Yeah.
Mail-in ballots seem kind of odd. Let's not do that.
Yeah.
Nixon was talking about how they could be rigged in the 70s.
Yeah.
Let's just do it in person, like we always do.
That's right, man. I mean,
let's just vote.
The idea is, like, if I'm a kidnapper and I kidnap you, and I don't know, knock you out or something, you come to, and I explain we're married, I need to pull that off. We're now married. I just kidnapped somebody, but now they think that we're married. What I'm saying is, if you're gaslighting, you really need to execute perfectly gaslighting. And so the problem with it, and I think this is the buried fucking headline in the drones, in the Kamala coup, the president with senile dementia, is that all of these actions taken by the federal government have not just corroded people's trust in the federal government, but potentially like annihilated it. Meaning now, if I'm kidnapped by somebody and they're like, no, here's why I kidnapped you. God, there's like great movie where like somebody ends up in someone's survival bunker and you wonder, you're really mean to the world, or this person kidnapped me. You can't go out there. But it's like the idea is the moment if I've been kidnapped and I actually buy into your shit, that's going to create a lot less anxiety for me. But the moment your kidnappee stops believing you, whoa, that's not fun for anybody. And right now, I feel like that's the general mood: is people just don't trust. Like when
And
I
the
was,
people that do it are stock options.
that's it, dude.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Those are the people that are still getting boosted.
And
I am up to date. I have all 9 of my boosters.
Jesus
They
Christ.
got boosters in their eyeballs. You can see them swimming around behind their eyeballs.
And
Eventually, they're going to reach the point where you just go,
dude,
you haven't had your boosters?
that is 6 feet.
That's what it felt like, man. That's what it felt like being unvaccinated in the pandemic.
Well,
It felt like some people looked at you like you were the dirty. Like, I heard dudes I know. I know them. I've hung out with them. They were calling people plague rats.
plague rats.
Calling unvaccinated people plague rats.
Listen, this is, and you know, maybe you're not supposed to do this. Like when you're saying, like you try to find the compassionate way of looking at Kamala Harris's.
I try to find that with everybody, man. As like an exercise that I've been doing more and more over the last few years. I try to push it all day long.
Yeah.
There's so many things to get upset about, but there's so many good things in the world too, and we can't fall into the. We're not designed to soak up 8 billion people worth of bad news. We're just not designed that way.
That's right.
And if you suck all that stuff in, you're gonna have a lot of negativity in your life. And it's not about forgiving people for like even like CNN people that are spitting out propaganda. Like your demise is self-created. You will be punished by your own doings. The world is responding to all. You see this crazy interview where Don Lemon interviews some dude on the street?
No.
You haven't seen this?
No.
It's so funny because Don Lemon's doing like these on the street interviews, and he's talking to this guy about the news, and the guy's essentially telling Don Lemon, like, I don't trust all these sources you're saying. He's like, look, here it is, Washington Post. I forget what the subject was, but he got Don Lemon to say, I don't listen to mainstream news either.
What?
Yeah. Play this. Play this from the beginning because this is so crazy.
Who is the real president now? Donald Trump, then, I believe. Democratic lawmakers in Washington are calling Elon Musk president.
This is it.
Wait a second. No, that's not. Really? Do you not watch and pay attention? Absolutely not. I'm paying attention to what I'm doing with my day so I can try to get better in life.
Okay, do you have your phone with you?
I do.
Why don't you Google right now?
Yes, tell me.
President Musk and see what comes up.
Yeah. But that's already a loaded question. Tell me, give me the sources. Axios, Business Insider. We don't trust any of these. The common man doesn't trust any of these. ABC News, Washington Post, New York Times, The Atlantic. I don't trust any of these. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any of these. We're the common man. I don't trust any of these.
Yeah.
No one trusts the government. No one trusts common news. We don't trust anybody anymore. Independent news. We are the ones that own the news now. People trust me. They don't trust MSNBC because I can't. Okay. Well, then.
I only watch it. I don't watch stuff that you do.
Right.
Oh, he said a lot of people coming from Iris and shit. I got a hard on Russ, huh?
Dude, that is incredible.
Well, that guy just geniusly broke down this illogical assumption that because it's on these accepted sources, it must be true.
Right.
Like, oh, he's President Musk. Maybe we have the good guy, super genius on our side. And this idea that he's doing it for money, hey, you fucking half-wits, he has all the money.
Yeah.
He has more money than anybody.
Right.
He's simultaneously running multiple businesses that are at the peak, the cutting edge of technology.
Sure.
Shut the fuck up and let him cook.
But yeah.
Let him cook.
Also, though, when you realize, like, this is like, you know, when the DNC starts astroturfing Reddit, when the DNC starts astroturfing 4chan, when the DNC started doing that, using all that fucking money, and it's so funny because the astroturfing, after she lost, it just stopped.
Explain astroturfing.
So the idea is like I infiltrate message boards, post political messages disguised as like somebody just putting a post up. I try to So there's ways of manipulating the algorithm. Apparently, on the DNC's Discord server, they were talking about the best ways and times to post on Reddit to attempt to move the fucking needle. So
It's kind of amazing, isn't it?
it should be illegal. It's so fucked up. It's like you are
Full
being
on propaganda.
like if I don't know, we did a Renegade Rogue commercial for nicotine pouches on Instagram, you have to say this is a sponsored post. So why is it that if you work for the DNC or volunteer for any state entity, you don't have to say also I'm doing this to volunteer for the DNC? That's why I posted this. You don't have to do that.
Right.
So that's invasion to body snatchers. That's the I'm pretending to be a normal person. I'm infecting the datasphere with propaganda, and if I do it enough, it will create the illusion that this is the consensus. And the reason you want to create that illusion is because people like to sync up. That's what they know.
They love to sync up. And really smart people like to get really good at syncing up. They like to get really good at it and really good at correcting others who don't sync up correctly.
There you go. Sync up.
Yeah, and you know what it is? It's just dorks. It's dorks. And dorks have found a thing.
Right.
They found a thing. Maybe your thing could have been chess. It's not. It's politics.
No.
And maybe, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, whatever your thing is, that's what's really going on. And your denial of objective reality in order to win, it exposes you. It exposes you to people in this new world that are recognizing that we are the only people that have ever gone through this. And we are in this insane moment of realization about how much we've been bullshitted and manipulated in the past, how much of all of our resources are going to things that we would never agree to.
Yeah.
And how much of this chaos is being pushed upon us by people who are profiting from it in a fucking spectacular way that's almost indescribable.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of money in control of the narrative, and it's still not working.
It's not
still
working.
not working.
It's not working.
You and I and Jamie in a fucking room.
Yeah.
Are working.
Right.
That's not working. What they're doing is not working because people are getting information from multiple sources now. And the sources that aren't reliable, like that guy listed off, they're dying off.
Yeah.
You know, the New York Times app is more people use it for Wordle than anything. Like, New York Times has essentially become a gaming company. See if that's true. I don't want to get sued. I'm pretty sure it's true.
Well, I mean, Wordle is fun.
I'm sure it's fun. It's a separate app. Is it a separate app? Or is it that Wordle gets... I do mind. I'm tired of drinking. No.
Thank you.
Is that what it is? So that Wordle gets more activity for the company. That's what essentially... Yeah, there was a graph. I was too lazy to read the whole graph. But it was breaking down how Wordle is more used than anything.
Well, listen, this is...
Is that true? Just make sure that's true. Otherwise, we'll have to cut this out. I don't want New York Times on my ass.
Oh my god, that would suck. Suck so bad.
They've done it before. It's just... That's their job. That's their job. You know, it's just like... That shouldn't be a job where your New York Times games are more popular than this is. If that's what you want it to be, but here's the thing. It's not necessary anymore. And I think that through the rise of independent journalism, one of the things people are realizing is that all someone has to do is be consistently objective and intelligent and post things and post takes on things, like Coleman News or some of these people.
Yeah.
Consistently intelligent, objective, and then you'll develop a following.
Yeah.
And then you'll become a reliable source of news.
That's right.
Because I know that if I ask Coleman about X, Y, or Z, and he's informed, he's going to give me a very intelligent breakdown of what it is. But there's a few people in my life that are like Andrew Huberman, that's some sort of health-related question. Peter Lativa,
right?
Some sort of like, how are they doing this? What is this legitimate?
Right.
And they'll look at it and they'll analyze it. Like, I've sent Huberman stuff and he goes over the data. He's like, this is fascinating. This theoretically should work, you know, and then you explain why and what the pathways are. You know how interesting this is.
Yeah.
It's an amazing resource that wasn't available before to any person. Forget it. I mean, it's too difficult. You'd have one line of inquiry. Like, you have one lane of whether it's archaeology or language, one lane where you're like super well read, access to all this data. It's like it's too hard to get.
Right.
Now it's fucking everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's everywhere all the time.
That's right.
It's a question away on your phone.
Yeah.
It's a question away. You pick up your phone and you start to press a button. You say, hey Google, why don't you tell me what the James Webb Telescope's been up to? Yeah, hey ChatGPT, why don't you talk to me like Santa Claus and explain to me why these drones are fake?
The best. It's the
I don't know if the drones are China's or ours or water people. They're coming out of the water.
No tell. I mean,
imagine if there's a civilization under the water.
I mean, that's where I would hide if I was like trying to hide from civilization. Is the ocean? It's clear. They can't get in there. They can't breathe under there. It's a perfect place to hide.
You know what I've been saying for a while, last few weeks at least? I think maybe what the aliens are is custodians. I think maybe they're just here. They're like some sort of a autonomous creation that's designed to accelerate our evolution, stop us from blowing ourselves up, and make sure that we build a quantum computer with AI.
Right.
And this is like, it's all a part of this like endless cycle of integration in the great universe. This, and like we're in this like, no, I don't want to get out of my cocoon. We're in that stage. We're in this like bizarre, strange, Australopithecus wandered around the grass fields. We're in this weird stage where we're gonna launch into some completely new way of interfacing with the universe itself.
Yeah.
And it's gonna happen whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
And this is just what's happening right now, and that's why everything's so chaotic.
Okay.
Like McKenna used to talk about this.
Dude,
You talk about how the end of civilization, it's not gonna be a whimper. It's gonna be people screaming in agony and
that's it.
flailing and trying to hold on to the past. Hold on to Norman Rockwell paintings. You're making my own fucking bread.
You're trying to do a waltz to the rave.
How many fucking genders?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
Why are these fucking drones? They're drones, goddammit.
It's the meltdown. And if you, what you're saying, like, so if you look at like I think it was Craig wrote he wrote a paper theorizing about directed panspermia, which is where you put, okay, directed panspermia, I get some kind of nanobot, which is, I guess you could say that's what DNA is, nanobot precursor, essentially like, where I think it's weird, and maybe I don't understand what he's doing completely, it's weird to me that Musk wants to send humans to Mars, because it seems like it would make way more sense pre-sending humans to send drones, robots, construct whatever it is you need to survive on Mars, go in the caves, build the fucking.
Well, that's the plane done yet.
Oh, really? So
The first voyage to Mars is going to be unmanned.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think they have to do that. They have to have a certain amount of supplies because I think they can only come back in 2 years.
But I don't even mean supplies. I mean, if we jump forward 20 years.
I'm not missing that bus.
The Mars bus?
2-year bus. Oh, don't give me your latest thing.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, you missed the bus.
You watched the rocket go up.
No, nobody woke me. Fucking cocksuckers. Imagine like, Duncan's such a fucking douchebag. Let's leave him here. Let's leave him on Mars. There's plenty of potatoes. He can live.
That is so fucked up.
Fuck him. Make him fertilize his potatoes with his own shit. Like,
so Damon.
Yeah, like Matt Damon did. That Martian movie.
Dude, so so obviously, like, the way you're going to want to colonize habitable worlds is you create not just the nanobots, but you make it so the nanobot can only survive in an environment that you would live in. Meaning, and then encoded in the nanobot is the end destination, what you're talking about, the quantum computers, some kind of AI that then will naturally uncover faster than light travel, wormholes, whatever the fuck it is. And then when the wormholes open up, you can instantaneously travel to habitable planets, right? So,
can I tell you Terrence Howard's idea?
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
He thinks that we have it all wrong when it comes to the formation of planets and the creation of life. He thinks what happens is the sun is constantly ejecting things, right? You see these coronal mass ejections, crazy, millions of times like longer than, the distance between whatever and whatever. I don't know.
Just scary.
Crazy. Bigger than Earth, right? That he thinks these particles coalesce in space outside of the gravity of the sun, and they orbit the sun, and very close at first. But then as time goes on, they move further and further away, and they get to a place where they're in this position like Earth is, and then they people. They flower, just like when you plant a seed, when the water comes, it goes, and then it has to be sophisticated enough to adapt because the planet is eventually going to move out of the habitable zone. And he thinks that Mars, at one point in time, probably had civilization and life. And that as Mars got further and further and further out from the protection of the sun, it eventually got too cold, and it eventually got hit by something, it lost its atmosphere, and now it's just desert.
That's so cool.
But now they know there's water on Mars.
Yeah.
They know. It used to be just the craziest of conspiracy
Right.
theories. Oh, there's no water on Mars.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of water. How could a society live there? But, this is the medals and things. But some remote viewer went to Mars 1,000,000 years ago and said there were pyramids there.
Sure.
There was a civilization there.
Yeah.
And there's tribes. Actually, they think they came from the planet Sirius, right? Like the Dogon tribe.
Yeah.
They believe that all people came from another planet.
Yeah.
If you were in Mars and you're 1,000 years advanced from us, and they never figure out AI, so they just go in a different direction. They're like super, super advanced, like where they can travel through the space between planets. And you get to a point where you're like, hey guys, we got about a decade.
Yeah.
We got about 1 decade where life can exist on this fucking planet. We got to get off of this now. Earth is ready. There's some monkeys there. There's a bunch of shit
Yeah.
there. It's like, we could just go there.
Yeah.
Let's just go there.
Well,
And then we just these guys are developing like really slowly, like one over here. And then Homo sapiens.
there you go. Man, listen, whatever it is,
It's definitely not what I just described.
I know. Whatever it is, it's not that.
I wasn't believing it as I was saying it. I was like, that's crazy.
But I
But
think
maybe.
you look at just the concept of epigenetics and what we're doing right now. You look at the statistical probability of DNA evolving based on the age of the planet. You look at these things, and not just that, you look at the mythologies of the world. It all points towards some kind of advanced intelligence, bioengineering a planet for some reason or another. I mean, even like, have you ever read the parable of the sower? You know that Jesus said, do you mind pulling that up, Jamie? I don't have it memorized yet. The parable of the sower. When you think
How
of
do you say
sower, S-O-W-E-R.
Oh, like sow? Like sowing things?
No, like planting seeds.
S-O, sower of seeds, right?
Planter, the parable. But when you think about this, generally this is the idea of like there's people who are going to like understand Jesus as God, but if you look at it as an extraterrestrial intelligence planting seeds on planets versus it becomes this like crazy, the sower is the parable of the sower. Though seeing they do not see, though hearing they do not hear or understand. And where is it? And he told a farmer went out to sow his seed. As he was scattering the seed, some fell along the path, and the birds ate it up. Some fell on rocky places where it did not have much soil. It sprang up quickly because the soil was shallow. But when the sun came up, the plants were scorched and they withered because they had no root. Other seeds fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the plant. Still other seed fell on good soil where it produced a crop, 100, 60, or 30 times what was sown. Whoever has ears, let him hear.
Whoa. Listen to this. The disciples came to him and asked, why do you speak to the people in parables? He replied, because the knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them. Whoever has will be given more, and they will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. This is why I speak to them in parables. I'd be like, bro, what the fuck did you just say? Can you break that down? If I had that guy on the podcast, if I had God on the podcast, I'd be like, okay, do you have friends? Okay, when you talk to friends, like when you say like complicated things, you should make it make sense. So I know you're smart. You made the whole universe. I'm not being disrespectful, sir. But what did you just say?
Well, let me answer it.
In
a parable, you see, imagine a flower growing from stone. Sometimes the stone is angry at the flower, but sometimes the stone glows with light. This is why.
Is it because we teach kids kids like a simplistic form of everything.
Well, I think it's an acknowledgement of a kind of spectrum of intelligence, right? It's like the idea is like, let me give you a little data fractal here.
That's why it's so rude when someone talks down to you. When someone's like, I don't know if you know, but let me explain to you what's wrong with the way you're thinking.
Can't wait to hear.
It's the grossest way to talk to people ever.
It is. It's an absolutely a sign of low intelligence if you're so idiotic that you think.
And you're being mean.
Yeah, but how do you think?
But you're deciding to be mean about a point of discussion.
That's right.
That's what it is. You're deciding to be mean instead of saying, I have a lot of knowledge about this. If I could tell you what I know, this is why I believe what you're saying is not true.
Yeah.
Because I actually have a PhD in this, and this is how we know this, and this is how we know that.
Right.
And then you go, oh, that's essentially what Eric Weinstein did to Terrence Howard.
Right.
So when Terrence Howard was on the podcast, there's a lot of things that you're saying that were true and really fascinating and very interesting. He's a very brilliant guy.
Yeah.
Eric Weinstein is a legitimate PhD in mathematics.
Right.
He's super fucking crazy, scary smart. And he said to him, he said, look, I'm not giving you peer review. He goes, I'm not a peer. You're not my peer. He goes, I'm an expert. I'm giving you an expert review. I'm saying you have a lot of really interesting ideas. Just stop teaching. Or stop. It's offensive to the people that actually do this for a living. That's all it is. It doesn't. You are like us, and this is what he said of us. And he's one of us. He just went down a different path.
That's right.
But he's a brilliant guy who has a strong desire to understand the universe.
Yeah.
A strong desire to understand things. But he's not. You have to go down the path of peers. You have to go down the path of you've got to be with all these other legitimate people to bounce these ideas about. And the only way you're really going to get in, if you have to find some online community of legitimate people that accept you, you have to be invited into something, or you have to fucking attend a university like all the other guys did. That's how you find out. See, actually, when it comes to shit like mathematics, boy, you know, when you're talking about like things like physics,
yeah,
boy, you need those are cold, hard, fact-based disciplines. Like you need to be around the people that are the cream of the crop of it. That's it.
Yeah, that's right, man. And that I watched some of that, and I loved it because well, that's what compassion looks like.
You got to see also that Terrence is a good guy.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't get upset. He didn't get angry.
Yeah, it wasn't designed to humiliate.
It wasn't at all, and it was also an acknowledgement that a lot of his ideas are really fucking good. That people and ideas are really fucking good. Dude, the other thing that he invented, have you seen that linchpin thing that he invented?
I saw something like that.
Modular drone technology that can like be used for construction and fucking moving giant girders and shit.
Creative vortex or something.
Well, they all link together. It's a weird geometric pattern, but the nerdiest of nerdy things was Weinstein calling him out on the degree of the angle of one of the like fucking calculations that he made. I don't even remember exactly what it was. He goes, you had to cheat that, right?
Right.
And he's like, yeah, I did. I did that to make it work. And he's like, and they were like fucking with each other because he understood why there would be something problematic about linking all these specific geometric patterns, and then he had to make some slight adjustment to make them link up perfectly.
I love that.
Super nerd talk.
Inside baseball, comedians do it too. Like when we're like breaking down a joke and like to a minute pause or something. It's the same thing. But yeah, man. I mean, this is what I love when you read about the history of science. You read about like famous physicists getting in real like intense fights with each other, and you see that the process of discovering the truth does involve a kind of mutual curiosity, but not being afraid to say this is fucking wrong, but allowing the other person to fire back because you both know that via this conflict, potentially you discover something new. And that was the attitude. I mean, like this whole thing where suddenly normal people aren't supposed to engage in science is really fucked up when you look at like the history of science, which used to be maniacs like Newton, who they analyzed his hair, mercury in his fucking hair.
Bro, everything had poison in it back then.
Well, no, but he was experimenting with mercury. It was interesting. He's like building scale replicas of the Temple of Solomon. You know, like you look at that and you see that. Now, Newton today, you know, somebody like Don Lemon was like, oh, really? So you're going to believe Isaac fucking Newton with mercury hair and his little dollhouse like the Temple of Solomon. Oh yeah, he's a real scientist. That's not what they look like. It's like these people were out of their fucking minds. But Sigmund Freud just injecting fucking liquid cocaine into his veins. You look at like the history.
Freaking out about his mom.
Freaking out about his mom, shoving cigars up his ass. I don't think he really did that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But you know, you look at the history of what brilliant people who have shifted the culture actually behave like Tesla. Yeah. Fucking Tesla did like I don't know, like
he was in love with his pigeon.
In love with the pigeon, didn't want to like thought about castrating himself because his sex drive was getting in the way of his research. So he's like, I'll just chop my dick teeth.
Did, dude. I think there was a description of him destroying his sexuality.
Yeah, dude. So you sort of like realize that for whatever reason, the priest class, the default reality of which Don Lemon is a high priest, have suddenly created this ridiculous version of scientists, of philosophers, of intellectuals that are domesticated people, normal fucking people, is actually really awful in the sense that all of the like philosophers and scientists out there today who are like, you know, in their filthy fucking apartments who've been staring into a candle for like 5 hours, they're not thinking like, I'm a scientist. They might be, you don't know. Like this new, basically like, it appears that the power structures in the world want to create this homogenous version of humanity within which there's all these declawed people who completely align on a few ridiculous facts.
Absolutely, and you can make those people very clawed if you bond them together to attack anybody who doesn't stay in line.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, and that is what, again, like a coup where you get rid of the president, at least you know it's not the president. Tyranny, where you don't have soldiers in the streets, but a kind of societal pressure, an unending pressure trying to
online bots.
TikTok, the reels, the algorithm, like, dude, have you ever looked at pendulums, Tinka?
But I don't watch TikTok. I don't have TikTok.
I know it sucks because I tried to send you some TikTok shit. You can't look at it.
I won't put it on.
But I don't.
They probably already infected my phone just to send those links.
I'm sorry.
That's probably even easier doing that.
I still send
You
them.
agree to infect other people's phones every time you send them a link.
I keep hoping you will like. I try not.
I'm not giving in.
Well, it is so incredibly hypnotic. Like it is so advanced in what it does, but it's really creepy though, because like it's thinking as it's homogenizing people, and that's what I don't like. Is like it's creating this synced up, and it's creepy because like the TikTok dance is actually, if you think about it, it's really a symbol of what it's doing for a lot of other things. Like maybe you're not doing a choreographed dance with your family in front of the Christmas tree to some dumb song, but why is it that everything you say, I've seen written exactly in the same way on Reddit? Why is it that every opinion you have matches, not just like the idea doesn't match, but the way you're verbalizing the idea is like a sentence that I've heard over and over and over again in different places. That is so spooky to me.
Yeah.
And so to me, like that, and also that it's called TikTok, which in my fucking paranoid universe I keep thinking, is that the TikTok of a metronome that they're talking about? Getting people to dance to a certain cultural BPM.
Jamie, I'm going to send you something. I'm not sure if it's true, so I want you to find out if it's true. And it was, someone was saying that there's a whole series of, I say fucker, there's a link on Twitter, that's what it is. There's a whole series of people who were claiming to be doctors saying the exact same thing.
I saw that. I know
Yeah,
what you're
is
talking
that
about.
real?
I don't know.
The problem with those things is, like, people bullshit. And when people bullshit, here it is, I'll send you a picture. When people bullshit, it's really hard to tell. You know, because if you change this and, you know, create this in Photoshop, and then people start spreading it, then all of a sudden that narrative gets out, and most people don't ever hear, oh, no, somebody made that in Photoshop.
Right.
So by the time it gets around, it's like, I don't know if it's true or not.
Right.
These are one of those. So it's like, if that's true, and if all these doctors were tweeting out the exact same verbiage, exactly, I wonder if that's a mandate. I wonder if they're sent something like a mass email.
Mass email.
That says copy and paste this, perhaps.
Discord server.
Or I wonder if they're fake doctors, or I wonder, if it's like some bot program designed to encourage people to go get vaccinated or whatever it was. I just don't know if it was real, so I don't want to I want to talk to Jamie to look at it real quick.
Thank you, Jamie.
Jamie super skeptical to the point of being a liberal.
How's that have to apply that to everything?
He's triggered. He's triggered.
And there's a gets around.
I know. Jamie's not a liberal, folks.
Yes.
Jamie's very down the middle.
Hey, Jamie's not
I
a
would say
liberal.
you're a centrist. Is that correct?
Sure.
I think so, right?
This is weird. I'm just looking at the account. I'm trying to figure out a way to research it. I might have to go
Right.
to Twitter's to research the image, but
See if the thing has been community noted.
I do see one different. Here's the difference I'm noticing just looking at it. That the third
Different font.
well, the third thing that they're saying is a little different because they start to be a joke. Sugma is a joke. It's something that's Sigma like Sigma nuts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Sigma
Sigma
nuts.
variant.
Another one.
Hilarious.
That's hilarious.
That's a
already-
brilliant
Oh,
troll.
that's very funny.
It's already in troll stage. But
Okay, so it does. So it could be that a bunch of people just decided to retweet it for funsies.
some of them are.
Well, why don't you go to their accounts?
Well,
Look up and
I was gonna ask Sugma.
Or it could have been one of those things where someone got caught. Do you remember when there was this misinformation video that got out? There was all these local news anchors giving the same
that was
exact
crazy.
speech in verbatim,
Yeah.
in tune, in time.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
Play that, Jane.
You know how that happens?
Yeah, they get given some.
Get the
It's
same
like
script.
Yeah, it's like local news stuff. They have a
I know.
there.
Right, but it's about misinformation.
Oh, yeah, right.
It's weird.
Right.
It's weird because they're basically protecting their job. So
Sure.
what it is, they've been caught stealing money. They got a big fucking pot of gold, and people are at the door like, I heard you got gold in there.
Yeah.
What you're hearing is misinformation. It's all misinformation. We are the number one source of news, and we're dedicated to give you the true, objective.
The only reciting the same script.
Right. Is it, what company is it that makes
It's Sinclair.
So they're making. Let's just play it though, because it's so crazy that these people are the people that are in charge of giving you the news, and they're reading off this thing, pretending that these are their thoughts. This is what's bizarre about that, where it's untenable, because people know that those are not their thoughts. They know they're reading off the script.
Right.
Everybody knows it. So it doesn't work. You're just making noise with your mouth, and people are still on Twitter.
Well, they did say.
You know what I mean? They're
Yeah.
still like reading what's actually going on versus what you're saying.
Also, the idea is you get these people to dress up like humans and then just get them to intone whatever the fucking thing is you want them to read,
Yeah.
and we think they're one of us, and so we believe them.
Jamie, did I send you the thing where the girl is, the woman is giving a press conference on the UAVs and the drones, and she's saying we don't know what they are, they're not ours, and they're not our adversaries.
I
think I tweeted it. I sent it to you.
That's
right?
the one where she's wearing the UFO necklace. You'll see, she's wearing a UFO
She's a
necklace.
kook. Is she a kook? Who's this lady?
I don't know
Is
who
this
she is.
a legit press conference?
All I know is she's in front of a podium, so I trust her.
That's what I go by.
It's a
If
podium.
you can get all the way the fuck up there and nobody tackles you.
Must be telling the truth.
Yeah, they're legit.
Yeah.
You're at the podium.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the sacred scroll.
There's a flag behind you.
I'm gonna buy Ari a Torah. You ever see the Torah on the internet? Or the Talmud?
You're gonna buy the actual scroll?
Hey, get someone to write for you.
That's a terrible responsibility for him, because you have to treat it really carefully.
Oh,
You have to put it in a vault.
Dudes, they no, he said he's gonna linger on the jerk off on it.
Did he say that?
No.
No, he won't. I promise
He
you.
still believes.
He's not gonna
Hey, God,
jerk
no.
off on the tour, I promise
No,
you. He's
Talmud.
gonna put it Talmud. The Torah he will jerk. Dude, how about this one? Jamie, can you find, you remember that lady they hired for the Ministries of Information? It wasn't called that, but it was
Ministry of Disinformation.
Okay, can you find the Ministry of Disinformation lady singing Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Yeah.
You've seen that.
I've
Of
seen
course
it,
you've seen that.
Yeah.
That was
Cindy
crazy.
Orwell, I think her name
Cindy
is.
Orwell.
That's what her name is. I just made that up.
That would be awesome.
She's like such a lily. And this idea that this person's going to be in charge of what's legitimate and not. There's too many things. This is what people are realizing. There's too many things that they told us were not legitimate just 3 years ago that are 100% fact now. And everybody knows that. this is the latest. What is the House Committee thing on with COVID and the Wuhan lab leak and this lady.
This is the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Nina Jankovic.
Yeah. Can you imagine? They think we're idiots.
It's kind of catchy.
I mean, she's beautiful.
Is this what Animaniac is?
This is real.
This feels like Animaniac to me, doesn't it?
No, I think it's really her.
No, I mean, but that they would give information out in songs like that, in song form. Then it would be information of like the direct.
But this was like something that she released when they were talking about her being the ministry of the head of this information.
Hey, but how about
I think it's honestly just her trying to go viral with a video about this thing that she's doing. That's what it is, and it's a good way to go viral. I mean, we just talked about it.
I mean,
People share it, even if it's preposterous. It's a good way to get attention to this thing that you're about to do, and why.
fine if the United States isn't literally trillions of dollars in debt, and partially because people like that are getting hired to sing fucking Mary Poppins shit songs about misinformation. Then it's an atrocity.
She should get Nancy Pelosi money.
Dude,
She should get
I mean, look, Nancy Pelosi
bathtub full of diamonds money.
bathtub full of diamonds.
Just crystal and diamonds in the bathtub. Just they just hang in there until that fucking genetic engineering comes. You can be young again.
What was it she said? Joe Biden should be on Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, good call.
Dude.
Good call. He's definitely not going to send you in jail. That guy is, this is what I want to talk to you about. Pardons. I'm not opposed to the idea of getting pardoned. Because I think that there's, like, governors can find out that someone legitimately got railroaded, and they can pardon someone.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that the president can pardon some people. Like, I wish they pardoned Ed Snowden. You know, it's about Julian Assange. They should have pardoned Julian Assange. I wish there was, a way to stop someone from pardoning 8,000 fucking people. And some of them are like murderers. Some of them are the kids for cash judge.
Kids for cash.
One of them, we talked about this the other day. He had 2 years left in the sentence. But still, it's the principle thing. How many lives were destroyed by that kids for cash thing? How many dehumanizing decisions were made where you decided to lock young people up in detention centers where they would get raped and beaten up and tortured and separated from their family and sent down a horrible road of distrust of law enforcement and of authority and everything else. Everything else. You're basically setting them up for a life of being a fucking loser unless they have the strongest of wills and they can figure out a way to stay positive and get through it and then use that to fuel whatever the fuck they do. I mean, that's so rare, man. Those people are so rare.
Well, here's the problem, man. I mean, the problem is, well, number one, I think, okay, like, you pull someone over, you breathalyze them, they're driving drunk, right? So you're like, you can't drive now because you're drunk. So, also, you wouldn't say to them, I'm going to give you the ability to pardon as many people as you want for any crime that you want, right? So if somebody has dementia,
right?
Why can they do all the pardons?
That's so crazy. That's
crazy.
such a great point that I never even thought of.
Yeah, wait, so
why would you still give them that power?
Well, the other thing that's really fucking crazy about it is, I don't know what the president makes a year, but it's not enough money. We barely pay the president anything. So
I think it's like $400,000.
$400,000 a year.
You can't say that's barely enough. That's barely enough.
No, I mean for the actual job. I mean, literally every day you're shitting blood because no matter what you do, you say the wrong thing, 5,000 people accidentally die. It's the most stressful job on earth. I'm saying the actual thing, theoretically, in my mind. So I would say, in the way that we pay our football players a shit ton of money, baseball players a shit ton of money, the dude theoretically keeping our country from getting nuked should make a lot of money. Why not?
How about this? How about we pay them more, but they can't do speeches? No speeches after No paid speeches when you leave. You can write books. You can write books, but none of those paid bank speeches. None of those $500,000 speeches.
That's so to me, it's like on your way out, you sell pardons. On your way out, you via some God knows what mechanism that's probably been in place for a long time.
Right.
People are able to give you this or that, and you pardon that person.
Yeah.
That's where it's fucked up. It's like, dude, come on, man.
That's trading. That's how it works.
That's how it works.
I'll give you a little this, you give me a little that. We do it right in front of the world.
And dude,
we're gonna let out murderers.
And then especially if you got cooed. So especially you got cooed, you got humiliated, they didn't give you your drugs.
Why isn't he letting out Joe Exotic?
It's insane.
Let him out.
Why not?
Let him out.
You're gonna do Kids for Cash, you're not gonna do Joe fucking Exotic?
Yeah. And how's Joe Exotic dealing with it? How's this happening?
I think he, because he knows, because you won't say things like
phone?
this.
Does he have a phone in jail?
Dude, I feel
Are you
like,
allowed to have a phone in jail? Can you have a Twitter account?
Joe, I feel like right now, because of your, like, you aiding Trump in getting elected, and I don't think you're the kind of person to do this, but I do feel like you could probably call him like at least one favor.
Get Joe Exotic out.
Dude, why not? For all of us.
Russ Albert first.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I
think Trump committed to doing that, to releasing him.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that's... find out if that's true, Jimmy? I believe it is. I believe he was at one of those Bitcoin fucking things that he did.
Yeah. Dan's interpretation that the libertarians don't use it.
Yeah, that's right. Libertarian. That's libertarian and Bitcoin in the same fucking category in my brain. When I'm barely tuned in, it's all the same. It's like NFT, libertarian, Bitcoin. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, I'm a libertarian. Like, sure, it's on paper. It's a great idea. It's not a real thing.
I'm a Somerson.
I'm a Somerson too.
Really? Yeah, it's great.
But I'm not of this planet.
Where are you from?
I'm from everywhere. I'm from everywhere, man. I'm Johnny Cash.
Dude. That's a lot of
everywhere, man.
What a great song. What a great fucking song.
Johnny Cash was the fucking man.
Oh my god. That's an incarnation I would pick. Like if we get to like if there's a VHS library of incarnations, there's a long line to be Johnny Cash. I'm picking Johnny Cash.
Oh my god.
Top 10 probably.
Can you imagine being Johnny Cash's employee at Folsom Prison? Folsom Prison Blues.
It's the most incredible
thing. He played at the prison.
It's incredible.
Paul Rodriguez did a comedy special at the prison. Like way back in the day. I forget when it was, but I remember I believe it was an HBO special. And he did it live from a prison. It was fucking buck wild.
That's a badass.
Buck wild. I mean, if you were going to do that, you would have to work. You know who could do that? Joey Diaz. 100%.
Easily.
100%. He would murder the prison.
Yeah.
Metaphorically.
I mean, if there was a simulator, and this is again, like,
this is Paul Rodriguez behind bars, live in San Quentin, 1991. Respect to Paul Rodriguez. I don't even know if it worked. Were they laughing? Was they laughing? Was they having a good time? That's crazy.
I'm joking. I'm sure they
rush him. How's the guards going to stop by the time they beat him to death?
I mean,
50 dudes just rush him.
Seriously, you're thinking about that before you go on stage. Like,
they're like Paul Rodriguez.
I mean, but yeah, do they all? How do you know? San Quentin.
He was popular at the time. Like, he is still popular, but he was like very, very popular at the time.
There's a guy probably in the audience who like wore his daughter's entrails as a necklace. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure most of the
right? Fucked his dog.
It's badass. That's a badass move.
Crazy move.
That's a badass move. I mean, dude, when you think about all the shit that we're talking about, and really when you sort of look at like just among our group of friends, the insane events of the last few months.
Tony Hinchcliffe was misquoted by Obama.
I mean,
there was a speaker at the Trump rally who said Puerto Rico's a pile of garbage. Those are human beings.
I mean,
nobody believes Trump.
Well, he's withers.
But those are like, these are vampire ears. These are like you got bit by a leech. Like you got a parasite in your ears.
He's using Necronomicon or something.
Yeah, right. You have the Ark of Covenant in your bed, right?
Yeah.
Like you're cooking.
You're cooking.
You're aging really, you age 50 fucking years. You're a really good looking 70-year-old. There's something weird.
I mean, just think about like the star, I'm saying as far as power goes, I think power must be so addictive. And so you're the fucking president, not just the president. You're like the kind of rock star president for a second.
Yeah, one of the greatest presidents of all time.
And so you lose that power, and now what? You know what I mean? Now what? And then you try desperately to like grab control of the thing, and you can't. It didn't work. So essentially, whatever like prana or energy you've been extracting from having that kind of power, it's gone.
It's gone.
Now you have the nice house, but like really, like what's left? You are at the fucking control board for like America, and now nothing. You wither. You deflate. You like
no purpose.
No purpose.
I think you're gonna be able to read minds in 5 years, and all this is gonna be a moot point.
Well, no,
I think it's gonna be all go out the window. I think quantum computing is gonna crush encryption.
Yep.
We're gonna have a real problem with currency worldwide. We're gonna have to figure out how to redistribute resources without conventional capitalism. There's gonna be some weird new shifting that's gonna come along with the birth of this AI that's way more intelligent than us, and everything's gonna be super fucking weird, and we're not ready for it. And we think that we have to be ready for it. It's not gonna happen like next. I'm not ready for it. No one's ready for it. No, it could happen. Just like a super volcano, just like an asteroid impact, it can happen, and you're not ready for it.
That's right.
And a lot of us might not make it.
That's what, dude. Okay, this, as far as like AGI goes, it like when Altman came out and said this year, I don't some of the CEO from the company, I think that made I don't know, one of the other AIs said 2 years from now, I think. But the idea is if Biden came out and was like, guys, got some news, we detected a mothership, it's coming to the planet in a year. We don't understand anything about who they are other than they must have extraordinary technology based on what we've seen with their ship. I'm good. The whole planet, the next few years will just be getting ready. NASA, anthropologists, philosophers, scientists, defense people. What do we do if they want to fuck us up? What do we do? How do you interact with aliens? But having these tech people say we are about to have a brand new species, essentially a technological species, an AGI is coming to the planet that will surpass us as far as being able to solve problems. It will know everything. It's going to be here in about a year, maybe 2 years. You would think the reaction to that would be, okay, we've got to get ready for this. What does that mean? What's going to happen?
And we can't get ready. Maybe that's what the scramble is all about. That we just have to fucking die screaming.
Merry Christmas! Ho, ho,
Maybe it can't be solved just like Australia couldn't get its kid to figure out how to make a plane. We're not prepared for it. And we're not supposed to last. We're supposed to carry on to the next thing. And the next thing will still be us. That's what's going to be weird. The next thing is going to still be us. We just want us to stay us like this. We want, fucking blues songs, and we want to drink whiskey.
Sure.
We want to smoke cigarettes. We want to, get in fist fights. We
Yeah.
want us to stay us.
Well,
it's not going to happen.
I'm sure if you could travel back in time and there was an intelligent, semi-intelligent version of humanity, one of our ancestors who still had a workable tail, and you're like, hey, I'm going to show you what you're going to grow into. And probably there'd be a lot of things they're excited about. Whoa, cars, incredible. Jesus Christ, you could shit in your own house?
Yeah.
Wow. But then they would see that we didn't have tails. And they go, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not doing that if I lose my tail. So this is for sure the sort of cultural drama that we're seeing is, and the trans controversy, there's aspects to it where, like, yeah, why dudes shouldn't be in sports. But the reality is, where we're going is going to make that controversy seem like nothing.
Not only that, it seems like if you wanted to have an evolutionary path towards a genderless society, wouldn't you have that society, if you wanted to tame the wild primate, wouldn't you have that society be completely addicted to plastic? Use plastic for everything, which is an endocrine disruptor. So you have these plastic, these chemicals that get into the body, lower testosterone, shrink dicks, shrink taints.
Oh.
Dr. Shanna Swan.
They shrink taint?
Oh, yeah. Shanna Swan, have you ever talked to her?
I didn't know that taint could shrink.
You should talk. No, well, it's in utero. So this is what happens when you introduce mammals. That her book is called Countdown. That's right. I used to remember it. It's a great book. She's really fun too. She's a really fascinating person. But what they found is with mammals, when you introduce phthalates, which are these plastics, the microplastics and the chemicals that come off of them, into pregnant women or pregnant mice, the babies have smaller taints, and the taint is one of the best ways to distinguish a male or a female in mammals.
No way.
In males, the taint is 50 to 100% longer.
Is it really called the taint?
They don't call it the taint. They have a word for it. She told me, but she calls it the taint because she's fun.
Okay.
She has a thing on her website called the Jizz Quiz. It's very funny. She's very funny, and she's a really distinguished professor. But what she's saying essentially is that these plastics are lowering hormone levels. They are lowering birth rate levels. They're increasing in the amount of miscarriages that women have. So that all these things she believes are completely connected, and that this hormone disruptor that is on those plastics is causing people to become sicker and a little bit deformed because your hormones aren't expressing themselves correctly because they're being poisoned.
Right.
If you were a society, like if you were going to get to where the aliens are, they look genderless, don't they?
Yeah, sure.
Don't you think that's probably us in the future?
Aren't you glad they're genderless?
Sure.
Can you imagine the gray, that big swinging dicks?
Giant eyes.
It would be horrible. Those the gray pictures would be very different.
Very different. Standing over your bed, jacking off in your face.
Horrible.
Yeah, while you're paralyzed, you're like sitting there like, fucking piece of shit. I think that we are clinging to this idea of male and female. Look, I think currently there are male and females, for sure. And this is why I'm completely opposed to biological males who have mental illness. And that's what gender dysphoria is, if you're being kind. It's a mental illness.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, if you're not well in who you are, you wish you were a different gender, I fully support you as a woman, but you can't compete with biological females.
Right.
We can't pretend that you're a biological female because when we want you to feel good, you have massive physical advantages. They've been clearly documented. Anybody who says any differently is bullshit. Talk to Riley Gaines.
Right.
Talk to her. She's the expert in this shit. She had to go through that shit with swimming.
It feels crazy to me
It is,
that you have to say that.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy that you have to say that to liberals who always wanted to protect women. The whole thing is bonkers, but it just goes to show you it's not real. This idea of left and right is not real.
Right.
These are just masks that people put on. These are just a conglomeration of the things people adopt. Most people have not thought most of the things through. They don't have the time. They have to work all fucking day. They have a family. Maybe they have a hobby. They're trying to get out and play hoops with their friends.
Right.
Maybe they get together with their buddies and they want to play video games
Yeah.
one night a week. Like Jesus Christ.
Right.
They don't have fucking time to pay attention to all this crazy shit. And that's what's really going on.
Right.
Most people are just like deciding that, I'm a progressive. I will repeat progressive talking points. I will violently defend a woman's right to choose.
Right.
And they get into these patterns. And then the same thing happens on the right. This exact same thing. Exact same thing. That's why, like, the right is against the war in Ukraine and the left is supporting it. It's like, this is like Vietnam in reverse. The whole thing is fucking bananas.
Right.
The right is insisting on free speech. They were the motherfuckers who were censoring everybody.
Right, I know.
They wanted to lock Howard Stern up in jail.
I know.
He had to fight the FCC. They sued him. His fucking parent company had to pay untold amounts of money. I don't even. How much money did Howard Stern's company get fined? It was hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of money. The fucking government was trying to shut down a radio guy for talking shit. It's crazy. So, and now that's the left. It's just patterns, man. It's just patterns where people can justify certain behaviors because it aligns with their ideology.
That's right. And also, where it gets really fucked up is you are dancing to a song that basically there's like, here's two songs. There's two songs you can dance to, the right song or the song of the left. The metronome is beating out two, I guess, somewhat different rhythms. People dance to those. They get in fights over, you gotta do our dance.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a million other songs out there you could be dancing to. And there's songs that are much older America
Yes.
much older than maybe the planet itself, which is that's why I really think uh, it's creepy the way that like Christianity or any religion where there's theism is in the list of things that should be decried by an intelligent person. We shoot down this notion of God, we shoot down this or that, but all of these religions, at the very least, they give you a new song to dance to that isn't fucking war drums. That isn't, you know what I mean? And they don't like that. They don't like that because suddenly you're supposed to be perturbed. Like, you know, that stupid
But it's also the arrogance of intellectualism. You know, you get really smart, and suddenly these fairy tales seem preposterous to you.
That's right.
And you don't want to accept that maybe what it is a moral scaffolding that keeps society glued together. And it's probably based on some truth. There's some of it that seems to be a history of the world.
Oh, and also, to most people that I have encountered who have, a lot of people I've encountered who are rejecting this religion or that, I get it, it's religious trauma. I just ran into somebody at Best Buy, we had a long conversation, it's religious trauma. They were raised in some kind of like form of spiritual abuse, and in that abuse,
Snake handlers.
bingo, and but I listen. If you want to handle snakes, great. The problem is if you tell a kid to disregard their rational mind. If, in other words, the introduction to the conversation of questions regarding this or that
Yes.
are not met with like, oh yeah, it's a good question. I don't know, but are met with, you're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're demon possessed. So then you experience that. Of course, you must reject the thing. It's like when you have a hangover and you smell tequila. You can't connect.
Right.
So I get it. But the main thing is what I love about religion or Christianity is it's like just try it on for size. What happens if you pray? Yeah, I know you don't believe it. It sounds insane. What the fuck are they talking about? It sounds absolutely nuts. I know it sounds absolutely nuts. Now, what happens if you pray? Just for a few days. What happens if you pray? And then once you start doing the experiment, it starts off with like, this is just, I'm going to do it. It's probably bullshit, opium of the masses. But then you realize you're getting pulled in, not in a bad way, but right away there seems to be some feeling of connection, some sense of something a little different from what you're used to experiencing. And sometimes that can get really scary for people. And they're like, fuck this. No, it's getting me. And it's like, to me, that should be the experiment of um, anyone who's skeptical. And if you're skeptical about Christianity or any religion, you should be. You should 100% be skeptical of. Oh, it's like what Mark Twain said: religion is what happened when the first time man met woman first fool. You should be skeptical, but if you read the Gospels and you realize like part of the story there is an invitation to connect on your own. You don't need the priest class.
Right.
You don't have to listen to the fucking rules. You don't have to like. It's just between you and the eternal, and see what happens.
Right.
To me, that's the number one thing is just investigate, explore, and don't let anyone subvert your rational mind. Use that as a form of connecting with this thing. Even if you connect via rejection, it's still worth like a wholehearted exploration, at the very least to experience a cultural trance. I don't think that's what it is, but
well, maybe what that cultural trance is just like it's a pattern that you can follow that can connect you to the divine. And
sure.
there's a bunch of these different patterns. This pattern might be Buddhism. This pattern might be Islam. This pattern might be even Mormonism.
Sure.
Even Scientology.
Definitely
Scientology. I think all of them, all of them can be distorted. All of them can be subverted. All of them can have those guys that have private jets and Rolls Royces and those fucking crazy arena guys. All of it, all of it can go in that direction. But all of it is kind of a moral scaffolding that seems to be designed to help us in this journey of getting away from the primate instincts.
That's right. And getting away from, and also
connecting to each other.
and transcending state propaganda. Like this is like my favorite verse in the Bible. They're trying to trick Jesus. I don't know. They're asking.
Imagine being so dumb you can trick Jesus.
I would try. Maybe. Would be cool if you could.
Jesus on 3-card money.
We're gonna get him.
Imagine Jesus walking down the U.S. watching you play 3-card money and getting suckered in. He's like, hey, I thought you knew the. I'm kidding. I thought you knew the guy. Hey, man, now don't do that. You don't understand. It's not the same card. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! You don't have any more shekels. You're out of shekels.
Is that what they use, shekels?
I guess. What they have back then?
I don't know, denarius.
What kind of dollars did they have? What unit of money was around when Jesus?
Good question.
Super good question. I wish I knew it. Be a clever thing to say. Shekels sounds good though. Shekels is a fun name for coins.
Shekels.
Shekels. Was it shekel?
I don't know if it's a Phoenician shekel and a half shekel.
Let's fucking go.
Fucking shekels.
Let's fucking go. Shekels, son.
There you go. Oh yeah.
So imagine Jesus blew all his shekels on 3-card money.
Dude,
Jesus,
Jesus.
we just stick to being the fucking
What
Messiah.
are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you here again?
He gets hustled in a basketball game. Like, Jesus,
You're gonna question
you're not
everything.
good at basketball. You can't run with those fucking
What are
sandals.
you doing? Because you can turn water into wine. That's what I was fucking
Losing
lying.
money at basketball. He plays horse with people. He keeps missing.
Wow. That would really be weird.
Jesus would have to be really good at badminton.
Every
If he plays badminton, he's got to win.
He's
He's gonna win. Well, I'm not gonna believe you're Jesus if you can't wrestle.
You're bad at
If
pinball.
you get pinned really quick in a wrestling match, like what the fuck, dude?
Dude, yeah, he's
You
got
get
to be good
submitted.
at everything.
See the rear naked chokes Jesus. 30
You're like,
seconds in the
you're
match.
doing it. You're like, I don't know. He's not tapping out.
He doesn't know what the fuck to do. He doesn't know shit. He's a white belt. Why is he in this competition? Jesus goes to the U.S. Open golf tournament, and everybody's like, Jesus fucking sucks at golf. He can't even fucking hit the ball. Somebody show him how to hit the ball.
Dana White, why did you let Jesus compete in the UFC?
Jesus is playing pickleball. Just falling down. Not
Dude,
good at pickleball.
I know, and
Matt, people would be so disappointed in Jesus.
everything would be wrong.
Just bowl with gutter ball every time. Fucking dummy. What are you doing?
Farts in the car. Just that. Yeah, like, dude. Roll the window down.
Yeah, everybody smelled back then. I think farts probably like cleared the air a little. Oh, something interesting to smell. Some new thing instead of these shitty acids I smell everywhere.
I just read that they used to think smelling farts in a jar would cure diseases.
What doesn't?
How do you save a fart in a jar?
Cancel my subscription.
How do you mail that?
There was some young lady that we featured on the podcast at one point in time who was making a ton of money farting in jars. Yeah, selling farts.
Dude, that's incredible.
I hope she didn't fart in those jars. I hope those dummies.
How long ago? Since 2014.
No, smelling farts in a jar does not cure disease.
It does.
Look,
You don't know. You
dude,
don't know.
read that. In 2014, news
My
headline.
chiropractor told me that smelling farts was the way to go.
These claims are based on a University of Exeter press release that was not about smelling farts.
Imagine. Have you heard this new medication they're giving cows to make them fart less?
Begin the plague. Oh yeah. That's almost what you said. That's not far off from what they said. There's something better than smelling farts.
The Great Plague of London in the 1600s was a scary time. The public believed just about anything to stay healthy, including sniffing a jar of their own farts. Back then, doctors were apparently convinced that the plague was spread via deadly air vapor and that a foul-smelling substance could dilute the pollution. As such, some locals apparently took to storing their farts in jars, just in case the situation suddenly demanded a quick whiff.
Honey, open the fart cabinet.
Open the old vintage farts. I'm gonna get them farts from when I was 23 and I had a good gut biome.
Dude, like,
That's so hilarious.
that is so fucking crazy.
I want to know how long it lasted because what I understand is that you can't really fart in the jar and keep it there.
Here's
By the time you seal it up, it's probably sealed up with so much oxygen.
There's only one way to find out. And
Get Ari.
Get Ari to fart in a jar and smell
Get
it.
in there and lie to you. It's so gross. Ari just shits puzzles out of his mind.
How do you get the fart in the jar?
I guess you put the jar up to your asshole when you're about to
You think
fart.
it cap, but then you gotta get the cap off real fast.
Real quick, like a ninja.
Jamie,
Get know what I mean? It's like moonshine. It's
Y,
not 100%
pero
alcohol.
en un grito de ¡Wake up! Así, al estilo Kratos, ¿no?
Yeah, you
Y se quedó
do
todo
it
tieso.
going in a jar. You would have
Ni
like
se movió.
a diaper, a big like a gas
Hasta te digo,
diaper with like
si está escuchando todo
you
fuerte
have
desde
this
su...
mask, and then you would just fart into that tube
Gas
and then
mask.
go into that
Y
jar.
está durmiendo con eso, ¿sabes?
You
De
do it
fondo.
all day long.
Right,
There'd be
fill
a
the
robot
jar.
there that would seal that jar off.
How do you know
so
it's filled?
Pure.
How do you know when your jar's
Vámonos.
What if you gave me a half-ass fart?
Vámonos,
I
vámonos.
want a real fart.
Or
What's
the,
the
like the jar.
Good night, Rabbi
Yeah.
Rod.
I want
Good night, my love.
Taco Bell fart.
Dude,
That's what I want. I
that's
want one of
what's
those
gonna cure
farts
you.
where you're in the car and you buy Taco Bell and you immediately hate yourself.
Yeah, it depends on the.
Just tell me a fart in a jar. Oh my god.
Over days, obviously.
Who did
Oh
this
my
study?
god. Some awesome scientists.
College science.
Jack, yeah. Why is it called anal? Wait, that can't be
Your
real.
anal chemistry.
No, it's like
No, that's my study, my field of study.
Anal
chemistry.
what's going on.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Literally.
I mean, you
Farting in jars.
the sad thing about that article though, because it comes out, and so that means there's people who think farts in a jar can cure cancer, and that means that somebody was laying in bed dying, and someone who loves them came up and said, "I know this is gonna seem weird, Dad, but I need you to smell this." And like there was people
But
dying.
again, this brings us back to the placebo effect.
Could work.
Because I think almost everything works. It just doesn't work when your streets are filled with sewer. You know, I think that was
Right.
what everybody was dying of back then.
Right.
It's horrible, fucking terribly unsanitary conditions
Right.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Everything was covered in shit.
Yep.
Everything was shit. Shitty water.
Shitting in
If
your
you have no
bedroom.
running water and you have a bunch of people living together, you have horrible diseases.
According to their study, one of those jars they found maybe have the fart from the 17th century.
Ah.
Now that's a horror movie right there. Like you find like a 17th century fart.
You sniff that fart and then you
Great
immediately
power.
turn into like one of those 28 Days Later zombies.
Or
And then it spreads. This
prettier.
virus has had a chance to adapt and evolve and plan its strategy while trapped inside this jar and get back at the humans. Because it doesn't have to die. So it lives in this guy's butt gas and then it evolves over hundreds of years, figure out through the multiverse how to communicate with other bacteria everywhere and
Yep.
devise a strategy
Yep.
to morph itself over thousands and thousands of generations of new viruses to become some
There you go.
crazy rage virus.
By the way, man,
Later with this new one coming out.
maybe here's the other thing. Maybe that is the fountain of youth. Maybe the thing they're trying to hide from us, the most obvious thing, is if you smell an aged fart, you reverse age.
Yeah, maybe snake oil works.
Science on harvest, how you harvest, just to harvest.
Thank you.
Oh, science. Super science.
Oh, there you go.
Go quick, get some fart in there.
Yeah, we gotta be accurate.
Can
You
you,
gotta be accurate with your farts.
Jamie? Can you YouTube
But
smelling
then
my?
how do you close the gap? You gotta slide a lid in there. You might get a little water in your fart.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, you can't have farts and the water together.
They're separate.
Oh, so when you open it, it'll be pure farts with a little bit of water at the bottom. How do I know that the water isn't diluting and slowly washing the farts over 200 years?
Jamie, can you scroll up a little bit?
Fart science. In my degree in fart science. Sorry.
Can you pull that up again? I find it interesting that someone wrote an entire essay on how to do this. Will you go back to the beginning? I just want to read it. How do you introduce the story? Or
how do you bring this up to a fucking person where you want a grant?
I recently caught my 4-year-old nephew attempting to fart into a jar in hopes of saving him for later to surprise grandma.
This is not the first time I've encountered a little boy with a dream of bottling his own farts. Years ago, my younger cousin, let's call him Jay, had a whole shelf of dated mason jars in their barn. He was very proud of his collection. That kid is killing cats. That's a fucking serial killer. He had a fucking shelf of dated jars of his farts. What a fucking psychopath.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
He has nothing better to do than just fart in jars.
Now I want to show you my jar collection. Those are my farts. Now that's New Year's Eve.
And he's torturing animals.
That's a fart when September 11th happened. That's a beer fart.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow.
We gotta wrap this up, unfortunately.
What a
appreciate you very much, brother.
Likewise,
I love you to death. You're one of my favorite people. You really are.
You are too, man.
You're a real treasure.
Thank you,
And
Jeff.
these are some of my favorite podcasts of all time.
Thanks,
Because this
man.
is a weird combination of the two of us.
I love it.
We sync up in the weirdest way, man.
It's the best, man.
It is. That's it, man. I love you. Merry
Love
Christmas.
you too. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
It's a very good time to have a new expert.
UFO expert in.
A lot has been going on.
This is, I know you ran into him. I had Ryan Graves on yesterday.
Oh my God, I'll tell you the funny story about how I ran into him.
You ran into him in the lobby of the hotel, right?
So the lobby told me they're like, don't use this one elevator, it's really rickety. And it makes a lot of noise and it's not very reliable and just don't use it. So I didn't. And then I was leaving, 24 hours later, I come down and get some coffee. And I was like, fine, let me take the rickety elevator. I was like, they told me not to take it, but I'm going to take it anyway. So I pushed the button, I stand and I hear this. The door's open, I look, I see this shadowy figure in the corner, I'm like, Ryan Graves, what are you doing? He goes, I don't know, what are you doing? I was like, are you doing what I think you're doing? He goes, yeah. Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that?
Yes, he did. He told me,
Oh,
he didn't tell me the whole story about the rickety elevator.
Yeah. And he was like this shadowy figure up against the corner. I was just, I was looking at him, he was looking at me. It was really funny.
We talked a lot of nonsense about aliens, but we also talked about the technology that he knows is state of the art when it comes to drones.
Yes.
And then some of these ones in New Jersey, they're doing things that you can't really do yet.
Yes.
Yeah, which is really fascinating. Because it's like, okay.
And they're the size of SUVs.
Right. So is it ours? And we somehow or another have some stuff that mainstream drone manufacturers at the highest level aren't aware of yet? Is it ours? Is it like some crazy military stuff? Because if it's not, and it's coming from the ocean, like, what do you mean it's coming? What the fuck?
50 of them.
What do you mean? What do you mean? 50 suburban-sized
So check this out.
UFOs coming out of the ocean?
This is really funny. I've been working with this guy. We've been communicating on Signal for a long time. Actually, he was through Proton. He was emailing me stuff about Virginia, the UFO crash in Virginia. And but he was anonymous. One day, I was like, he's really calling me. And he was sending me stuff that was really helpful. Track down this flight. It happened. It's coming out of this airport. Go to this base. And I was like, finally one day, I was like, who are you? And how do you know what you know? He goes, I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel. I was like, oh. He goes, and I'm also an experiencer. I had an experience back in 1981. What? So
what happened to him?
He had a UFO encounter. It's in the movie towards the end. But in any case, he texted me yesterday, and he goes, James, I really want you to explain to me how the hell you orchestrated a UAP invasion right around the time your film's coming out. I was like, I'd really like to know how you did that. Like, I know I
Bro, do you know what kind of a budget you would have to have drones running in the sky all over? How many different cities are reporting it now? Like, what's the numbers?
It's exploding all over the place, and it's getting hit. I've heard California, I've heard Europe now, bases in England, New York, New Jersey.
I've heard San Diego. I definitely wasn't there something in Ohio, right? Right, Madison Air Force Base. They had to shut that place down.
Yeah,
that's Ohio. So I've heard New Jersey. I think Florida, right? That was the one that Ryan Graves showed us a photo of. That was from Florida. So, like, who fucking? What's going on? Who fucking knows?
I was super busy. I had the release of the film going on, and so I was like trying to focus on that and getting everything lined up, and it was a huge push. And all these text messages from all around the world were pouring in, like, what the hell's going on with these drones? And I was like, it's not a convention. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just focusing what I got at hand here. And then I started getting more information coming in, more information. And a buddy of mine called me, and he actually went to Brazil with me a couple years ago. And he said, bro, I live here. I'm seeing these things in the sky. I've seen them 7 times now. They're the size of an SUV. I was like, well, what do they look like? What do they behave like? He's like, well, they're making noise. I was like, oh, okay, well, that quickly kind of eliminates, something non-conventional for propulsion. But then I got reports of objects that didn't make any noise and that would go silent.
What kind of noise?
those ones?
Like a propellers drone moving, but loud, and they have a loiter, but they're big, and they have a loiter time of hours. The average drone, like I fly drones for my films, is like you're lucky to get 25 minutes. These things are
Right.
hours.
Yeah, 5 hours at a time.
They go dark when they're approached by other objects. They're not getting picked up on FLIR at times, and then some of them have no noise. I've heard crescent shaped, and then I heard about the ones that really got me. They contacted Chris Burnell, and I was like, Chris, what is going on, buddy? I really rely on him for good information. And he's like, I really don't know, man. It's a real shit show, and the U.S. government seems to be clueless right now. He goes, some of them are conventional, some of them are misidentified conventional craft, but there are other ones coming in off the ocean that are up to 50. The Coast Guard and the police department are reporting them truly remain a mystery. And then you had Schumer at a press conference just fucking yesterday, and then he's going, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. And the guy goes, yeah, so it's a UAP. He goes, well, they're drones. He goes, you wrote the legislation. It's a UAP. It's unidentified anomalous phenomenon. Why don't you just use UAP? I think he used the word drone because UAP is almost too scary. It comes around invasion drone.
That's what UAP is, unidentified anomalous phenomenon?
Yeah.
So couldn't that be kind of anything? It doesn't even
totally
mean flying.
Well, that's the thing, because it used to be unidentified aerial, well, it was UFO, unidentified flying object, then it was UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon, but then they're coming out of the water, right?
I feel like this is
So they said anomalous.
Why don't they just keep using UFO?
Because people associate UFO with otherworldly, and they wanted to take that, remove that baggage, and make it a little less scary. That's my personal opinion.
I kind of get that, but also it's just an unidentified flying object. If we find out what it is, then it becomes an identified flying object. It doesn't necessarily mean it's alien.
True,
right? Like think of
people
stealth
probably
bomber.
jumping out of their windows right now if they said UFOs are invading the East Coast. You remember War of the Worlds?
Right.
Right? People were like jumping out of their windows. So I think they took down. I think they're using the word drone, even though they're unidentified, just because of the fear factor. The fear factor is real.
Yeah. I can't help but cringe when I hear that word.
Oh, sorry. The fear element. Sorry.
It was too much of a part of my life.
Too close to home.
So when did they start? Like, when was it acknowledged that this was an issue that was recurring recently? Like, obviously there's always been something in the sky.
Yeah.
We've always seen things. Who knows what they are? Whether or not they're, a lot of people can see Starlink.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
But when did this drone thing that we're currently experiencing basically every day, when did it start?
A couple weeks ago. Maybe a month ago. That's when I started really hearing about it. But
Jamie, is there like
I have
any sort of official answer to that?
I have something that
19, something like that.
Is
mid-November. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines and the chaos and the inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code Rogan20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
I have something that this is about an air base in Vandenberg Air Force Base in 2003, and this is not an anonymous, but this is about incursions over. Listen to this. I promised this individual that I met at Seoul conference. He's a witness. He's a military guy. My name is Jeffrey Busatelli. I served 16 years in the United States Air Force as a technical sergeant and a military police officer. In October 2003, my coworkers and I witnessed a series of extraordinary UAP incursions at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The initial event is known as the Vandenberg Red Square, and it was first mentioned during the historic UAP hearing held in 2023. The case involved Boeing contractors who witnessed a huge red square-shaped object, roughly the size of a football field, hovering over a defense system. The object was silent and had no visible means of propulsion. The contractors watched in amazement as the massive object slowly drifted east and vanished over the hills. I retained official Air Force records of the event, including the blogger form entry, which includes the names and contact information of all the witnesses, and provided it to select members of Congress, Aero, and the FBI. Aero is the Task Force All Domain Anomalous Resolution Office. After the initial event, several other UAP incursions took place at Vandenberg. I was on duty during many of the encounters, and I investigated the incidents as they unfolded. Now remember, this is not anonymous reporting rights. They include a football field-sized crash that terrified security guards as it silently hovered over a launch facility before flying off at an unbelievable rate of speed. A brightly illuminated silent object that landed on the base flight line before accelerating instantaneously and disappearing into space. A huge triangular-shaped craft larger than a C-130 that hovered 50 feet over a police officer before it drifted slowly over the base. A blue-white liquid orb, roughly the size of his house, that hovered over his house on the base. The object made no sound and had zero obvious means of propulsion. Then he says, my experiences with UAP were awe-inspiring, exciting, and terrifying. I don't know why UAP are flying over our bases and our neighborhoods, but I do know the UAP phenomenon is of the utmost importance to all of humanity. I currently have 5 other military witnesses to the Vandenberg incursions that are all willing to testify tomorrow under oath that these statements are true. We need answers to this mystery and better government transparency. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. Former United States Air Force Technical Sergeant and witness Jeff Lusatelli. So, crazy, right? I mean, we're talking objects the size of a football field?
It's bananas. And then they take off insanely fast, just like the Tic Tac.
But straight up into space.
So, this was it. What was the exact date of this?
This was 2003. There was a number of incursions during that year, up all the way into 2005. And he has the names, and they submitted them to the new head of Aero.
That's interesting, because that coincides with Tic Tac.
It does coincide with
I
Tic Tac.
wonder if he's on, cheap vacation season. You know? It's like every few years.
Let's check out what those guys are up to.
You know what I mean? Maybe it's like a real pain in the ass to get here. Maybe it's one of those things like you can go to Australia, but it's just a pain in the ass. 16 fucking hours on a plane. It's a long flight.
Oh my gosh.
You know
I
what I
did
mean?
South Africa one time, and that was like 22 hours.
Yeah.
I was like, this plane's going to run out of gas.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like one of those things. It's like you can do it, but it's a pain in the ass. So maybe they only travel to Earth every now and again.
How could these incursions have been taking place, and like here we are 20 years later, and only now really starting to talk about them?
I think the reason being is if you don't understand it and you can't protect people from it because it's so beyond our capabilities that just describing it accurately removes all confidence that our government has everything under control. That's one reason why. And also, if you have no answers, you don't know what the hell it is. Like,
That's a very good point.
If you don't know what the hell it is, what are you even going to say? Hey, there's something that changed. We don't know what the fuck it is. It's a big football field, shot up into the sky. We have no idea. They'd be like, what do you mean we have no idea? Hire someone who understands this. And then they'd be like, hire him. Get him out of office.
I remember, like 20 years ago, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, totally naive, still naive, but I was meeting with a general, and I said, God, it's so amazing, you know, the story is like so unifying, and we had this kumbaya moment, it was discovered that, you know, we're not alone in the universe, and wouldn't that be amazing, and blah, 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 the implications for all humanity, and he sat there almost chuckling at me, and he goes, looked at me, and he goes, you got it all wrong, man. You got to see this through our lens. And I was like, through your lens? He goes, yeah, the military perspective. I was like, okay, tell me. And I never thought about this before. You just mentioned this. He goes, okay, imagine this scenario. We sit there and we say, you know, my fellow Americans, it's been brought to our attention that there are crafts of unknown origin whizzing around with impunity in our airspace. They exhibit a technology that's light years advanced than anything that we have. We don't know who they are, where they come from, what they want. Shall they turn to be hostile? We have no visible means of defense against them. Thank you and good night.
You're fired.
You're fired.
You're fired. And someone like Trump will come along. I'll make a deal with the aliens.
Yeah. But you see that predicament?
Yeah.
Like people always go, why the secrecy? Duh.
Yeah, you running for president, you know you're not going to fix this economy. All right? Stop. Just stop.
Everything's going to come in the way because having won, then it's all going to be taken care of.
You know you're not going to implement electric cars over the. Stop. Stop. Shut the fuck up. There's not enough batteries. So if you're lying about all that, you're probably going to lie about whether or not you can handle the alien threat. I will unite us. I will unite us as a planet so we can deal together with the alien.
Yeah.
But all you have to do is to say some bullshit like that.
It's going to pay attention to you when he gets into office. He's like,
yeah. A good speaker,
about that
like
disclosure.
J.D. Vance, like a guy like that, very bright, young, energetic speaker. He can convince people to be honest. He can convince people. He can convince people that he can unite us all.
Have you seen the program?
No, I have not.
Okay, so there.
Explain it to everybody.
Okay, so the program basically, it's funny because the last time I was on the show, we were talking about an alleged crash retrieval case that took place in Virginia, Brazil,
yes,
in 1996.
And your documentary on it, which
yeah, Moment of Contact,
amazing documentary.
So we're talking about that, and I came off the heels of doing the phenomenon, which touched a little bit on a potential crash retrieval program, but then it was like, then it was the crash retrieval over in Virginia, Brazil, and then I got hyper focused on that, and then I had this personal journey for me was okay. The elected officials, what do they know? And when did they know it? Do we have a crash retrieval program? That's what I set out to do. And then 3 months after I was on your show in April of 2023, the highest level intel officer, David Grush, testifies under oath that there is a crash retrieval program and that the government does have definitive proof that we're not alone. So he kind of opened the door for me. And a lot had happened since the release of the phenomenon and Moment of Contact. There was all this legislation. There was the first congressional hearing. There was behind closed doors meetings with a number of intel officers and witnesses, and then you had the second congressional hearing, which was David Grush, which was absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure you saw that, right? And then just recently, just a couple of months ago, we had the third congressional hearing, which I actually, funny enough, got to attend because it's the first time in my 30 years investigating. I was actually sitting behind people while they were testifying under oath about the legitimacy of the phenomenon as well as there's a crash retrieval program. I mean, people have to understand, feel like maybe things aren't happening fast enough. Just a couple of years ago, they didn't even admit that the phenomenon was real. Now there's people testifying under oath that we have a crash retrieval program. So drip, drip, drip. Things are happening. They're not putting teams up in the moment.
Do you wonder at all that you're being mind fucked? Do you wonder at all that this is a massive psyop and this is all just to cover up some very advanced American weapons technology?
I think it's a very good question, and here's why I don't believe that. Because I have done 30 years of field research, right? So I've gone to China, I've been to Russia, I've been to Australia, Africa, South America, Canada, Alaska, all across Europe, the United States, and I've investigated close encounters of the third kind. And I would ask your audience, don't take it from me, but the United States Air Force investigated and categorized close encounters of the first, second, and third kind, right? During an official Project Sign, Project Flood, Project Blue, right?
You haven't seen it, folks? Close Encounters of the Third Kind? Probably the best alien invasion movie of all time.
Dr. Hynek has a cameo appearance in that film. Did you know that?
I had heard that.
Yeah,
I don't remember who he was, though, but he wasn't the French guy, didn't he?
Yeah, Jacques Vallée.
It was supposed to be Jacques Vallée.
Jacques Vallée has a cameo. Well, there's a guy acting his part, but actually, Dr. J.Allen Hynek, who was a scientific advisor for Project Blue Book all those years for the Air Force, actually has a cameo appearance, smoking a cigar during the encounter. And
That's right.
Yeah. Smoking a pipe, and a lot of the cases, right down to Richard Dreyfuss' base being burned by the UFO, those came directly out of Project Blue Book files. Even the description of what the entities look like. Close encounters, again, close encounters of the third kind. This is the United States Air Force documenting this stuff.
Yeah.
And he took it directly out of Project Blue Book files and made a movie out of it. And as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, he has Dr. Hynek have a cameo appearance in the movie.
You know what? Most people don't know that. It's a fantastic movie too. It's a great because it's a movie that's filled with. It's not like standard UFOs land. Or there's some play going on. There's some weirdness to the way they interact with us. That sort of is much more realistic in terms of like the things that people experience.
Yeah.
They experience interactions, very strange interactions. And when they have those little orb-like things
when I put out Moment of Contact, well, actually, when I went in to put out Moment of Contact, people were going, James, you just dropped one of the biggest, most successful UFO films in terms of transcending the UFO community and penetrating a much broader, more mainstream audience. Are you sure you want to put out a documentary that deals with alleged crash of 5 aliens walking around the town of Waverly, Brazil? Like, seriously, that's what you want to put out there? You've got access to, like, Harry Reid and
What
all
up?
these intel insiders. Now you want to do that? You're going to tarnish your reputation. It's a bad...
I'm just working on a project.
Why would
Just
you do
give
that,
me
dude?
I wish
do
you
you.
helped me.
Well,
I was like, James, you can handle
you
it.
probably heard about Moment of Contact, and then you thought, no, this sounds too crazy to talk to. You watched it.
No, I thought, well, I always think a crash and contact sounds crazy.
I know,
I always think,
and it does.
I always think that. But I would have never told you not to do it.
Oh, okay.
I would never told you not to do it. You're really good at this. You know how to, like, you're really good at, like, explaining.
But you let it happen on my own, talking about the beginning to
But
the
that's
end.
an incredible story. It's an incredible story.
It's a phenomenal story.
It's one of those stories where you're like, if everybody's in on this, this is crazy. If everybody's telling me, and no one, there's not one contrarian that comes out and goes, they all told me to lie. I'm not fucking lying. This is stupid. They're doing it for tourism.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
one person? Come on. There's always some hater. There's always some hater who wants to ruin your gag.
I remember.
Because it was, you know what I mean?
Oh,
It
yeah,
was
no, I told you. I remember when I was making Moment of Contact and it wasn't done with yet. Lou Elizondo was like, James, he called me up. He goes, I need a copy. I was like, but the film's not done. I don't care. I need a copy. Give me a rough draft. I don't care. I was like, okay. What's the urgency? He's like, you don't understand who's watching this right now. So I was like, okay. So I'm giving him copies, and I had absolutely no idea ever in 100 billion years that I think we're going to be having, months after the release of Moment of Contact, a congressional hearing under oath that there's a crash between
What year did
biologics.
Moment of Contact come out?
It came out at the end of 2022.
Do you think he sat down with Biden? That would have been wild.
You know, he's been so dismissive of it all. Like Obama said a lot more about it.
Why? Because he's already in space. He's in space right now.
He's like, go talk to
He's
Obama.
orbiting right now around
really?
Saturn.
That's the best you can do?
He's like Dr. Manhattan. He's on the moon in a glass house.
Okay, let us say, if Biden, if you're listening right now, you have nothing to lose.
You're the president of the United States, so release the house.
He's never running ever again. Exactly. He's not running for a second term. Come on, we're done.
He's already pardoned more human beings than any president ever other than Carter.
To the advice at the end of the program by Senator Harry Reid. He's now the late Senator Harry Reid. And I said to him, what advice would you give the president? And it could have been any president at the time. And he said, don't be afraid of tarnishing your legacy by addressing this issue head on. And I hope that Biden gets to see that. And I really hope that President-elect Donald Trump gets to see that. People are ready for the truth. They've had enough of the lying. I think we're way beyond that diplomacy.
I agree with you. However, when I confronted Mr. Trump, he was very cagey.
Was he?
Very cagey. I've seen some things. They told me some things. He didn't tell me shit. He basically, it was basically like neither confirm nor deny. No, there was no eyes. I don't do that shit. Especially to a pro like Donald Trump. Like, you're not, yeah. If you're going to do it to an actor or so, shut up. You're not going to know what the fuck they think. Daniel Day-Lewis told you that he just ate a baby and fucking believe him. You know what I mean? Like, this idea that, like, what did his eyes tell you? What did his eyes tell you? It depends on the person. Depends on the person. If it's your regular crackpot and they tell you a lie, you're like, something's up. But there's people that can hide things. They can hide things behind their eyes. I think he knows something. I don't think he's that interested. I think he's more interested. I think he's a sort of a no-nonsense type of guy. This is why. You kind of have to be managing multiple businesses simultaneously, right? Yeah. He's always done that to a career, right? Yeah. Being on The Apprentice, while running these golf courses, while having these buildings, apartment buildings, hotels. He's constantly doing something, right? Yeah. So while he's doing all that, and he's playing golf, while he's doing all that, there's no time for fucking aliens, man. There's no time for nonsense. There's no time for sitting around with your buddies, smoking a cigar, going, "What do you think, man? I mean, if I was dead, man, I would do what they're doing." There's no time for that nonsense talk. That guy's got businesses.
But we got objects of unknown origin flying over residential areas, flying over military bases, flying over nuclear silos.
Well, now I think he's much more interested because
that's a matter of national security. I mean, people are freaking out. Like, what the hell are we seeing? And they're going, we don't know what they are, but everything's fine.
Well, he's
totally safe. There's no show?
Yeah, Jaws.
Jaws.
Yeah,
Remember
yeah,
when they're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
everything's fine.
The
People
mayor's like, keep swimming.
yeah, keep swimming. The water's fine. People are getting bitten in half.
That's the
like,
perfect analogy. Dude, that is the perfect analogy. That is it. That's the,
everything's fine. Go about your lives.
they're definitely
Nothing
not
to
nuke
see here.
sniffing drones. Come on, nuke sniffing drones. So what if some nuclear
Oh my
material was
God.
just stolen
Oh my
off
God.
a cargo ship? Whatever. Guys.
All the online conspiracy stuff is crazy, and I get a lot of it because obviously what I do.
Of course.
And people send me all kinds of stuff. I was like, well, hang on a second, I'm looking for boots on the ground, right? But no, there's something really weird going on, and the fact that they don't know, or they're claiming that they don't know what it is. And here's another really funny thing. I actually in the program that I did now, and I hope you get a chance to watch it because it's crazy. It's got
Tell people what it is.
okay, so basically I was talking about earlier.
Tell people the title, the whole thing.
Oh, it's called The Program. It's going to be on. It's on. It just came out. It's at number one right now. It's on Amazon.
When did it come out?
Yesterday.
Oh, beautiful.
I know. And so it came out yesterday. It's on Amazon. It's on Apple TV, and you can Google because the algorithms are just starting to catch up with it on Google right now. Because everyone's like,
nice.
I can't find it. Look up The Program and then Google James Fox UFO documentary The Program. You will 100% find it. It's being also made available internationally. They're working as fast as they can to get it up. It just went up yesterday. It's the most independent film from start to finish that I've ever made, and it covers what happened because everybody thinks the government suddenly had this epiphany to decide to be more transparent with the general public. That's not what happened. What happened is there were a couple of intel insiders in the Pentagon reviewing some of this classified data, or so-called classified data, and resigned in protest of excessive secrecy. They found a loophole. This is Lou, probably Jay Stratton. I don't know for sure. Definitely Chris Mellon. And they walked these evidence tapes out of the Pentagon through this loophole. They bent the rules a little bit and onto the front page of the New York Times, right? So that happened, and it was exploded. You heard about that. And since then, there has been this unprecedented push by a bipartisan group of lawmakers to find out what the intelligence agencies know and when they knew it. And so that started happening behind the scenes, right? So it was 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and then in 2022, they're like, we're having a congressional hearing. Congressman Andre Carson, if you're in Wisconsin, and that's popular, he spearheaded the first open congressional hearing, public open congressional hearing. And in that congressional hearing, they acknowledged the fact that the phenomenon was real, it was slowly introduced, that we were not getting told the facts. There was a document that came out called the Wilson-Davis Memo, and that was about the discovery by a former DIA guy, Admiral Wilson, of the crash retrieval program that was like maybe 20 plus years ago. And none of these names or anything I talked about were redacted. I covered that memo in the film. And then 2023, another congressional hearing. This time it was David Rush talking about the crash retrieval program. It's been a steady progression. And so a lot has gone on between 2017 and 2024. And that is what this film does. It covers the behind the scenes efforts, bipartisan, a group of lawmakers effort to find out what the intelligence agencies really know. Whew. Yeah, and people that were, and in one of them, there was an encounter, and I think that maybe you heard about it, because you wanted to get a hold of David Rush, and so you contacted me, and I actually had a drone up in the air in England. I know, and I had my phone attached to my drone thing, because that's what I was using as a controller for the stream. And I'm flying the drone, and there was a huge windmill, and I saw this windmill, and I said, wow, that's going to make a beautiful shot in the movie. And it is in the movie. So I'm up there flying it, and the wind, the turbines are going around and around, and I can't quite tell how close my drone is to them. So I'm paying really good attention, and I'm getting close to these big turbines, and all of a sudden my phone's ringing, and it's you. I'm like, oh my God, I can't not answer this. I got to answer. So I answered it while my drone was up there.
Oh, no.
And we talked briefly, and you said, hey, can you get me in touch with David Rush? I said, yeah, I got a guy that can put you in touch with. It's Jason Sands. And I guess you and Jason Sands talked about this alleged encounter in 1994 with this entity, alien, whatever you want to call it, in the desert.
Yeah.
So that was a crazy story. Crazy. But in any case, so when you watch the movie in the program, you'll see the drone flying dangerously close to the Well, so
Because otherwise I would discuss it.
yeah, yeah.
Because it
Yeah.
sounded so nutty.
No, yeah. Okay, so here's what happened. This is funny because when I was in Washington D.C. with Mellon and this gentleman Jason Sands, I'm using his name now, and Mellon looked at me and he goes, "Guys, it's pretty wild." I was like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Really wild." And we're sitting down having dinner, and this Mellon he orders a drink. He had a tequila or whatever. Anyway, and we were all having dinner, and Jason Sands was telling the story about this alleged encounter in 1994, and it's one of the craziest stories. And I've been doing this for 30 years, and this story is nuts. Okay, you remember it?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, even I went like this until my phone was time to not go silent.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. So I'll give you
wait,
what
the fuck did you just say?
Insane.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I
will. I'll get to that in 1 second. This is the reason why I can. Well, this is the reason why I can discuss it publicly. I know. The reason why I can discuss it publicly is because he was going to appear in Robinson in the movie, and I was debating on exactly how to go about doing this because I was torn because you've got a statement from an individual, you don't have his identity, but I was in D.C., I put the whole thing down, and I said, look, he was worried about his security, he was a whistleblower who already testified to a number of Senate Intel committees, Senate Armed Services Committee, and
all about the UFO phenomenon?
Yeah, about the UFO phenomenon. They're part of the UFO, UAP task force. They found him, and then he was giving them information and reporting on things. And so he goes, I'm really fearful. I don't know if the Civil Protection Program is going to be that helpful. I'm worried. I said, look, if you're concerned about the story getting out or not getting out, if you want, I'm here. You can come to our studio. We can film you on camera. If anything happens to you, it can be released. And it can be a little insurance policy for yourself. He goes, that sounds great. Let's do it. So I did a whole film about it. And then I'm periodically posting clips or just still frames and updates on the movie as I'm making it, as I do on social media. And I posted this one scene, and it had a clipboard in the scene. And on that clipboard, if you zoomed right in, it had his name. So I posted it by accident. I posted the damn thing, and my phone starts blowing up 10 minutes later. You just revealed this guy. What are you doing? Take it down. Take it down. Take it down. Too late. Too late. So it was out there. And he's getting all kinds of heat. So as a result of it, I'll give you the truncated version. He basically had to go through the adoption process, which is basically pre-publication of authorization of what you can and cannot say. Excuse me. So he basically could talk about a number of cases that were in the film. We had to blurb out one particular word, which in the movie is blurred out. We had to do that. That was adoption. So it was the winter of 1994. There was a unidentified flying object that was picked up on the base.
Old school UFO.
Oh, yes, sir. It was a UFO. It was picked up on the base, and it was recorded by sensory data, and it was picked up on camera. It had camera footage of it from different locations. And it looked like weird shape. It was like an unusual shape, and there's people talking about it. It's in the movie. And
the film is in the movie?
The film footage that leaked from the base is in the movie.
So you can see what it looks like flying.
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of blurry in some spots, and yeah, you'll see it. So
it's in the program.
It's in the program, yeah. And then you hear all the voices. I actually had the voices cleaned up. You can hear people talking about what the hell is it?
Is there a clip we can see on that? Just so I can show
God.
you what it looks like.
Damn. Sorry.
Could you maybe just say the actual name of the incident? Maybe find it.
Yeah, try and find it. It's Nellis Test Range UFO 1994. See if you can find it.
People put stuff on.
It's long and it's really bad. Yeah, see if you can put it.
Because it's on Amazon right now. People put clips on stuff.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, there's other things on there. So in any case, that video.
There it is.
Oh, that's terrible. There's much better footage of it. Yeah, there's much better footage of it. It's in my movie. I had it cleaned up. But yeah, that's it basically.
Can I see it again? So that's what it looks like?
The footage I have is way better than this. Yeah, there's sometimes.
So what did it look? Jesus Christ! You know what that looks like, Jamie?
Very weird shape.
Jamie, you know what that looks like? It looks like Terrence Howard's creation. Doesn't it?
It's weird.
What is it? What does he call that again?
But it was those things that lock together.
Those, the flying drone thing that he created. Linchpins. Yeah. Terrence Howard created this fascinating concept for like a directions, and they sync up, they link together, and it looks like that.
Oh yeah. So anyway. So it's footage. People talking about it. What is it? We don't know. It's not identified, and it flies around the base, and that leaked, and the names of the witnesses leaked. 3 days later.
Can you explain? Sorry to keep cutting you off. Can you just say what it did, like how it moved?
It was like didn't have any visible means of propulsion. It didn't have any wings. It didn't have propellers. It just looked like an object, a round sort of object with weird shape, almost like a helmet or something, with things coming off of it, and it was just moving around the base. And
how fast?
Nobody slowly. Because
oh, there it is. Footage?
Yep.
Okay.
That's it. That's exactly it. Yep.
It's definitely not a big balloon.
You hear everybody talking about it. The audio that goes along with it, and I had it cleaned up. Is they're all talking about it. Nobody knows what it is.
So this is zoom. Is this why it's moving around like that? They're trying to keep it in focus.
It's all. Mr. Sands explains all of that in the film, the program that talks about it. So anyway, so this leaks. People's names, witnesses leaks, and 3 days later, he's in a convoy. Gesundheit. He's in a convoy, and it's early in the morning, and there's 3 jeeps, jeeps, in convoy on a dirt road heading out to Nellis Test Ranch. And they see what looks like maybe somebody was involved in a plane crash. There's somebody that was struggling out in the middle of the desert. It was early in the morning, wintertime, and they're looking at this individual like, oh my God, is that a person? That individual needs some help. That individual looks like they need some help. They look cold. Their skin had a slight blue tint to it. And they're looking at this gentleman, and they're like, hey, stop the convoy. This person needs help, medical attention. Maybe they had a plane crash, and so we're going to help this person out. And they pull the convoy over, and this individual comes up to the car. Jason Sands gets out the right side of the door, and as he's getting out, somebody in the truck screams, he's got no effing ears. And Jason says he turns around and he looks at this guy, and he had the same kind of uniform that they had on, but the uniform was just immaculate. Like, there wasn't any dust on it, or dust on the boots, and he was thinking to himself, well, that's weird. This guy's got no ears. This guy's some kind of mutant? And he looks at him and he says his eyes were a lot bigger. It's all illustrated in the movie. And then he starts talking like, he said it was like a snake bite, and he was just paralyzed with fear. He said, it's really scary. What am I looking at? Is this a human? Is this a mutant? Is this an alien? What is this? And he starts talking to him in gibberish, but he said he's starting to understand, like telepathically, everything this person, this entity, being, creature, alien, whatever you want to call it, was saying to him, and he's looking for some kind of metal. And he didn't know tantalum, and Jason said, like, I don't know, I don't have any. You mean titanium? He's like, no, tantalum or something. And this conversation goes on for a bit, and then the guy just wanders back off and gets into that little craft that looks very similar to what you just saw there, and flies away. And so he sort of stair-stepped away. Then everybody sort of came out of this comatose state, and off they went. And we have the names of the other military witnesses that were on duty during the encounter, the alleged encounter. People are going to criticize me because I'm reporting on the close encounter of the third kind. But this, Jason Sands says he's willing to do a lie detector test, like public. He's willing to testify under oath that everything he's saying is true. We have a date, we have a location, we have the names of the other onboard officers. So what I'm hoping is, despite the level of criticism I'm going to see for reporting on this, is that other individuals that have more information on this are going to be inclined to come forward. I also met with people in the Senate Armed Service Committee, Senate Intelligence, in the House, and they said Jason Sands is who he says he is. He checks out. He's maybe previously classified programs. He's identified. The guy's legit. His credentials check out, and so I opted to go ahead and report on it with the hope that more information will come out on it.
Listen, man, there's nothing wrong with reporting on a story like that. There's been a bunch of them. It's not a small number of these things where people have experienced these things. And imagine if it's true.
If it's true,
yeah. Not all liars, understand. These are all liars. But imagine being that person who had that experience and not have anybody believe you. Not only that, but it could actually ruin your reputation and your career to talk about this experience, which is the reality of it. It's one of the things that I think the New York Times really broke the ice. I think in 2017 when they published that,
Yeah.
all of a sudden serious people who were unwilling to talk about UFOs before just for the ridicule.
Yeah.
Now you've got the gimbal video, the go fast video, you've got fighter pilots, Commander David Fravor, you got these people discussing these things openly. I'm like, okay, this seems like something that a serious person would discuss now. And so then it's open. But actually meeting one and talking to it's like the Varginha story. Like when I told people the cop picked it up and carried it in the car and the cop died.
Manhandled it.
Some horrible bacterial infection that they couldn't cure.
He was rubbing himself down with rubbing alcohol, according to his family. Like it was crazy stuff from like men. And he was rubbing himself down, and he had this stench, smell, grease.
Yeah.
And then I interviewed the doctors. There's a couple of actually going back to this over the next month. There were a couple of forensic pathologists that are willing to come forward and we're going to kind of update the movie and re-release, but it's an ongoing investigation.
Wouldn't that be the best protection from an alien planet's bacteria if you had the most vicious bacteria on the surface of your skin? Right? Like imagine, like if you go to another planet and the way to mitigate the effects of viruses and bacteria on that planet is to have skin fluid that's like unbelievably toxic. Like anything that comes near you just gets cooked.
Yeah, like a skunk.
Right.
Have you ever had a skunk?
Oh yeah, I had a skunk at my dog once.
I checked out this guy's garbage one time, and he's like, "Hey, I want to go out there in my garage." So he flipped up the thing and dropped it in there. So I was like kind of hungover. We had a party the night before, and I went out to the garbage can, and I kind of heard like some rustling in the garbage can, but I didn't really think anything of it. And I like lifted up the thing, and then I heard some rustling again. So I put my head down inside, and the skunk just turned and got me right in the face. Now I held my breath. I held my breath, and I closed my eyes for the last second, and it went right through me. It penetrated my molecules. It was so powerful that it was paralyzing. Absolutely paralyzing. Can you imagine just a smell that's their way of defense, is just the stench that just goes through your body, like just paralyzing.
That's crazy.
Anyway,
you got it in the mug, huh?
I got it right in the face.
How long did it take for you to stink? Because you smell
probably 2 weeks. It was several weeks. Yeah, and I tried the tomato, and I tried the baking soda. And
I think they have special soap now, just for skunks. But when my dog got zapped, she got zapped in like 1980. I think it was 1980 because I was living in Jamaica Plain, and she went out in the backyard, and I think she thought that it was our cat because we had a cat that was black and white, and she just ran right up to that skunk, and it took her right in the side of her body. Like she tried to turn away, but it got her all over her body. She was wet with skunk spit.
Oh yeah,
it was so nasty. I had to take her inside, and I had to do it because she was my dog. Even though I was 13, I had to like cover her in tomato juice and wash her down. She still stunk. The whole house stunk.
It's so funny because I was getting ready for a road trip this a couple years ago, and I looked over and I was like, did we walk? It was like 9 o'clock at night. We were exhausted, packed everything up, and had the car ready to go for the next morning. Did we walk in? Let's take our dog. So we thought, I was like, it's 9 o'clock. I'll let him outside. I hear him like, run, 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 run. And then he goes, run, run. And I thought, oh my God, he just got eaten. Somebody just ate him. I was like, oh my gosh. I ran after, looked for him, and he comes running in, and he jumps in bed, covered in skunk. The whole house, like it was so strong. It's unbelievable. That smell is just like,
it's so incredible. The way someone explained this to me, you know, like animals, like bloodhounds and bears, they have insane sense of smell.
Oh God, like 100,000 times stronger than ours,
right? But they can pick up parts per million the way we pick up skunk.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God.
So think about that. So if a skunk gets hit by a car like a mile away, you can smell it. Have you ever driven in your car? I don't know if it's a mile.
I can drive over it and my car smells like it.
Yeah, if you're in the neighborhood where a skunk got something, you could smell it.
Yeah.
For some strange reason, it permeates. Like it carries more than any other smell. With dogs, that's how they smell everything. They're like, oh, monsters. You know, like they can smell things that you can't even imagine they can smell, especially like a bloodhound. And then a bear can smell like, what is a bear's like ability to smell above a bloodhound? It's something crazy. My friend was
sharks in the ocean can sense blood from miles away.
Miles. Insane. Miles away. They can smell blood miles away.
Okay, I remember.
Look at this. 300 times. Look at this. This is crazy.
Wow.
Bears are said the best sense of smell of any animal on Earth. For example, average dog sense of smell is 100 times better than a human. A bloodhound's is 300 times better. A bear's sense of smell is 7 times than a bloodhound's, or 2,100 times better than a human's. Unbelievable.
That's why they say when you go camping, put your food up in a tree or something.
Oh,
right?
100%. You have to.
You can't have it in the tent at all.
Oh, when I was a kid, we went camping, and the bear broke open our cooler.
Wow.
Yeah, people just had regular food.
You
Right?
can have like a little cookie in your pocket, be in your
Oh,
tent.
yeah.
You're gonna have an issue.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Wow.
100%.
I remember when I was a kid, I went camping, and they were like, "Don't have any food." I was like, "Yeah, whatever." Like, I'm like, no, put that stuff. They were really adamant. I was like, "Are you guys making this false bear's not gonna throw a cookie in their pocket?" Like,
Yeah.
of course they will.
Well, they'll look at that like a wonton. Like, look at that soft outer layer, and there's meat inside of it. They're gonna look at that tent like it's trapped in there. The meat is trapped in the tent. This is crazy.
What was that one movie called where they got the grizzly man or something? Right?
Yeah, grizzly man. That's
and they came and got him. Remember that?
Well,
He
it's a
thought he
lot
became
more
one
than
with the grizzlies, and then he got eaten.
That's a very complicated movie. That's a Werner Herzog. Right?
Yeah, Werner Herzog.
Yeah, it's a really
and
funny
the camera was rolling,
Mhm.
and they played it.
Sort of. The camera was rolling, but the lens cap was on, so there was an audio.
So it's just audio.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
The audio, by the way, folks, the audio you hear on the internet, that's fake.
Oh, yeah.
That's not the real one. The real audio, Werner Herzog told the lady to destroy it. Destroys. No one should hear this.
So he heard it.
Yeah, he heard it. It's long. You know, because bears don't kill you, they eat you. You know, like a salmon, they don't kill a salmon. They just put their paw down and start pulling chunks off of it. That's what they do with people, too.
That's terrifying.
Well, they don't have any predators, so they don't have to kill things and then, worry about someone taking it from them. You're not taking shit from a bear, especially a grizzly bear. You're not taking shit from a bear unless you're a bigger bear. So, like, all the other animals have to worry. Like, mountain lions kill quick because wolves will steal from mountain lions. Apparently, in the areas where wolves have been introduced, it's actually become a problem because mountain lions are killing much more than they normally do. Because mountain lions will kill like a deer or 2 deer a week, something like that.
And they eat good. They eat 2 deer a week. That's a lot of meat.
Well, they do. Yeah, a big mountain lion is 150 pounds. Wow. And it's a big cat. Their cats are just they're obligate predators. All they eat is meat. Bears eat little berries. They'll eat a bunch of shit, not cats. So the cats are killing more because the wolves scare the cats off of the kill. So if the cat's on a kill and a bunch of wolves show up, the cat will just get the fuck out of there. Like,
why? Because he feels he doesn't want to defend himself against the wolves?
Exactly. Because wolves hunt in packs. So there might be 13, 14 wolves and one cat. The cat will just get the fuck out of there. Cats run from dogs, right? Like, they have a fear of, like, canines. And I think it's from wolves stealing their food. So, like, that's how they hunt cats. The way they hunt them, you have to tree them. Because otherwise you're not going to find them. If you find a mountain lion,
by tree them?
You have to get the dogs to mark them up a tree.
Oh,
so they run up a tree and they shoot them when they're on a tree. Yeah. And it sounds cruel. But listen, they have to do that to manage the populations. If they don't, they start eating dogs. That's what you get in San Francisco. California still kills mountain lions. They kill as many mountain lions as they would if they gave tags out to people to kill them. Because you have to kill certain numbers of them for depredation. Because they'll start killing livestock, they'll start killing dogs. In the Bay Area, the problem cats that they wound up killing in like San Francisco and other, half their diet was pets.
Really?
Half their diet. Half their diet was house cats, dogs and cats. That's half their diet. Half of their diet. So you manage, 100+ pound cat, and he's running around just eating dogs. You leave your dog in your backyard, gone. Happens all the time.
Wow.
It happened to my dog. Yeah, my dog in Colorado got eaten by a mountain lion. It happens.
Oh, God, I feel so bad for my little guy.
It's terrible.
I'm not going to protect my little feller. One time I was hiking up this mountain, and I had my son with me at the time. He was in that little pouch, that little pouch you put him in the front. Like, he was like probably like maybe 2.5. And I was hiking this mountain pretty daily. And it's funny actually because when I went up there without him, I was like, well, this is why people hike with weights on. This feels amazing. I can run up this mountain. Anyway, I was going up the mountain, and I had my dog, my little dude, and I had my son walking up this mountain, and I come around this like good left end. It's a pretty exposed, not too many trees, some bushes, and it's a hot sunny day. And I see this leg of a deer, like just fresh killed, blood on the ground. I'm like, God dang, what the hell? The hell was I'm running, going, I shouldn't be running. I shouldn't be running. I know I shouldn't be running, but I wanted to get around the corner and get out of his kind of like line of sight. And then I go, well, if he comes up on me, I'm gonna have to throw him myself. I was like, I looked at Duke and I said, if it comes down to it, Duke, you're gonna have to take one for the team.
Oh my God, that's a horrible choice.
It's a horrible choice, but I had my son.
Like, of course.
But I remember looking at him too, and I was like looking at my dog, going, "Oh man, this is a horrible decision I have to make. But if it comes down to it, I'm gonna have to sacrifice him, buddy. I love you, But it didn't come down to it. But I remember running, going, "You're an idiot, James. Why are you running?" That's what he said.
You can't run. Well, that's the problem with mountain bikers. They get got because when they pass by a cat, it's almost like rolling a ball of yarn past a kid. They're predators.
And they'll catch bikes, don't they?
Oh yeah, they get people on bikes. Yeah, that's happened a few times. They get people on bikes. They get joggers, people on bikes. They think you're running away from them.
Could you imagine what it was like to be running for your life, having something like that chase you?
Yeah, I can. I mean, it hasn't happened to me, but I've seen them.
I've
seen 3 of them in my lifetime. Only one of them would scare the shit out of me. I saw one in Colorado. I saw one in Montecito, like Santa Barbara area. It was small. Those are small ones. They're like 50, 60 pounds. And then I saw one with a buddy of mine, my friend Colton and I. We spotted one under a tree that was 30 yards away. We were in a truck and it made me shit my pants.
Wow.
It was so big. This one was really big. This was a mature male with a big pumpkin head and huge forearms like a fucking bodybuilder. It was freaky. It was freaky to see because, it was, first of all, it was dusk. So the sun was going down and the lights of the truck, even though it wasn't quite dark yet, the lights of the truck were making his eyes glow.
Oh my God.
And you could see him with the naked eye, but then I put my binoculars on. And so I've got these 10-power binoculars and I'm zoomed in on this thing's face. I'm like, holy.
Looks like he belongs in Africa.
Well, he belonged right where he was,
Yeah.
man. We didn't belong there.
Hey, let me tell you a really cool story that's a UFO, the best UFO picture I think I've ever seen.
You have it? Can I look at it?
Yes. No. We're going to look for it. Okay, so can you find the program trailer on here at all? Or?
Yeah, sure.
All right, find the program trailer. I'm going to tell you about this. So, yeah,
let's just watch the trailer.
All right, let's watch it. It's full in the